It's one of my favorites since I was a boy at school. My father read it to me once. To me, as a little boy, it summed up what a man should be. If you can keep your head when all about you are losing theirs and blaming it on you, if you can trust yourself when all men doubt you, but make allowances for their doubting too, if you can wait and not be tired by waiting, or being lied about, don't deal in lies, or being hated, don't give way to hating, and yet don't look too good nor look too wise. If you can dream and not make dreams your master, if you can think and not make thoughts your aim, if you can meet with triumph and disaster and treat those two impostors just the same, if you can hear the truth you've spoken twisted by knaves to make a trap for fools, or watch the things you gave your life for broken, and stoop and build them up with worn-out tools, if you can make one heap of all your winnings and risk it on one turn of pitch and toss, and lose and start again at the beginning, and never breathe a word about your loss, if you can force your heart and nerve and sinew to serve your turn long after they are done, and so hold on when there is nothing in you except the will which says to them, hold on. If you can talk with crowds and keep your virtue, or walk with kings nor lose the common touch, if neither foes nor loving friends can hurt you, if all men count with you, but none too much, if you can fill the unforgiving minute with 40 seconds worth of distance run, yours is the earth and everything that's in it, and which is more, you'll be a man, my son.
Wait! If I wasn't a feminist, I don't know what I would be, if that makes sense. I don't really have that's just all I know, I guess. And I guess I haven't really educated
That actually
myself.
makes sense.
You know what I mean?
Feminism is basically the air that we breathe, and it's the water we swim in, whether people know it or not. It's ingratiated in society. So you may not have any other position other than that. So if you say, I really don't know anything besides feminism, I believe you.
Thank you.
It's the mainstream. Do you guys believe in the patriarchy?
But it's still a bad position. It's not like what you
fine.
just saying.
And what is that? So what is the patriarchy?
It's patriarchy is when men rule, right?
Mostly, right?
Men rule, women drool. Wait, what? Okay, that's...
No, that was my fault.
Say it. Can you say the patriarchy is awesome?
It's not bad. It's not bad.
The patriarchy is awesome.
That one, that's for you, Grid One Motorsports.
Target acquired.
Eagle 1, first strike. You have permission to engage the target.
Warning: the following video contains explicit language which may be offensive to some viewers or inappropriate for children. The content within this video is intended for mature audiences only.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. We're back. It's time to debate. It's going to be good. Pretty soon, I'll be posting that link, and we'll be filling up the chat with, or filling up the screen with people who want to have some fun and debate people, beat them up verbally, not necessarily in the putting the dukes up stuff. Going to be a good night. I can feel it already. I can feel it's going to be great tonight. Some of our normies, normal people that show up, have already reached out to me and communicated that that they're going to be a little bit late. Kinetic Kel is one of them. She has sent me a message basically saying that she's got a flat tire. She's got to get off work first, blah, 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 blah. I think she's actually should be off work right now, taking care of that tire. It's got an hour drive home, so we should see her shortly. so that's one leftist that I'm hopefully will have. We need more people. We need more debaters. We need people to come in and verbally assault each other and be mean and nice when the calls for it. Mostly mean though. Mostly mean, angry. I want mean, angry people. It's gonna be good. Smoking Spaceman. If you're gonna be late, you're gonna be late, man. I'm glad you're here. We're going to go back to basically. So last week we changed the menu pricing. Anson Knowles convinced me to do that. It was a study. It was an interesting study. Well, there he is, Anson Knowles, right there. It was a study for me to kind of understand what was going on. I did. It seems like it was a good. It was a good time for most people, but Smoking Spaceman says, "Oh no, you're talking about that you were going to be late because you're already here." Yeah, I got it. Oh, that is a bad joke. That is actually good. So we're going to modify. We're still tweaking the pricing a little bit, guys. I'm not really sure how this is all going to go. And to be honest with you, it would be, I'm hoping this is, I'm more interested in everybody having a good time and having fun. Hopefully the donos flow because you're having a good time and you feel like you're getting value for your dollar spent. But you guys are the judge of that more than I am. Good evening, Mikey Balls. I actually should go down. I'm going to wait a few minutes and we'll go down and we'll welcome everybody who's shown up. So if you're in the chat, sound off and we'll get you welcomed in. Don't really have any pre-business to talk about, or at least not much of it. A couple of things, though, and this is just a poll kind of deal. I'm not actually going to make a poll, but be thinking about this. Maybe next week we'll talk about this some more. But one of the things that I'm considering is kind of a channel rebranding. The reason for that is nobody ever refers to my channel, An Unreasonable Man, by An Unreasonable Man. They just call it Grid One Motorsports and his channel. And then when I give someone the title so they can search it up in YouTube, oftentimes they don't correlate me and the channel. So there may be some. I'm looking into potentially doing a little bit of rebranding. I'm not really sure, but everything else is going to stay the same, and we're gonna have a good time with it. I already see Abe Dinkus in the house. He's going to come in and clean house tonight. I have a feeling that Abe is looking for a win, and he wants it bad tonight. He wants it bad. Some of the players that I would like to see just haven't shown up. Maybe they just don't like me anymore. Maybe maybe they're just unhappy that we moved the show to Friday night. That's okay. Things happen. I'm not really gonna get too upset about it. But so far in this evening, we've had chairman of the board was the first one to come in. He's still talking about taking a couple of months off. I do believe that Anson probably does need to, drop down the number of hours he's spending on the internet. I know I do sometimes. Duck is in the house. That's pretty good. I don't know what my pulpit thing is, but okay. Lord of Pies obviously is in the house tonight. Good to see you, sir. Good to see you. Ashton Alwine, certainly you can come up and debate. I'll be dropping the link in a couple of minutes, and we'll get some people up here. We'll start some debating. We'll have to go over the rules a little bit. I kind of just want to do it just a couple of times tonight. Gorilla Biscuits is in, and he says, "When Rudyard Kipling, I can't talk. Rudyard Kipling, Kipling's badass, man, and there's an interesting thing that kind of bounces around in my brain about how we as men have kind of lost sight of being in touch with that poetic side of the self-reflective side. We tend to concentrate a lot on the stoicism and less on those other outlets. And Kipling was a badass. Him and Lord Byron, obviously Byron died young, so you know that he lived the life. But anyway, Kipling's badass. Gorilla Biscuit asked if I ever heard Boots. I have not. If you've got a reading by somebody that's that reads it well, like I don't know who off the top of my head, but if someone reads it really well, then I'm more than happy to listen to it. Obviously, Smoking Spaceman and Cleaner 409 are in the house tonight. That's awesome. That's really good. Mikey's Balls is in the house along with Naomi. She's polishing that leg, I'm sure, keeping it nice and clean, that third leg. Devon Anderson is up in the house. Is that Devon or Devon? I hope I pronounced it correctly. If I didn't, well, I'm sorry. Naomi. Abe is here. N-word. That's pretty cool. The N-word is here. That could potentially be, that sounds like something Imperius would do, but we'll see. He is here, but he didn't know how I knew that. I know things, man. I know things about things. All right. Macomi, who's Macomi? At Macomi. I didn't see that. Oh, okay. I'm not looking at that list. All right. Well, chairman of the board is already backstage. Let's go ahead and bring him out right now. There is the chairman of the board. And so there we go. You're not Imperious. That's good. It would suck to be Imperious. You know, you gotta wonder about how much people hate life to suck as bad as Imperious. That takes some real effort to hate life that much. I can't put in that much effort, but hey man, if you can, you do you, bro. Is there a link in the Discord? Not yet, sir. I actually tonight I do this. Because this is a special event. This is our Signal Syndicate event where there are no safe spaces. You can come on in. Come on up. I do ask that if I don't know you, if you have not participated, or especially if I don't know you, you need to cam up. During the debates, also, you kind of gotta cam up during the debates. It's not. I haven't actually put that in as a hard and fast rule, but you're going to have to be a hell of a fucking debater for me to want you to, or for me to allow you to proceed forward in a debate without camming up. I see Ticky Tack is in the house. Lots of people in Florida hate themselves, partly why you escaped the state. I feel you, bro. I feel you on that. Come on up, Ticky Tack. We'll get the judges up here first. And I really want to, since I fell asleep and I have not watched the show, I'm very interested in a short synopsis of last week's show. That would be great. Correct. Lord of Pies, no frogs allowed. However, if that's what I'm saying, right? Like we know how to deal with the doobies. Yeah, so that's cool. That's cool. You'll come up after you're eating. That's cool, man. That's cool. Also, during this evening's festivities, more than likely someone is going to get their feelings hurt. They're going to cry a little bit. They're going to whine. They're going to feel slighted. In that case, I have this public service announcement that I must make.
Everyone does it. Now you can do it too. Shut the fuck up. Shut your mouth. Shut up. Shut the hole in your face. Like that. You can do it. Shh. Shut up. And shut the fuck up.
That's right. Just shut the fuck up.
It's one of my favorites.
It's just so good.
It's so good.
It's just like everybody can do it. Even you. You too can prevent being an asshole by shutting the fuck up. How the hell are you, Abe?
How are you?
I'm good. I'm better now. I was tired earlier, man. I've had a lot of stuff to catch up on today, and I was kind of feeling it a little bit earlier, but
Had a long week.
Rally. It has been a long week. We've got a lot of stuff going on that kind of behind the scenes. Trying to put things together. It can be a little bit of a battle sometimes. I see lower classes back. What's up? Good to see you. Good to see you. By the way, you don't have to like me to come debate on this platform. I accept ANCAPs, libertarians, leftists, chimpanzees dressed as communists, whatever your pleasure. Come on up, take your beating like man or woman that you are. So, I can drop it over in the mod chat. Give me 1 sec. I'll do that right now. So, what is up? All right. So, Abe, how's your week been, man?
Well, pretty good.
Yeah.
Nothing notable, nothing crazy, but it's been pretty good.
All right. Chairman of the board, whose avatar did you steal now?
That's actually so. The weird thing about Talk Studio that I've learned since I was given the keys by you a week ago is that I have less functionality when I'm logged in under the ability to control your channel than when I'm not in terms of my own avatar. That's actually my own personal avatar on my Google account. That's what it looks like if you get something from me on Gmail.
Oh, I got you. Okay. All right.
How bizarre.
Yeah, I know, right? It won't even let me put on my degenerate green screens where I'm like hot chicks, with big breasts popping out or like camel toes or like anything like I usually do. I can't do any of my normal trolling on here. I'm very upset.
Probably have to run
do you feel discriminated against?
I do. I'm almost tempted to give you your keys back so I can cope a little bit.
Good. Cope harder. Seethe a little bit. It's good.
Yeah.
It's good.
Yep. I don't see that. I don't have enough emotions to do that.
Maybe I'll figure out how to allow you guys to do that. I'll take a day one. I'll take a minute one day and try and figure that out. I've been able to change mine at will wherever. So
yeah, well, it tells me that I don't have a paid account, and when I'm logged in under yours, I have to have a paid account to do more stuff. And I'm not paying nobody else no more money. That's stupid.
Sure, I got you.
That's fair.
Just that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah,
that's fair. How's your week been, Anson?
I don't know. It was all right. No complaints. I had that big debate with Beth earlier in the week. I
heard you lost that one. Is that are you in your feels about that, or how's that?
Yeah, I was told that I was in my feels the entire debate. But according to Glenn's chat, I won 64% to whatever the opposite of 64 is. Was that 36? So yeah, I don't know. I think I did pretty good, but yeah. I usually don't win debates, so.
Yeah, well, you don't win debates because you troll the whole time.
Yeah.
If you troll the whole time, it's hard to win.
Yeah.
Yeah, he had like a huge list of saints. Like I was pretty impressed actually with the research he did.
Well, Anson's a great researcher. He's an accountant, so yeah.
That'll do it. How's it going, lower class?
Good, man. How's it going, dude? Always good to see you. Thanks for having me on, Grid. Chairman of the board, good to see you again.
Yeah,
I know we haven't been friendly that much in the past, but it's always good to see you, buddy.
Oh, have we not been friendly?
Man, it's chat. You know how chat goes, brother.
I don't know. I'm so busy making fun of everything, I forget who I make fun of.
Exactly.
He's so busy trolling, he doesn't even remember who he trolls. That's the thing.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. No, we're good, man.
Naomi says she's proud of Anson for whining. Oh, I mean, she says winning. I read that as whining.
Yeah. Naomi, you're taken. Stop flirting with me.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And he lives close to you.
Yeah, I know. And he has a blunt object with him at all times that he can beat me with. So.
Well, if he doesn't have a leg to stand on in court.
Yeah, I know, right?
You know you want to laugh at that, Abe. Come on, that's funny, man.
That's bad.
Oh, come on,
handicap will be evidence.
handicap jokes are the best, Abe.
Oh, I know. Trust me.
If you can't laugh at them, ignore them. Mikey Balls is laughing at it. That's funny. He's funny. All right.
Oh man.
I'm trying to rile the lefties up. They've taken a bunch of beatings lately, so they don't want to come over here anymore. They don't want to play with me anymore.
I don't know. That Kinetic Kel won a couple of weeks ago. You know, the lefties win on your streams.
Yeah, that's because you simp. So Kinetic Kel. So I'm trying to get Kinetic Kel to be take the opposite position of this discussion I'm going to put together. So and she's been wanting to come back on the debate channel or the debate show, and I messaged her today and said, "Hey, you going to make it?" She's like, "Yeah, I'll be there." And then now she's like, "Oh, I don't get off work until 6 my time, which is 8 here, right?" And she has to fix a flat tire, which she's not going to fix the flat tire. It's going to be some dude that looks like lower class down there fixing that tire. I promise you. Well, actually, not in California. In California, it's going to be a dude that looks like Kel that fixes the tire.
Probably so.
Probably wear the same skirt. They'll probably be like, "Oh, did you get that at?" And that's going to happen.
Borrow that. Yeah.
right. Does that come in my size? But yeah, maybe she'll make it. Maybe she won't. She seemed excited about it. We'll see. And then I haven't angered Admiral Gibbs lately. Let me go piss in his Wheaties really quick and see if I can make him come over. So because that's what I do. All right, you guys are being awfully quiet. It's Vibe. What's up, buddy?
Hey, how's it going? Sorry.
Vibe, every time you show up, man, you remind me of a deacon. It's always fun,
right?
It is fun, but you look like a deacon at my church, and then you're preparing Sunday's sermon for the pastor or something. You're proofreading it. Like it's just so funny.
Orthodox? Are you part of the Orthodox?
No, I'm Baptist. No, I'm Baptist. Southern Baptist.
Okay. Me too. Well, hallelujah.
Yeah. I've actually been going to the same church off and on, obviously, because I moved away for 10 years here and there. But I've been a member of the same church since I was 10.
Oh, that's amazing, and I love that. I mean, I have an 8-year-old daughter, and she actually volunteers, and she takes care of the kids ministry for the toddlers. And I just love that my whole family volunteers in the church, and that we work in the church 24/7, not just Sundays. So quiet.
Is Rob live right now? If somebody can check and see if Rob Noor is live, he did say last night he wanted to come over here and hang out. So,
that'd be interesting.
I'll check real quick.
Yeah. I need actually. I'm going to send Andrew the link too. Just
Andrew's on the tomato tonight. He's debating.
Yeah, but
he should come after.
He's debating the
Mormons.
That explains it. That explains it. Because normally by now we have about twice as many people, and I was like, "What the fuck?" And okay, right. Andrew's over on Sarah's channel. Yeah,
Andrew and Jim Bob both.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a crazy argument, right? I mean, they've been doing it all week. So they actually debated earlier. It was quite cordial debate between Andrew and I forgot the guy's name. He was a deacon, right? And he was just basically like, yeah, I don't know. He had no debate.
Yeah. It's interesting how many people challenge people to debates that they don't debate, and they know they don't debate. Like all they want to do is argue. Like, what's up with that, brother? I mean, don't suck. I guess my like global rule is just don't suck at life. Like whatever I do, I don't want to suck at it.
Sure.
Don't suck at life. It just seems like a simple thing to remember. Cleaner has joined us.
Going.
1 second, I'm going to step away for a second.
You know, it would be a lot of fun, Grid, is me and you debating.
What would we debate, Anderson?
Well, we could debate a whole host of things, like how dare you?
Did I dare, or did I just
what gives you the right?
Talent on loan from God.
Oh, so you're Rush Limbaugh now. I get it. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
You don't see it?
I'm done.
You got the right amount of baldness.
No, he was way balder than me, but that's okay.
Only in the end. You look like, Rush Limbaugh circa like 2006.
Yeah. What's up, neighbor Dan? Come on up and debate, young man.
I'm going to grab coffee while we're waiting for things to get started.
You should.
Yeah, I got mine right here, Cleaner. It's good stuff.
What's with everybody kind of picking on Mormons lately? What's up with that?
Easy target.
It is kind of an easy target, but I had and this is a weird kind of thing while we're just kind of waiting for people to show up. So when I ran movie theaters when I was in college, it's like the best college job because it just is. But and I hired. I didn't realize I was doing such a good job, but I actually hired a couple of these Mormon kids in. Best employees I ever had, like super awesome. And they all had friends, and I would just hire from their friend group a lot because they were super respectful, worked hard, came, their uniforms were always right. I mean, it was just, I was like, what's up with these guys? And, but I had one of the funniest things ever happen when I was, they were giving me a ride back to my car because I had I'd ridden over to a theater with one of the other managers, and they'd had to leave. I don't know, whatever the thing was, and this kid had only had his driver's license for like a week, and his dad had bought him, which back in my day, dads normally bought their kids like the biggest fucking boat that they could get, right? Like gas gun, like the kid's not going to go anywhere because he can't afford to put gas in it, right? Like, and
yeah,
and so it was some kind of it was like a Malibu convertible or something like that. It had like 8 miles of fucking hood, and it was like his craziest car ever. And so we're driving along outside of Nashville, and he was speeding a little bit. He gets pulled over, and this I believe it was a sheriff because we're in a county. This sheriff comes ambling up, looking at the car, looking it over, doing the whole sheriff thing back, from back in the day. And he gets up there and he looks at that young man and he says, "Boy, I've been waiting on you all day." And without missing a beat, John says, "I got here as quick as I could, officer." And it was just like the guy's face, like it just kind of like, and then he just died laughing. Like you just because I was about to freak out. I was like, wait, what did you just say? Like don't say that. Like you don't do that. I got here as quick as I could, officer. That was so awesome.
Ashton Alwine, that link is in the chat you were asking about. Like Smoking Spaceman put it in there. It says Signal Syndicate Debate Panel link. It's got the talkstudio.streamlabs. You just click that. And I suggest using Chrome browser when you get up here. Oh, look,
hey, he's on his phone. What's up, man?
Yeah.
Oh,
no much.
What's up?
Welcome in.
Welcome. Hey, lower class. How you guys doing? I know you two.
What's up, Ashton? Good to see you again, brother.
Yeah, just got the little ones to bed, so I can actually be on for a little bit tonight.
Awesome,
dude. I'm even wearing a shirt, lower class. Look at that. I don't usually cam up because I'm on a phone, and I normally just keep like my logo. But
you don't have to stay cammed up the whole time if you don't want to. You can drop like cleaners drop down, but when you're debating, it's just it's respectful first of all to cam up when you debate.
We were talking about that last week.
Nobody on YouTube can see what I look like anyway, so I don't mind camming up.
Yeah. All right. Well, we're gonna see. I mean, it seems like we're lacking a few. We're lacking all of our lefties. Our lefties are certainly not overwatching Andrew beat up on someone. So where are my lefties at? What did you do last week, Anson? That all of the lefties are gone.
Well, I made sure to call all of them commies if they were anywhere left of center.
Well, I mean that would do it.
Can Duck please come up? Because I would love to have a debate with Duck because he's kind
Duck
of
can in fact come up. He is welcome to come up. He's even won a debater 3.
Well, I would like to debate him because last time I was on Lower Class's channel and he debated me, he rage quit, and then now he blocked me from YouTube. So now I can't even see what he's chatting. So I would love for him to have a conversation.
Crazy. Neighbor Dan, why are you not up here, buddy? Let's go. Come on, Neighbor Dan. All right, so I was in the middle of typing something. Normally, I have 2 or 3 lefties that will be like, "Hey, are you doing the debate night tonight?" Liberal Cluck will come on, will hit me up, say, "I want blood tonight," and then he did well. He won like 1 or 2. He did good.
Duck got second last week, Grid.
I read that. I was looking at that.
There you go, Grid. There you go.
I went backwards to the whole thinking about.
What am I? You're studying debate. Just got into it. I'm not good. My stuff. This will teach you. Trust.
Yeah,
me.
this is the stress test.
This is the stress test. So for those of you who are not familiar with the format, it basically what we do is they're 1v1 debates. Normally crowd picked, although if the crowd's not picking, I will pick. And you get 1 minute each to make your position, opening statement, whatever you want to look at it as. And then you have 5 minutes to debate. Now, I have, for some stupid reason, the timer that works with OBS that I use, it just looks like shit. It will not change to the old style font that it'll do it in partially, but then it doesn't actually work. So I just do the timer another way. I noticed that Anson had a timer that worked, but it looks like crap, so I don't want to use it. So I'm I'm a sensitive man. Just calm down.
No, you're just a picky man. There's a difference.
Either way, I've heard it both ways. Yeah. So once the 5 minutes is over, you get judged. We have 3 judges. Ticky Tack, Anson Knowles will be a judge tonight, and potentially Cleaner 409. Although I would really like him to get a little payback, because the last time I was on here, he kind of got robbed. So.
Oh, there's no kinda about that, Grid. You and me both know. There's no kinda about that. I don't know what the fuck that was, but when your opponent concedes the prompt of the argument in the first 30 seconds, and you have 4.5 minutes to fuck off, and a judge says you lost, something's wrong.
I think we've all been there.
Yeah. Yeah, I questioned some of that too. But it is what it is, and we'll let it go. I will let it go anyway. You may not. You can hang on to it. I'm not going to tell you.
I don't really care all that much. I'm sitting here playing Sudoku. Here, you guys can watch. I'll put it on stream.
All right. Well, this we got to have more people. Kel? What are you doing? We're debating. Admiral Gibbs, what are you doing? He says he lost his voice. Admiral Gibbs says he said, I had to cancel my show tonight. I have no voice.
Where's Clovertack?
Clovertack, yeah, he's been up here quite a bit as well. Yeah, that's a good one.
Well, we started a lot later than this. We're not anywhere near behind schedule yet.
I'm impatient.
Yeah. Just relax, Grid. Do like Admiral Gibbs. Take a toke, sit back.
He lost his voice doing that. I can't take that chance.
Yeah.
A little bit of patience is a little bit of a virtue, I suppose.
Jake Varr is not answering. He's scared though. He's scared.
What the hell?
He said he was giving me the keys to his channel, Grid. Isn't that cool?
What? Really?
He lied to you. That man lied to you.
Well, I mean, you gave me your keys.
I gave you the set that lets you in, but you can't do anything. Well, you can do some stuff, but not much.
I'll start doing stuff to show you what I can do, Grid.
All right, go ahead.
Oh.
Do some stuff. He can actually kick people off, which is interesting. I can always undo it. There's a Farney. The Farney needs a.
Farney could come up. That'd be cool.
Yeah, I'm bugging him right now. Wicked Wally's probably he's probably out doing something, but we'll see. It's funny that Wally's come in. Wally was one who really wanted to kind of be a part of this, and then he's always late, like really late. So what's the prompt? The whatever we decide the prompt is. That's
something good.
Yeah, I mean, what do you want to debate? Well, that's the thing. The prompts are not just kind of random; they are entirely random.
I would like to try to debate a lefty on Black Lives Matter versus Jens. If anybody,
I don't know where the lefties aren't coming. I don't know where they are. I want them to come here. I'm literally sending them all messages like, "Hey,
there's the Farney."
Yeah, I just messaged him. He said he's feeling a little off tonight.
Oh, come on, Farney. Farney, come on, man. You know you want to come up here.
Yeah. Yeah. Kissy Cat's not here yet. You will pay to see a vegan debate. You need to learn. What's a vegan debate? What's the prompt for a vegan debate?
It's probably, is veganism
morally superior to omnivorism?
Yeah. It's a morality question or a morality claim for sure.
Yeah. I was a vegan for a while. I totally get that mindset. I could do that debate.
You could do that debate?
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, I don't know a lot of the stats on it, but I'm sure I can come at it from a moral perspective, so to speak.
The only debate that or the only thing I know about veganism is that chick that tried to be a vegan down and moved to like Brazil or some shit so she could be like uber vegan, died because all she did was like eat fucking bananas and shit. So yeah.
Well, I mean, the argument for veganism is pretty apparent, right? Like, there's so many wacko, leftist, crazy chicks out there right now that in order to increase your chances for breeding, if you become a vegan, you'll be able to pair with one of them better and your propagation possibilities will increase.
Neighbor Dan wants to see a non-vegan versus vegan moral.
Neighbor Dan donated $49 and
We got a prompt paid for.
Super chat.
I know.
I want to see a non-vegan versus a vegan morals.
But I need a vegan.
Where's Duck at? Duck, get up here. You're vegan.
Duck is vegan.
Duck is vegan.
Come on, Duck.
It's probably over at Sarah's, though.
It could be.
I just know he likes to berate people in chat generally. And
yeah.
A religious debate's a perfect place for him to do that, right?
Yeah. Why not? That's fun.
Why would he not?
Yeah.
Morality about eating? Yeah, I don't know about. I mean, look, I'm willing to listen to the argument. Where's Non-Fawn at? I haven't actually seen Non-Fawn around a lot lately. Did somebody beat his ass in a debate? And
I don't know about that, but I know he's been jumping on after panels. But I haven't seen him other than that. I haven't seen him in like a one-on-one or any debate settings.
No. He was on Sarah's panel last night when they were debating immigration.
Getting up there to argue his economics.
Yeah.
Is Radical Coder anywhere to be found? He'd be a good one for anything like this.
He's over on Sarah's channel for sure. He hates Andrew. He's gonna literally like.
Andrew pulled out though.
Huh?
Yeah,
Andrew pulled out.
Andrew pulled out.
Yeah, it looks like it's Jim Bob and Posh Redneck. I don't know what Andrew's doing.
Oh, Posh Redneck's really good. I like watching that guy. That guy's super intelligent.
From what I remember on Rob's stream last night, somebody in the chat said that there was a death possibly from what they said on the extravaganza stuff. So that might be why he's like unavailable right now because he hasn't even been on streaming, I think, at all this week.
I'm gonna shoot a message to somebody on his team and see what's up.
I mean, I have the Discord, but I haven't really got to do a deep dive through it at all the last couple of days.
Oof, Andrew. What? I got to be honest. I'm getting tired of having the same conversations and debates.
Yeah.
It's just like, I mean, come at me, bro, but come at me with something new, right? Like, bring something else.
I mean, this is kind of all new to me. I'm just doing this kind of as a hobby. So, I mean, really anything for
everybody needs a hobby.
I used to play Magic the Gathering, but that got too expensive after having 2 kids.
Okay. Yeah, it's like last night during the last night when Tiki Tack is in the house. Last night when I was doing the thing with Glenn Lawrence, it was really tough for me to really participate in that like wholeheartedly because I've just heard the same rhetoric and arguments and points and all of that. I've just heard them so much, and I just don't want to defining things is irrelevant. I want to talk about solutions or why we can't have a solution or or something of that night. So, whoops. Oops, wrong button. Wow, everybody's quiet. It's very.
We're waiting for the fire.
Yeah, I've been sending out
Duck
links.
McDuck stuff. Where's Duck McDuck stuff?
I've been sending out links to folks. I'll see if he responds.
I can promise you, Grid, the second he sees me and Ashton on here, he's not going to get up.
Yeah,
he's a set of balls. You know, he's a set of balls. He you know, he's got a backbone. Hey, Vibe's back.
He knows he'll be judged fairly too, so he's not going to worry about bias, you know, and being prevented from speaking. I mean, as long as I'm on here, you know, biased judges like Ticky Tack, he'll get, you know, counterbalanced a little bit.
Biased.
As a family, I'm biased against him. I even tried to tell him that last time we were talking that I have no ill will towards him.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with a little bias.
I'm exceedingly biased, and I just admit it. We do have a debate right out of the gate with the vegan versus non-vegan, which is why we need Duck. If somebody can go get Duck, that'd be great. You know?
Just tell him his favorite judge is here.
Which non-vegan are you going to be pitting against the vegan?
Well, I don't know. Who wants that argument? Who is an anti-vegan person?
Well, it's pretty simple.
Don't all raise your hands at once or anything.
I was waiting to see if anybody was like
going to push out. I'll do it.
I was wondering.
I know you'll do it, Cleaner. Cleaner will argue anything.
Yeah, I'm not anti-vegan, but I can argue for eating steak, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say I can volunteer as tribute on.
I default to the Pulp Fiction. Hamburgers taste good. Barbecue tastes good. Bacon tastes good.
Yeah. I will even argue this from a purely secular format. I won't even bring fucking religion or any of that into it. Let's go. Who wants it?
Okay. I just sent an invite to Brian. We'll see if he answers. I'm literally just inviting like a bunch of people. I just invited Grace Thorpe.
Oh, that'll be fun.
Oh my
She's
God.
a hoot.
Wow.
Oh, I should invite Anson's girlfriend.
Which one?
Girl. Which one? Right. Whatever. Yeah. Should invite Chris Lestrange because, you know.
Where's Beth at?
Where is Beth at? All right. Well, this is awkward.
It's weird.
Yeah. I feel pain for people that feel awkwardness. What does that feel like? I've always been
I
curious.
don't actually really know. I'm just it's the closest term I can come up with.
Well, we could go ahead and start putting conservatives against each other and make them debate degenerate topics. That would be fun.
I mean, I really want to get. I want to find Duck. Does Duck ever? Duck has never DM'd me. I don't think.
Oh, I
I'll
already
pretend
sent
to be
Duck a link.
conservative tonight then.
What'd you say, Cleaner? You'll be anti-conservative tonight?
I said I'll be more than happy to pretend to be conservative if we're going to start pitting conservatives against conservatives. I mean, fuck, man. I got sharp teeth. Who the hell wants some blood?
There you go.
I can LARP as a lefty if you want.
Aren't all lefties by definition LARPing?
No, they actually believe that shit, Grid.
Nobody.
They do.
Nobody.
I'll argue from whatever
Nobody
side.
can actually.
Y'all made me argue Jesus was a mushroom, so we'll do whatever.
So, where is Beth? Actually, is she actually hiding her face in shame?
I
wouldn't think
don't.
so.
I don't know. I'm not her keeper. I don't know where she is.
I have not seen her on. Actually, it's weird. So that's true. All right. Well, I mean, we got to get some debates going here. Where's Steelman? I've never DM'd Steelman either, so I don't.
I'll DM him real quick.
Yeah, have him come on here and I bet he's vegan.
He is.
He is.
Pretty sure. Pretty sure.
Actually, he might not be. He's surprised. He pulls some like weird shit out of his ass. Like I feel like there's one thing and it ends up being another.
I'll send Due Diligence a message too, even though I spent 2 streams making fun of that guy.
I actually saw him debating somebody on before I went to sleep, and it was an interesting debate. It really was.
Was that on Dusty's or Flo's?
No, I think it was on my channel, and I think it was last week, wasn't it?
Oh, okay.
I think so. Seth Spin says, Cleaner, why are you a socialist?
You want me to be a socialist tonight? Then pay to have me debate as a socialist. I'll fucking do it.
Yeah. So, yeah, all right. I sent Andrew the link, but he's busy, obviously. With something. Is what
I was going to say, I don't know how you could be in that position and not be, honestly, at this point. It's probably a constant merry-go-round.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, we'll see what we get up to. We'll see how it works. All right. All right. It was Dew and Emmett. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. It was, and it was very strange.
Yeah. Yeah.
The only liberal that we might have here is Kel once she gets her tire fixed and drives home.
Yeah, and she's really good too. I mean, she came away with the whole thing 2 weeks ago, right? Because she's such a good debater.
Whoop my butt.
Yeah.
I mean,
she could wipe the floor with everybody here with one hand tied behind her back, or a girlfriend holding it for her. One of the two.
I can't say it felt that way, but that's how it went. So.
Oh, yeah. All right. I'm glad I'm the voice of reason when that stuff happens, and I'm like, hey, this isn't the real way this is supposed to go.
Hey, she could out debate every guy here, even if she was neck deep in muff. All right.
Sure. Okay. We'll see that. All right. Well, we've got to do the we need Dan. Do you want us to hold off and do your debate when we get an actual leftist here, or do you just want to just go for it and we'll start pitting people against each other? You tell me, my man. If not, I'm just gonna we'll keep that credit alive, and I'll just I'm gonna just pick some people and have some conservative on conservative violence. I appreciate that, Dan. We'll just we're gonna keep that debate. I want to hear that debate, though. I really do. Hey, Kissy Cat, how are you? We're doing weird tonight. Is what we're doing. All right, so, all right. Before I get into this, I had this like idea that I might do a little bit of rebranding for the channel. Basically, it always seems like no one actually knows the name of the channel. They just know me. And so I've got to look into it. Do you guys have any thoughts on that? You guys are connoisseurs of fine YouTube, so help me out.
What? How to do your rebranding?
No, if I should, what do you think? What do you just the normal stuff.
It's a hard one.
Well, I mean,
I'm probably want to go ahead, Jeremy.
You've put a lot of money and resources into the way that I found you and the way that I've noticed other people found you, which is through your super chats on whatever.
Yeah.
And I had trouble finding you because you weren't Grid One Motorsports.
Right.
And I actually initially found you because I followed the rabbit trail of finding Andrew, and then Andrew rated you.
Ah. Yeah.
And so there was no connection between how you're marketed and what you are. And Grid One Motorsports is unrelated to your content. So you're in kind of a catch-22 where you either change the Grid One Motorsports moniker that you donate under, or you change your channel to Grid One Motorsports. And then do motorsports related stuff, which you kind of do in your intro sometimes, but I don't know. It's kind of weird.
If I was in your boat, I'd change yourself to the Unreasonable Man and just call it good.
That's a good observation, and that's kind of what the other thing is that an Unreasonable Man isn't particularly memorable, and it doesn't. You just wouldn't say that in conversation, right? It's just cumbersome, I think.
Kind of, but I think that it also carries this certain kind of like spaghetti Western hero feel to it. So like it holds an image, a mental image, in a way that Grid One Motorsports does not.
Yeah.
Or you could set up Grid One Motorsports as a channel and just do clips of this channel and funnel people to it.
True.
Yeah, that's fair. My mind always goes for like the shorter, like the more simplified option. I would change both of them just to Grid One. That way, when you're super chatting, people know it's you, and then looking for you.
I'm not worried about when I super chat. I don't really particularly care about that. But there may be something to that. I'm going to have to look into that. It's just something I've been working with a little bit over the last week or so, just because I think branding is pretty important. So, and you look at, like, I still want it to be like the whatever hosted by Grid One. Oh, Kissy Cat coming in. Here's some it's going to TTS. So let me get that.
Oxcaxo donated $100 super chat. Here's some debate monies. Anyone's choice. I'm not in charge tonight.
This is my show tonight. Thank you, Kissy Cat. I really appreciate that. So I would really want a leftist. Grace, where's Grace Thorpe? Grace, I know you're watching right now. You have to be watching. Just come out of the woodwork, hop on. We'll give you a good debate.
I ran out of fucking Sudoku.
Oh, damn it, man. I hate it when that happens.
Damn you. Sudoku Unlimited.
I don't really like that one. I like the ones that like they have like a randomly generated board, and that one had like 30 set boards, and I just went through all of them, and it's like, I'm not paying for that. That's amateur hour.
True. It's true. All right. Does anybody want to debate anybody else? Because I don't know all of you guys, so I don't know if you have like beef with each other, or somebody who I don't know who hates who, or who's the best buddies, or any of that.
I think Cleaner wanted to debate me. I love Cleaner.
Cleaner wanted to debate who?
Me.
Vibe.
Oh, Vibe?
Your mic got really quiet. Yeah, what were you talking about on Anson's channel? What was that? I don't remember what it was, but
All right, how's the mic right now?
that's better.
That is better. It's a little tinny. It's like your computer's picking up the sound rather than your microphone.
Cleaner, I can distill what he was talking about if it makes it help any. So Vibe was saying that gender is a social construction and that the shaming of gender normative, non-normative behavior is leading to increased rates of degeneracy and maladaptive behaviors like the Skittles exemplify.
So what the fuck was the prompt?
I have
'Cause
no
that was
idea.
like
I
a
was just distilling what he was
paragraph.
talking about.
Oh my God.
That was an amazing.
I think it has the right Vibe. I think it has the wrong mic selected.
Yeah, you have the wrong mic selected, Vibe.
All right, I'm changing.
So you where it says mute, there's a little arrow next to it. Click that and go up and select your right mic.
Yeah, I'm changing to the
Well, we went the wrong way on that one. Now we can't hear him at all.
He'll get it.
Yeah, it's easy.
Just got to cycle through them.
He went to the Grid 1 School of Video Production.
Well, obviously he failed out.
Nobody said he passed.
We still can't hear you, Vibe.
Now you've really messed it up. Noob. All dudes tonight too. Where's the chicks at? Did you guys beat up on the women last week, and that's why they're not here? Is that what happened, Anson?
I was
Did
doing
you go
my.
all, are we not men on them?
No, I was doing my average level of cooming and simping. Nothing out of the ordinary.
Oh, so you really pissed them off.
Well,
I mean, it depends. It depends what state you're in. Like some states don't call what I did beating.
Yeah.
I like
Okay.
Ticky Tack's going like, yeah, that's what happened.
How are we doing now on the mic?
Much better.
Yeah, now you get the
Sounds
right
like a
one.
microphone. Yeah. All right. Okay,
Yeah.
so Vibe and Cleaner want to smoke. All the rest of you guys got to go to the back. Remember, the judges are Ticky Tack. Well, wait, I was going to have Cleaner as a judge. But that's okay. You know what? I'll solve the judge problem one way or the other. Maybe I'll judge. I don't know. For this round, unless Cleaner gets kicked out. Or if he gets kicked out. Whatever. We'll figure it out. Anyway. Desperate times, folks. Desperate times.
It's going to be a heck of a debate if his mic's not working.
Hey, Vibe, say a bunch of stuff.
Hey,
Vibe's mic work.
I'm a good guy. You guys love me and check me out at YouTube. It's great.
Okay.
Right. And you're gonna have close combat with Cleaner. And do you guys have any topic that you would that you like, or do you any that you're good at?
I'm going to open it up to Cleaner because Cleaner actually posted in the chat. We'll debate Vibe.
I mean, if you want me to propose a prompt, I can, but I don't know if you really want me to do that.
Okay, so here's my prompt. Right, is that if you don't want to promote a prompt, is that sex and gender are both binary, 100%. And I actually do have a prescription to the end on how to solve the problem that we're currently in. Would you accept that prompt?
Yeah, sure. You want me to be on the refutation side?
Yes.
Okay, sure, yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Man, that was easy. That was really good. Okay. All right. So, Vibe, you are the affirmative. You will go first. Give me 1 second while I give you your minute on the clock to make your case. What was that?
Okay. So here we are in
Hold on.
this
Hold on.
debate.
I'm not. Give me 1 second. I gotta set the timer, and there was like a bunch of feedback right as you were doing that something. So, anyway, all right. You ready?
Yes.
Go.
All right. So here we are debating sex and gender. Does gender actually exist? That's actually going to be the comment here. And that's what Cleaner's going to go against is what are genders? I believe that sex is binary. There are some outliers, but that doesn't matter. But we can take that same argument to gender, and it's been through history that there have been flamboyant men, there have been tomboys. There's a social expectation. And as I go through this, although I only have a minute, I think I can actually change Cleaner's mind in saying that we are actually the culprits to this whole problem that we actually have. So with that, I'll actually give it back to Cleaner.
All right. So that we had 13 seconds left. That's good. And Cleaner, when you're ready.
Sure. So as I understand it, gender is a social construct. It's a construct that's on a scale, much like autism or any other mental disorder. It's not necessarily a binary. However, it is something that uses the binaries of male and female sexes to define different characteristics that a person has and scale them appropriately somewhere on the gender spectrum. I will need my opponent to specifically prove how gender is not a spectrum and is only a male or female if he wishes to win this defeat or debate.
Oh, that's great, because I actually already won. You actually made my point.
I got to get the 5 minutes on the clock, so stand by. Are you ready? You guys go now.
Yeah, no, I think you made my point for me, right? You basically said there is a spectrum. There are men that are Jason Momoa, and there are men that are RuPaul, right? That doesn't make them a female. And part of the problem that we have, there is a binary when it comes to gender.
Well, so I mean, if you're going to bring up Jason Momoa and RuPaul, this is really all I would say is, would you consider Jason Momoa more of a masculine figure than RuPaul?
Absolutely, and you
well,
would
then
too.
There you go.
We both do, right?
There you go. Like he has more masculine traits on the gender spectrum than RuPaul. So you're proving my point.
A male spectrum.
You're proving my point.
I think
no, I'm saying on the whole spectrum. So like on the spectrum, you're going to have male on one side, female on the other, right? And like Jason Momoa would be somewhere in like this area over here of men. Like he's pretty manly dude, right? And RuPaul would be like somewhere in this area ish, somewhere maybe depending on what day it is. So he's in the spectrum of gender, all right?
Yeah, but is RuPaul a female?
Oh, it doesn't matter. Gender identity and sexual identity are two different things. Like what you actually are, as far as male or female, is scientifically proven.
This particular debate.
Right. See, and this is the thing. This is the thing that's going to back you into a hole. Even though you picked your own prompt, it would have been the prompt I'd have gone with, because this would have been an undefeatable one for my side, right? Gender is a mental construct. It's not a construct based off of objectivity. And so you're going to have to prove to me how gender could be male or female specific only, and not something that is within the fluidic social construct. That's the only way you're going to be able to prove it. And you can't, because it's a mental construct.
Let's build on that. Let's build on exactly what you're talking about, right? So we already have come to the conclusion that sex is binary. We do know there's exceptions. Now we're talking about gender. Now we're talking about gender, and now we're talking about gender and a spectrum. And you've actually already conceded that there is a spectrum of men and women.
Well, I didn't concede it. That was my argument.
You did, 100%. There's a spectrum. Because you said
conceit.
Yes.
See, what you're doing is you're conflating your argument with mine. My argument is that gender is a spectrum that is between man and woman. Like there's on the two extreme sides of it, you have male and female, right? Man and woman.
100%.
Things that are associated with men, things that are associated with females. So in between that is this gender spectrum that they've come up with, this social construct based off of their mentality. And what you're not going to be able to do performatively is to prove to me that gender is only male or female.
So we are on the same page, but I need to change your mind here. So We know that there are men that are feminine, and we know that there are women that are masculine. That doesn't make a masculine female male. It doesn't make a male.
Well, okay, so would you call a more masculine female a tomboy?
Yes, and this has
Right,
existed
so that's in the
forever.
gender spectrum. Thank you for proving my point.
Yeah, this is my same point. But the point that I'm trying to get to is the prescription. And this is the part that I think everybody's failing on, is the prescription. I mean, you can look at the prescription of what actually is making men think they're women and women
1
think
minute
they're
left.
men. And the prescription actually is that society, based on these stereotypes of the spectrums, is that men are being told that they're light in the loafers, and
Yeah, I think
therefore
you mean description, though. I don't think you mean prescription. I think you mean description, because the prescription would be what we do to fix it, right? Going forward, the description is so. I think you meant description, actually.
No, I meant prescription. The prescription to
Well, the
fix it.
prescription would be how to fix it.
That's where I'm going with this. Is that
Okay.
we are failing
because like even if we have a prescription to fix it, you're still going to have to explain to me how gender is a binary, which was your prompt. And gender is not a binary. It is literally a mentally constructed thing that society has agreed upon in some form or
this is the stair step that I'm trying to bring you to, right? So gender is made up, but it's based on statistics. Men have.
Yeah, I never said it wasn't. I never said it wasn't. I was arguing a socially constructed, mentally understood thing versus the male and female binary of sex that is scientifically proven. It's not a versus. It's you're saying that both are binary, and I'm saying gender's not binary based off the social construction.
No, I mean gender is 100% binary, and it's based off of statistics. That's it.
I just wanted to give. I just wanted to allow Cleaner to finish his point. But yeah, it's time. That was a good one, guys. I appreciate you guys not talking over each other too much. It was that was good and spirited.
I like Cleaner.
I like Vibe. I have a lot of respect for the man.
Yeah. All right. So I'm going to start with Ticky Tack on the judging.
I would have to say it was actually pretty close. It really just comes down to a very simple nuance of Vibe is saying that it's a spectrum between man and woman, but it only sways on the two binaries of one way or the other. Where Cleaner was trying to take that spectrum and prove that there were more in betweens. And this is where I think Cleaner actually just got ahead just by a little bit by bringing up the tomboy example. And I think the tomboy was an example of could be a classification of a gender, breaking the binary.
So you give it to
Cleaner.
Okay. Glenn.
Yo. No, I'm kidding. I caught a lot of it. We called the opening and everything. I like Cleaner's argument, personally, overall. So yeah, I'm going with Cleaner.
All right, going with Cleaner. All right. Anson Knowles.
Yeah, I scored Cleaner at 11 points and Vibe at 7. And the tomboy contradiction is actually what I highlighted in my notes as well, Ticky Tack, because that was kind of the moment in which Cleaner basically showed that Vibe's entire argument wasn't holding up, and Vibe disappeared.
Oh, okay. I was gonna tell him that he, Cleaner did a very excellent job controlling that, and really Vibe was even though he was holding the positive, he was mostly responding to Cleaner's points, which you shouldn't do really if you're gonna take that affirmative stance. So hopefully he's still in the chat. Maybe somebody will bring him back as we welcome Rob Knorr to the show. How are you, sir? How are you?
Very good. It's great to hear you all. Hopefully you all can hear me.
Absolutely. Hear you great. Yeah, perfect. So the format of the show is it's a 1v1. Each of you get 1 minute to make your opening statement or give your position, whatever. And then you get a 5-minute back and forth dialogue. And then Vibe's back. There he is. Hey, he made it. All right. Vibe, it's interesting that you had the affirmative, but you weren't really attacking anything. Basically, Cleaner just made his point, and you didn't really attack his point. Matter of fact, you agreed with it in a lot of places.
Yeah, it's a hard argument because we actually kind of agree in that same point. But my point really was the prescription, not the like where we are at fault for having this happen. I have not formulated my argument really well yet on that, but I definitely think that
pointers now.
Part of that.
You have some pointers now.
Vibe, it's not so much about formulating your argument as controlling what words are being said during the debate, and knowing that if you're taking the affirmative position, you lay out an argument, and then when he's trying to question it and do a critique of your position, it's your job just to push back on him no matter what he says, regardless of what your argument is. You have to then poke holes in his critique of you. Like it's not even about like having a well thought out position yourself so much that is making him look like he's an idiot.
For me, Vibe, one of the critical moments was when you made a point and immediately Cleaner seized on that, told you were conflating the 2 points, and rather than saying no, I'm not conflating, here's why they're very different things. They're totally different, or they are different enough to not it's not conflating. You didn't seize that at all. He just ran right over you. You're a nice guy, so maybe that's part of it. I don't know, but that was rough, man. It was rough.
Check.
Yep. Yeah, we got you.
Little quiet, Patrick. Little quiet. Vibe, I would say personally, just one of the reasons I don't like to pick prompts is because I have a tendency to pick undefeatable prompts, or prompts that are very hard to defeat, right? And that's why I like to let other people pick them. So think about your prompt construction, because that prompt construction, if you're taking the affirmative on that one, is very hard to have a really constructive argument. You can bring a lot of data, but in a speed debate, it's going to be a harder one. Maybe in a long form debate, you'll be able to show like psychological profiling and things like that would say that it all links to one end of the spectrum or the other, stuff like that. But like the prompt construction in speed debates and in long form debates is different, and it's very, very important you pay attention to your prompt construction. That's pretty much all I would say about it. I hope I gave you some good pushback so you have better arguments for the next time you argue this with someone.
No, I absolutely love it. I mean, this is great, right? I mean, I'm new on the platforms, and
this is awesome.
I take everything
love how
with
you are nice to each other instead of trashing.
The more brutal you are, the better I am.
May I ask what the prompt was?
Yes. Vibe, give him the prompt. Vibe made the prompt, so he died by the prompt.
I died.
Before you do that, though, let me read this.
The prompt was, Rob, is whether or not you're bald.
No.
It was.
Before you do that, 1999 comes in from neighbor Dan. This is awesome. I love you. I love how you are nice to each other instead of trashing. No, we trash each other during the debate, but after the debate, the culture has become that we will give feedback about why we feel like the guy lost or what he could have done better in the debate. This is a training and testing atmosphere so that you can get better at this sort of thing and think on your feet. It's not. I mean, it's awesome. It's supposed to be fun too, but we can be both fun and educational, unlike the public school system. Again, I'm sorry to interrupt.
This is why I came back. Right, I came back here because I love the criticism. Like, you can't get better without criticism. So if you come here and you get trashed and you don't come back, then you don't want to grow. Right?
What was the prompt again, Bob?
What was your prompt?
Oh, the prompt was binary. Is sex and gender binary?
And you said yes. You were the affirmative?
Right.
Yeah, I was the affirmative, yes. I think that both sex and gender are affirmative, and I also think that part of the reason that everybody is freaking flipping sexes is because society is promoting that.
You're right.
Yeah.
I think there are actually other reasons why this concept is taking root in certain people, but I think I'll save that for another debate because that's a good weapon.
So we have Duck. If you are debating, you need to get up here because we have a paid-for debate of veganism. I'll have to get neighbor Dan to give me that quote again, but it's vegan versus non-vegan. You're the only vegan that we have in attendance tonight, and so you need to come to the front and defend your lifestyle, sir. Or not. Sure, you'll do that. All right, great. I think I've got the link right here. Let me see if I do. And there we go.
Am I getting blood again?
You might get blood again.
May I have a
I like Duck. It'll be a good debate.
Yeah,
he's a really good faith leftist.
Vibe, you got to go to the chat unless somebody revives you.
Check.
So I don't want to kick you out, but I will if I have to. Who dropped off? Somebody dropped off.
It's Ashton.
Oh, okay. All right. Duck, why does it take so long?
He's on his phone. He's booting his computer up.
Oh, I got you.
Vibe, you're muted.
All right.
Check.
Well, while we're muted here and everybody's in a standoff here, hey Rob, how you doing?
Good, bud. Great to hear from you. If that takes too long, I'll debate veganism. I can defend the positives.
Yeah, we can do that, right?
All right. No, we got him. We have the Duck Man.
All right, there we go.
All right, so who wants the vegan or the non-vegan side of the veganism debate? Was okay. Lower class wants that one, and I'm not going to fight you on that. Everybody else, as normal, you will go.
Good luck, gentlemen.
Yeah, you got to go to the back.
Can I say something, Grid? I have an announcement also because I noticed Rob was simulcasting this. Rob owes me a very kind, beautiful duck emoji because I raised him $150. And Rob Nor viewers, you are powerless. You are powerless while Rob is on this panel. You're gonna watch 5 minutes of duck debating, and I'll say
and losing his fucking ass.
Maybe. Duck occasionally holds it together enough to win one, but we'll see. All right, you guys have to go to the back now. I'm not being mean about this. Yeah, absolutely.
Do we all get to judge it? Is that sort of the idea?
No, so we have 3 judges. We have Anson Knowles, chairman of the board, Ticky Tack, and Glenn Lawrence. Although, Glenn, if you want to debate tonight, Cleaner will be glad to judge. He just couldn't judge that last round, obviously, because he was in it. Glenn.
Cool. I'm here.
Do you want to judge or do you want to debate?
I don't know. I'll figure it out.
What? That doesn't help me.
Fuck it, I'll debate. Why not? Let's have fun.
All right, so Cleaner is our 3rd judge.
I'm good.
All right.
Right on.
All right. And then everybody else goes to the back where they get to watch. Vibe, you're supposed to leave the stream when you lose, sir. See you, Rob. See you, Glenn. And Ticky Tack. And Cleaner. But not lower class. Lower class gets to stay. Abe, we'll see you. Chairman, we'll see you. This is going to be fun. It's going to be fun. All right.
How you doing?
Good, man. How you doing?
Hanging in there. Good to see you.
Swear to God, that guy looks like he's from Alabama or North Georgia.
Shit. You got it. I'm from Bama, man. Yes, sir.
Roll Tide. Alabama, that's Roll Tide, isn't it?
Roll Tide, yes, sir. That's right.
Roll Tide.
All right. So you guys understand the prompt?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So, neighbor Dan, could you give us the prompt one more time so we're sure of what it is?
Hey, pin that mofo on the screen grid if you don't mind, just so I can keep referencing the question.
Yeah, however you want. Mr. Boulay comes in with the $5 American. Roll Tide. That's so great. You can just tell. I don't know what it is. You can just tell. Alabama or North Georgia. It's just it's a specific haircut and the way their mouth thing and all the beard and all of it. It's all the thing. So, neighbor Dan, I need that exact prompt. I don't want to have to scroll. It's like an hour back. So, vegan versus non-vegan by whatever morals you want to choose. Right? Yes, it was a morality argument. Thank you very much, neighbor Dan. There it is, right there.
Oh, good one. Great drop, neighbor Dan. That's a huge W. That's going to be a fun one.
All right. So, you guys understand, and obviously, Duck, you're taking the affirmative that veganism is good, and my man lower class is he's going to be playing defense, saying that it's immoral or bad, right?
Well, wait. Am I saying that veganism is immoral, or is he saying that?
Yeah, non-vegan versus a vegan. Whatever morals you choose. Vegan versus not vegan by whatever morals you want to choose. Whether it's good for you, it's you don't want to kill animals, whatever. All right.
Okay.
So since Duck's the affirmative, he goes first. You get 1 minute, Duck. Let's make it happen, Captain, and go.
All right. Fundamentally, our biologies are about one simple thing. It's this process of building and breaking. And so when we look at the plant kingdom, plants have all of the essential proteins, large molecules, and essential amino acids that a human being needs to be healthy, vital, and strong. And so on the surface, you might say, well, this doesn't sound like a moral argument. This sounds like only what you want, Duck. But this carries over. Duck's a really nice guy. And so in my world, when I see that what we've built and broken down is a factory farming system that's cruel to animals and prevents people from thinking critically and rationally about how they interact with the world, this means the only correct option is to eat a plant-based diet, and even to go further. If you can build and break things down further, you should go do that. And so vegan morality is superior, and I'm so interested to hear what lower class has to say on the opposite end of what I just said, wherever that might be.
Time. And lower class?
Yeah, so I would say, when it comes down to a morality argument, I wouldn't go to the polar ice caps and scream at polar bears that are eating penguins because they're tearing them apart limb by limb while they're still alive screaming. That's just part of the cycle of life. And if we want to break it down to our method of doing so, that just comes down to a scaling issue. So I would say there's nothing morally wrong with it when it's the status quo that has existed throughout life on Earth.
All right, cool.
That was a 30-second opening. That's pretty slick. That's ballsy. It's a bold move, Cotton. It's a bold move. All right, you got 5 minutes on the clock. Please don't talk over each other too much. I will intervene. Otherwise, unless you're doing something really bad and getting close to TOS, I won't stop you. And
I don't want to be going back and forth this entire time. I'd love to understand your perspective, but let's get one thing out of the way first. You said that it's like polar bears eating penguins, when in fact I don't know a single person. I don't know if I've ever met or could meet a single person who would think it's okay for a human to tear another human apart limb by limb, or even to do that to an animal. In fact, there's standards and laws regulating that, because we think that even though eating meat is moral as a social platform, we don't think it's the manner is consistent. So can you clarify what your opening statement was supposed to mean to someone like me, or to the audience? Even?
Yeah, so anybody who's seen a video of out in the wild where, whether it's a wolf catching its prey or a lion catching its prey, it's never a quick and painless death. It's a very gruesome, screaming, cruel, what some might say, kind of death in order to achieve a meal. And, whether we live through that vicariously or not, I would say the biggest thing is those things need to happen in order to get your next meal. And some people go out and they get it themselves. Other people rely on this construct that we have called society to do it for them.
Okay. So if I'm a moral agent, then I'm a moral agent, and I can say, well, look, who knows? Maybe there is some. I don't understand why, because in my opening statement I said we can get nutrition from plants, and it's perfectly vital. It's all the good stuff. But I don't understand why, if I'm a moral agent and I can take another living creature's hardship to some extent, and it's intuitive that it appears better that I'm not eating other mammals, right? Going out and hunting, one small subset of how nutrition works in the wild. And I get heat from this. I get vital heat. I build break, all this other stuff. To me, it seems like I am choosing a better sort of brick or like castle to come out of. I'm homesteading in a sense, because I'm within my kingdom. I'm living ethically.
Yeah, I mean, I see where you're coming from with that. But what I would say is, throughout human history, we've always done these things. We've always had to hunt. We've always had to cause harm to something else in order to eat a meal. We don't necessarily do it as some cultures have, where they thank the dead thing in order before they eat it. But in the same note, those things have always been part of the status quo. And as we move forward in society,
that's not morality to be the status quo. And I'm going to take this opportunity to also interject that as a plant has a dying branch, what happens? It naturally culls, right? And so if we're talking about hunting and causing pain to create a meal, if this is a necessity, this is great. But that's an entire Pandora's box. And all you've said is that, well, me dinkus want to eat meat. Me dinkus going to eat meat. And I didn't even in my opening statement attack you for that. All I was saying was that there's another I did. And there's another ethical way to sort of present the argument. Which is that there are these patterns that appear to have moral grounding to them. If we're talking about vegan ethics,
that's only if you apply them to those, though, Duck. They only exist if you apply them to those. See, that's the thing. Would you go out into the wild and attack a monkey for eating something else? You wouldn't, right? Because that's nature, and that's how living things have done things since life has grown on Earth. So if you want to take morality and attach it to something completely natural that has always existed throughout life on Earth for every living being, you can do that, but just understand that that is not a blanket statement, and that doesn't necessarily apply to everybody. So yes, maybe to you, I can concede to you that might be a moral thing, but for literally almost the entire world, it does not apply. So I can say the status quo will tell you eating meat and the methods of getting those, they may seem cruel and they may be cruel, but there's no morality attached to it when the only way to get meat is some form of vicious nature.
So let me put it this way. If I can be very charitable to your point, because status quo is no morality, but I could say that the status quo is that there's some like game theoretic evolutionary mindset that we use to determine diet, and that's the only moral standard. This still doesn't respond to my claim that there are patterns in nature, and there is a world where you could look at a monkey that's tearing another monkey apart and saying, well, look, this wasn't really a social or survival sort of decision for you to do that. And here's an example. And furthermore, a monkey making a sort of social game theoretic choice doesn't look like me going down and picking up a hamburger from that Tyson packed up in Indiana. That doesn't look anything like.
That's time, Duck. That's time. Well, that was interesting. Got to be honest. I got to have Anson first on this one.
Yeah. So the fallacy that you use lower class, and you got a point for it both times you did it, which is the argumentatum ad antiquantum, which I probably butchered that because I only took Latin for 2 years, so I suck at it. So you were appealing to the way things have always been. We always ate meat, and when you do that in a debate and your opponent don't call you on it, you get points for that because Duck, you should have said, "Hey man, just because we always done something, don't mean that's the way it's always going to happen." You tried to do it, didn't really come out right. You should have said, "Hey dude, you're using fallacious logic. What the heck are you trying to do here?" But anyway, yeah. And Duck, the monkey tearing monkey thing up, man, and the imagery that you painted in your argument really pulled on emotions, which I expect from a leftist. You've gotten better at that. You used to just do esoteric bullshit, and your ability to paint pictures that people can emotionally relate to has improved a little bit, and I appreciate that. I scored Duck at 9 and lower class at 5, and so Duck, you won that one from my perspective.
Okay. Ticky tack.
Yeah, so I gotta say it was a really solid back and forth. I think Duck was able to demonstrate at least his argument of the moral standard on why veganism is better. And I actually do like that he brought up the counter to lower class in that just because we're finding in nature and it's always how we've been, that means why it's moral. But then lower class towards the end actually brought up the idea of, okay, well, this is subjective morality. So how can you actually define like what is moral, even based off the cruelty level that we impose on animals? It really is just like Duck against the entire world and what they've decided the moral standard is. And I think just with that counter alone, swayed it over to lower class. So lower class is getting the point for me.
Cleaner. He's there.
Yeah, I thought it was really close. The thing, see, like what Tiki Tack was saying, where Duck had presented that society had accepted it as a moral. The thing that I didn't hear lower class do was turn that attack back on him and say, well, if you have agreed already that society says it is a moral thing, then that part of this debate is over and we can move on to the next point, right? Like calling him on his conceit, so to speak, because this was an argument of morals and whether or not it's moral. And if you're saying a thing is or is not moral in a debate and your opponent literally conceits and you call him on it, you win. But he did not do that. And so I actually had him only 1 point lower than Duck. That would have given him 2 points in my opinion because it would have refuted and reattacked. And so I got Duck on this one. I do.
Let's go. Lower class, good. GG. Good. Yeah, good debate, man. That was a fun one for sure.
Yeah, it was, dude.
Yeah, I have a comment for lower class. So this argument kind of reminds me of a really old video. It's probably like 8 years old. But it was when a vegan essentially was trying to protest against a hunter about him eating meat. And basically the vegan came in as saying, well, it's immoral because you're causing all these animals pain and things like that. And the hunter came in and is like, well, that is actually why I hunt instead of go through and process foods, because I know I could go out into a natural environment, find a deer that has lived their entire life in a natural environment, go for the older one that's probably already close to death already, and be able to take him out with a quick unaliving. So it's a painless unaliving. And that is the ethical moral stance that he holds. So you can actually turn that around on veganism with that argument, is just the hunter scenario where they're ethically unaliving their food.
That's exactly where I would have gone with it, especially when you start talking about monkeys tearing each other apart. You know, it's much more humane to just pop one in the head, right?
I went a little too heavy on the emotional appeal on that.
Well, if I can,
please.
So I might look at things a little differently because I did policy debate in college, so maybe I look at things a little differently. The first thing, that the format and the topic of the debate make it difficult, right? And you always have to think like exactly what is my audience, what is the style of debate I'm getting into. In this style of debate, I could see that what I'm about to say is magnified 100-fold. You have to have an offensive position for someone to prefer your side. Lower class, the reason I probably would have narrowly went for Duck in this debate wasn't necessarily that the arguments you guys were focusing on that you were losing them. It's that you don't give me an offensive reason to prefer being against veganism. Let me give you some quick ones I could come up with, right? Being vegan is expensive, which means poor people would be inaccessible to get food that would be necessary for their nutrition. Therefore, a vegan lifestyle would be prohibitive to poor people. It's an elitist mindset that means poor people would get even sicker, right? But that is an offensive reason when it comes to preferring the morality of your position. Duck, you sort of fall into the same trap. Your opening statement, the first thing I said to my audience was, where's the offense? You only have 1 minute. And you start off defensively, right? You're just like, well, veganism can be nutritious. But that's not an offensive argument about morality. You have 1 minute to make that opening statement. It needs to be like, we have progressed beyond the animal kingdom. Yes, animals may go out and have sex for procreation for whatever animal they want without consent. We don't do that. And we also should be beyond killing living beings that have sort of, consciousness. We should be beyond that. And that's why you should prefer my position. So I think what this debate was you guys were making very good points on your back and forth. But at the end of the day, if I'm trying to prefer, if I'm like some alien and I'm like, which one of these sides has the preferred morality? There's very little offensive reasons. It's almost both of you are making defensive reasons.
So Rob, I got to ask you something. So let's just say in my debate style, and I'll leave this as an open question, but I invoked patterns, and it came up at least twice in that debate. It came up at least twice in the physical things we can see and touch, both with polar bears, monkeys, and trees, as well as with this idea that, like sort of that you can't, without this building and breaking and going out to find something, coming out of something, you don't have an objective standard of morality. And so, the reason I didn't want to be as offensive as I am, what's so hard for me is that, I was seeing lower class and thinking of the audience enjoying a hamburger, and just for me, dude, I was just thinking about my miserable lifestyle. I was thinking about my last moment of pleasure, and I couldn't do it, dude.
Well, I don't know what any of that meant, if I'm completely honest with you. Just say this, there's this claim, I think this is maybe getting to what you're talking about, this claim of emotional appeals. There's nothing wrong with an emotional appeal. You should use ethos, pathos, and logos, right? All of those should be part of your argument, absolutely. Emotional appeals are completely valid, particularly in a format where you have basically 6 minutes to make your point. Actually, half of that time, because you're roughly going to split the time in half. You should be clawing for emotional appeals and logical appeals the entire time, right? And Duck, what you're talking about here with this sort of pattern recognition, this sounds like an esoteric argument that maybe you could flush out in a 40-minute debate. We're talking 5 minutes, right? You need to be like, if I'm you, I'm painting this picture as grotesquely as possible, right? Have you ever have you killed your own livestock? Have you done it? Have you ever seen a pig being executed? They're smart. They're literally devastated as you kill one of their friends and they're sitting there Why can we not climb beyond that? Why are we not better? We are made in the eyes of God. Why should we not?
Rob, because it's not my place. It's not my place to pull that plug on someone else. I don't belong there. I'm not supposed to be giving someone this full body nasty fake Disneyland experience. That's disgusting. That's absolutely vile, right?
It's not,
it doesn't make sense.
Are you vegan?
I'm vegan, and I'm also hungry right now. I went out and I did my workout, and I haven't eaten. I'm on 20 hours right now.
But Duck, why are you vegan? Why have you made the choice to be vegan?
Well, because I felt the pleasure of eating. I could have a cookie, and that was the joy of eating, and it was more ethical. I want to be more moral to plants and stuff too, but I don't know how to do that, and so veganism is my best choice. That's where I'm coming out of.
When you say, but just real quick, I don't want to dominate the time. I'm not trying to do. But when you say it's more ethical, you're implying something without saying it. Why is it more ethical?
Well, in the
killing
debate,
animals is wrong, right? That's what you're trying to say, right? Because they have a conscience, they have a higher level of intelligence than plants.
Yeah, but you ordering me to believe that isn't the same as, and in case any of my fellow vegans are up here, you ordering me, the vegan, to tell people that isn't the same thing as me having my own sense of ethics and why that connects to objective morality. We're
but I'm not
totally
ordering
different
you to believe
spectrums
that.
here,
I'm
dude.
assuming that the implication when you say, for example, a person could say this: I am vegan
Yeah.
because I think it's healthier. That I think that literally the vegan lifestyle is a healthier lifestyle. It has nothing to do with morality. I
That
just
makes
think
sense.
that it has to do with health. The prompt of this debate is talking about the morality of a vegan lifestyle. So if you're going to affirm that, you need to have a reason that says this is why it's preferred in a moral sense. Presumably the easiest argument, I'm sure there are other arguments that you can come up with, but the easiest argument is it's immoral to kill animals. If there are other, and then your defensive argument's what you lead with, that you could get vital nutrition from a plant-based diet, right? But that's defensive. You need to make that case. I'm not ordering you to believe shit. You might say, I'm vegan because I'm lazy and I just eat fucking carrots that are in my yard.
But Rob, what if, okay, so Rob, I'm learning from you. What if I wanted to use that same paradigm, but I'm saying if you see a plate of a fruitarian orange, or you see a hamburger, a menu, and you know that you ordering that hamburger is the thing that kills that cow, why couldn't I try and order someone within that paradigm instead?
So order the fruit because you didn't want the cow to be killed?
No, but I have to put if I have to put a commanding line down about like what's right and what's immoral to do. Why would I choose this grandiose thing?
Take a minute to get your
one choice, and you concede on this one choice.
Yeah, take a minute to get your thoughts together while I read this super chat, and I think there's one more.
That was my thought.
$9.99 comes in from neighbor Dan. So I personally thought it should be an easy win for Duck, but think it was kind of a tie. Wasn't convinced either way. Great job, guys. And then he sent another super chat a minute later when you went into your esoterical thing, saying for $1.99 from neighbor Dan, Duck loses after that. Okay, all right. Wait, Duck, maybe you ought to go grab a snack really quick while we do this next debate, and get your brain clearer. Personally, I actually had it for lower class. I thought that the calling out of him saying that you wouldn't go out and stop someone from killing and eating their food, it made everything that you said, Duck, irrelevant. If you'd made the arguments that Rob gave you, made some of the arguments that Tiki Tack and Anson Knowles kind of clarified, it probably would have been okay. But honestly, the only thing I could picture the entire time was you're saying that it is immoral. You never even said that it was immoral to kill animals. You just said it was more moral to eat plants.
That was the debate prompt, Grid. The entire debate prompt was
it was
more
any
ethical,
morals you
what's
choose.
more ethical. The entire debate prompt was what is more ethical. It was carnivore morality versus vegan morality. So I stood up for vegan morality. I said I was going to do that before the debate started. Dude.
That's true. You did say that. But anyway, I would have. I think lower. That was my opinion. I think you did actually really well. You made fairly cogent points. You were salient. You actually kind of pushed on lower class. Lower class, his being on video the whole time just kills the cell phone battery, so he had to duck out, and he lost. So sorry about that, lower class. Hang around, somebody might buy you back in, or you might. It's just a cool place to be anyway. Rob, that was excellent input. Really appreciate that. But now we need to move on to the next debate. Got to keep things flowing here.
Can I say one thing? I would love to
absolutely.
send Rob home to his audience. So if anyone at any point in this evening wants to buy
Well,
me
you
and
better
Rob a
go eat
debate,
steak.
his delusional audience who doesn't think Rob can lose, there's no
You
safety, no quarter,
better go eat a
buddy.
steak, young man. Take a lot.
Oh, come on, let's do it. Let's get Rob and Duck in on one. Come on.
Well, didn't Kissy Cat pay for one?
Well, she paid for several, so I was about to pick the next pair. And
Can I, real quick, can I give Duck my one piece of constructive criticism?
Absolutely.
Just something I saw when you were making the argument about polar bears slaying penguins, right? And then you used humans versus humans. You conflated two different topics. Try to stay away from that because viewership is pretty perceptive, and when you do something like that, they'll see it. So, just try to be aware of that.
That's a wise man. That's a sage feedback. Thank you, Rob, as well.
Neighbor Dan has bought
Neighbor
the
Dan
battle.
donated $49.99.
I didn't mean to bogart. I didn't mean to bogart the debate space, but I guess me and Rob.
No, you're in, man. You're in. That is what is up. So, Abe, I know you wanted in on the next one, but you've got to go to the back. EOD, you have to go to the back. All back of the bus. Not you, Duck. You get to stay. Patrick goes, and finally, Glenn Lawrence, Ticky Tack. What? And Cleaner. And
how you doing, Rob? So I just want to say before this debate starts, Rob is, I think, 2 days back from vacation.
Mm-hmm.
So judges, just keep in mind that Rob hasn't faced like a man as strong and brutal as me, whose chest bounces out.
Viro.
At least 40 centimeters. So this should be a fun one. It'll be interesting.
All right, let's get it on. What subject would you gentlemen like to debate?
Duck can pick whatever he wants. It's fine by me.
Grid, what about bass boats?
What about them?
I don't know.
Bass boats. That's the topic.
Yeah.
I don't know. Let me give you some. Let me give you some.
Just give the first super chat from the audience, whatever the hell they want to hear. I'll take any side of any debate.
Give me 1 second.
We can do that. Yeah, we can do that. Somebody super chat a debate topic while Duck gets some. Duck, do you need to eat a little bit? I'm.
Oh, he's getting the headset out. Oh shit.
Yeah,
we got headset versus headset.
There we go. Nice.
I just needed the lighting.
Someone in the audience suggests a topic. Duck will choose if he's affirmative or negative. I'll take the other side of it. It's fine by me.
Somebody cough it up. Or I'm just gonna. I have
pick something good. Yeah.
I have many. Well, I got to give him a chance. You can't go that fast.
I got a new voice too for folks who are doing YouTube. On my shorts, fans have been loving me when I go Yahoo!
Cleaner, I like that one, but all right, here we go.
Yahoo!
Glenn Lawrence is paid for it. $4.99. That's the cheapest topic anybody's ever got. Feminism has made men weak.
All right, Duck, you want affirmative or negative on that?
You know that I want to defend feminism. That's good
what
for
you want
me.
to do?
It's good for me.
Okay, so I'll take the affirmative.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Since Rob is the affirmative, he gets to go first. 1 minute will be on the clock. And let's get that opening statement going. Tell me when you're ready, Rob.
Okay, I'm ready whenever. Ready?
Go.
All right. Feminism in all of its form has made men weak because it's also made women weak. In fact, it's made humans weak in general. The preferred order of things is for there to be predefined gender roles as it's been since the beginning of time. Feminism is set to upset that apple cart. And what has happened is it's made men act more like women as women are being preferred societally in many of the aspects that feminism's encourage. If you act more like a woman at work, it makes you more powerful in that space, which actually makes masculinity decline. We've also seen the decline of these traditional gender roles because feminism has discouraged them. And so now we have an incentive for men to not be the masculine characters that they were always deigned to be. Instead, to be people that are relying on socialization, not confrontation, and things like that in competition that used to make us strong. If we would get rid of feminism, we could get back to a world where men will become not only physically strong, but mentally strong as they used to be, instead of this psychiatric babble that we see where men are discussing their feelings like they are women with penises all the time. So it definitely has made men weak.
All right. You ready, Duck?
Yep.
All right. Go.
So it's so simple. The manliest thing you can do is be a feminist. Feminism is only asked for two things: inclusion and measuring outcomes with transparency. How simple is that? If you are a strong man and you want to be a leader, you want to be the patriarch of the family, feminism hasn't gotten into your household and said all of that needs to change. It just says that a woman gets to make those decisions outside of the household, and when she steps into a society, she gets to bring that back in, and a strong man can make sense of that. Yeah, and at the end of the day, if you're a strong man and you can't explain someone else's perspective, if you can't experience that and understand it, even if it's wrong, right? Even if people are going really far left saying we should have a matriarchy or whatever it is, if I can't get into that idea and understand it and say why it's wrong, I'm not a man at all. And so, yeah, you know, I've called myself a queer heteronormative man before. I'm proud of that label.
That's time, sir. All right. And when you guys are ready?
I'm ready if you are.
Go.
Good, Doc. Doc, are men stronger now than they were, say, circa 1800 on average?
Yeah. Yes, absolutely.
How are you defining strong?
This is what the father learned from the son, that you use one rifle to make 10 to make 100. We have the largest rifles in the world, Rob. That's called a nuclear bomb. Did I wake up in Looney Tune land? Am I the only crazy person here?
Your argument is because technology is increased in the form of our weapon technology, that has made men stronger. So the way you define strength when it comes to individuals is we have a nuclear weapon?
Absolutely. We didn't have something like game theory, which was helping male leaders and leaders in general understand the world around them. If you're not strong because you don't understand the world, then you're not strong. You're subject to what Machiavelli called fortune. He said that Machiavelli told us that people are in control of their fate up until a certain point.
We only have 5 minutes, so I can only leave this. This sounds like some commie gobbledygook to me. I think you're using terms and names that you don't know what you're talking about. The way I would define strength is strength of character, the strength to do the right thing. To me, the strongest thing that a man could do is to provide for their family. Are men more or less likely to be providing for their family exclusively now than they were in 1800?
Rob, because if you're going to give me this question, I'm not going to answer it because this is your subjective ethics. I laid out a very clear, easy to follow argument that that a strong man supports feminism, and I even referenced things like universal understanding.
But your argument's circular, and then you contradict it by saying that you define strength based on technology creating weapons. So if those two arguments can't be true simultaneously. If one being a
Rob,
strong
I can't
man
control
means being
you.
a feminist,
Rob,
if being a strong man means being a feminist, and being a strong man also means nuclear weapons existing, are you saying feminism's responsible for the creation of nuclear weapons?
I can't help that you took my answer as a non sequitur, when it's in fact very clear that my answer is explaining and then describing how it is that men are stronger, because of feminism. So it's absurd to me. So it's absurd to me when we see women leading countries all over the world. Someone like Aung San Suu Kyi, who is now a political prisoner in Burma, because she led her country out of a civil war into a democracy. That you can even think that men are weaker.
This has nothing to do with
because of feminism.
This has nothing to do with the strength or weakness of men, what you're talking about. Again, I think that the audience should prefer my definition of strength of men have moral character and providing for a family. That is what makes a strong man against all obstacles. And I think it is clear that feminism has weakened that, because it is said that men don't have those predefined gender roles anymore, which means that men are more likely to act as women, which means they're not as likely to be providers for children. This is why we see so many men that are no longer involved in marriages exclusively with women or in providing for their children. Will you at least acknowledge that men are less likely today than previously in the past to take care of their children?
You know, as a father, I think there's other fathers in the audience, I wouldn't even pretend to tell people their psychology around their children. This is, again, that faculty of understanding. And so I think I would be better equipped, being a feminist and being a strong man and a good father, to go out and actually understand why it's the case is that there's children being left in the gaps, whether that is an individual's problem, if it's a social explanation and it's a society problem. I'd be the one that is solving that. And so this seems like you think you're talking down to me, but you're talking up to me this entire time. This is an absurdity.
Doc,
I hate saying that too, and you know me.
oftentimes this is the case with you. I think that you're just saying things without really saying anything. So let me ask you this. Would you say that part of defining what feminism is today is saying that biological men could be women?
That's another non sequitur, and I support trans rights. I've been friends with trans people on Discord. I am friends with trans people on
It's
Discord.
not a non sequitur. I'm not asking if that's
in my
exclusively
day-to-day
what
life,
feminism
I would
is.
do the same exact thing.
But listen, Duck, I'm not asking if that's exclusively what feminism is because we only have 5 minutes. I'm asking if that's part of it. That's it. Yes or no will suffice.
Feminism and trans
the answer
rights
is yes.
don't.
Then the question becomes: has that made men stronger? That they could be biological, that they could be women now, thanks to feminism? Has that made men stronger?
If you wanna come over to my side of the fence, then absolutely. That if you have to question your identity, if it's an inquisition about identity, then
it has made men weaker.
Being a man and deciding who you are.
It is psychologically damaging all people, including men.
That's mental illness. That's not.
Okay, gentlemen, that was the 5 minutes. That was very interesting. I'm not going to say anything until after the judges go, but it was interesting. Go ahead. I'm going to start with Cleaner on this one.
That was pretty unique. Rob,
psychobabble.
Rob, I'm gonna have to give it to. He hit it on all 3 metrics. I mean, he even chose to call his opponent out the second time he made non sequitur claim and say no, it's not. But he also appealed to the audience in the general understanding of what a man is, what we would consider a good, value, virtuous man, right? I mean, he hit on every metric and refuted everything that Duck hit him with and came back with 2 to 3 more points to top it off. So, yeah, I got to give this one to Rob.
Tiki-tack.
Yeah, so I think that Rob clearly defined what makes a strong man, which is moral character and a provider of the family under all obstacles. I absolutely love that definition. And I think Duck actually struggled to really pinpoint on what the definition is under his case of what makes a man strong. And I like how Rob brought up the point that it's okay, so feminism is making men stronger, but then Duck did mention to say somehow weapons made men stronger, and Rob kind of twisted Duck's tongue around a little bit on that to be okay, well, which one is it? And then also a bit of an appeal to the audience, the transgender argument. No, it's a classic, so I'm handing it to Rob.
Sorry, I know this is really bad form, but can I just ask, because I thought I did lay out a case.
If you know it's bad form, don't fucking do it.
Yeah, shut up. In the beginning, I thought I laid out a case about why adopting feminism.
Oh, Doug, shut up. You lost your fucking ass as usual. You have no idea what the fuck you're talking about.
Okay, guys. Let's get through the judging. Tiki-tack. Were you done? I'm sorry. You got kind of interrupted there.
You're muted, Tiki-tack.
Okay, now it's working. Okay, so Rob won that.
There's a TTS, so it's going to read it. Give me one second.
Dan donated $49.99. Super chat. Grid versus someone on the topic: are men or women at fault for degenerate culture now? One on women's fault and other on men's.
Neighbor Dan, I hate to tell you this, but you have to pay a lot more to get the host and moderator to debate. I know that sounds like horrible bad form. However, that is the truth. I do appreciate it, and we'll forward that to somebody else. Unfortunately, as a moderator, I generally do not debate. But there is...
I will take that debate.
Yeah, I know you will. Anson, I believe Anson Knowles actually... assigned a value to getting the host to debate, but I don't remember what that value was.
$200.
Was it 200? Okay, yeah, there you go. So Tiki Tack, are you got volume again?
Oh, so my ruling is to Rob.
Okay, And not that we really need it, but Glenn Lawrence.
Oh, wait, no, I didn't judge.
Oh, you didn't judge. Oh, never mind. Glenn is not a judge. Anson's the judge.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, that's all right. It was actually closer than what the other two judges thought because I think the other two judges are more conservative than I am. But Duck, you did a really good job of doing things like audience alignment, where you would reach out and appeal to like the fathers in the audience and things like that the conservatives would consider kind of a waste of time. But in terms of a leftist audience, they would appreciate that sort of stuff. And
Dan donated $99.
The children in the gaps thing, that was a really good metaphor that like reached out to people's emotions. And you had really good authority anchors where you were talking about game theory, and you had an example of some leader in Burma that was a female when you all were talking about the power dynamics, and those were all really good. But the problem, Duck, is that Rob Noor is really good at controlling the argument, and in order to beat someone like him, you have to be significantly more assertive. I scored you at 12 points, Duck, and I had Rob at 15.
Thank you. I appreciate your time, guys. Rob, it was a pleasure as always. I shouldn't have come at the King. If I'm going to come at Rob Noor,
thank you guys all.
I got to do it different next time, guys.
Duck, one of the things, man, you got to be careful with your fallacies when you're rolling against somebody like Rob, man. You threw out red herrings.
There were not fallacies. There were not fallacies in my argument.
Well, then look. Here's the thing. I was going to call you out for going so far off topic and bring you back. Rob brought you back. When your opponent has to bring you back to the actual topic at hand, either you're throwing out red herrings or you've lost focus and have lost the debate. One of the two.
But Grid, and I'll be respectful, but I'm leaving, so I can say anything.
Yeah, say whatever. I can take it.
The actual debate was not how to throw out 60 jumbled lines of old notes. It was to have a debate and to face me head on. And so I laid out a clear argument. I thought that was a winning approach. I could have been wrong about what that is.
Machiavellian horseshit, dude. What are you talking about? You did not come at the debate head on. You came at it completely sideways and circuitously. That was my whole problem with it, dude. You were completely off topic 90% of the time. It's terrible.
Duck, I'll just throw a comment in there.
Super chats for EOD to buy new friends.
Yeah, Duck, so just going through my notes, there's a lot of things that you described of what a strongman is not. And it was rare for you to describe what a strongman is. So I got a lot of points in here of like, what is to not be a strongman, essentially, but no clear definition of what we should be striving to.
I respect that a lot. Thank you, Tiki Tech. Yeah.
All right. Well, anybody else have any comments for Duck? Feedback? Things they want to say?
I think you were really close to beating him, Duck. You just needed to push him from talking a few more times and talk over him a little bit. You kind of let him rule that.
Anson is now trolling you.
No, I'm not.
So Anson,
I have no idea what the fuck Anson's even talking about. Did you watch the same debate as I did? I mean, fuck.
Anson, I come from an era where I learned to debate by telling people I fucked their mom on Xbox Live, and so my love language, hasn't really evolved much. I honestly couldn't glean that much from what you said, but I know you meant it, and I respect you as a person, so I want to hear about it sometime.
Yeah,
Dad.
All right. Well, good night, Duck. And just as apparently some comic relief, we have a debate has been purchased between myself and anyone who wants it. For
what topic?
The topic, and I'm getting it now. Just give me one second. I gotta.
Neighbor Dan donated $49.99. Super chat. Another $50 for the
Abe, you're super quiet, bro.
Men are men or women at fault for degenerate culture? I'm assuming for the degenerate culture now. One on women's fault and the other on men's.
Abe, this and that fallacy is basically a false dilemma, a false dichotomy, a false dialectic, basically saying that there are only two answers when indeed there are actually a spectrum of answers that could be answered.
It's really popular in this space.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, who wants that argument? Versus me.
Grid, you don't want that smoke. I'm gonna let you.
Great, I mean, look, we've been doing it for 3 fucking days, man. I mean, I'm good. We can make it happen.
I'm tired of whooping your ass on it, so I'm just gonna.
You haven't yet.
Whoop his ass then.
My answer is both. So that's
right. That's the thing. Is
my answer is both are responsible for it.
Somebody bring Duck back, and I will debate him on that.
Oh.
Well, you know, it'd be good to get everybody else's opinion on the topic. Who's actually at fault? Who they think is at fault?
Who's at fault? Well, it's obvious that men are at fault.
Grid, I'm assuming that you would take the side of men are at fault.
Yeah. I believe that if men are truly the leaders, they are at fault ultimately for allowing these things to happen.
Yeah, I mean, women can't be held accountable for their actions. They're women.
Well, they can be being held accountable and being at fault.
No, I mean either one's.
I think Grid is making the mistake of responsibility and fault.
Argument.
So
you know what?
Men always have the responsibility to act, but they're not always at fault.
I think I could actually give the chat a fun back and forth with you on this, taking the side of women being at fault, and not using any of the mainstream bullshit that people come up with. Let's do that.
I'm good for it.
Are you saying you don't like none of my talking points, Cleaner?
I'm gonna head out for a bit. Probably be back later. Good luck.
No. I just come up with different talking points.
Okay. Well, we'll go with Cleaner. We'll go with Cleaner. Oh, Rob.
This will be fun.
Rob dropped. That's okay. All right.
Oh, Grid, you're gonna lose again.
Yeah, we get to judge you now, Grid.
Yeah. Well, I know I'm gonna lose because the judges.
I don't know about that.
The judges are the judges.
You want me to run the clock?
Yeah. Well, you're going to run the clock and be you're going to be me for a few minutes. So, so which one's the affirmative here? Really? I mean, one side has to take that women are at fault. One side has to take men are at fault. So,
all right. So the prompt would be then that men are at fault, and who wants to take the position men are at fault?
Oh, I'll take.
So you're the affirmative.
All right. Cool.
Okay. All right. Any questions about the prompt? Any concerns? All right. Cool. Timer is set. Go ahead and go.
All right. So if we believe in traditional patriarchy and traditional men's roles, then we have to come to the conclusion that men are at fault for the behavior, or not necessarily behavior, pardon me, misspoke. Men are at fault for encouraging and enabling the women to act the way they do. Strong men lead good women, in catering and endorsing and enabling women to behave badly and allowing that, supporting it through attention, giving these women attention, paying attention to their actions, and actually elevating them above other women who are not behaving in these ways is why men fail and are responsible for the way that women are in society.
All right, time.
That's it.
Cleaner, are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Go.
Mm-hmm.
So all through human history, we have a general understanding of men in power having women whispering in their ear. There's so many sayings about this. Throughout a large portion of human history, we have a number of books and scholarly lessons that have been taught to understand, to get us to understand that women are the more moral of the creatures. Nowadays, that may not necessarily be the case in what we're seeing. However, in the past, that was always the status quo. A group of women could go to a pub and say, hey man, there's some guys doing some degenerate shit there, and within a day or two that pub would be shut down. That no longer happens now, of course. However, that used to be the status quo. And so I would say where we've failed is with the women who have been saying these things in men's ears, who have the power, who have the control over the system.
All right, that's time.
Right at the end.
All right.
All right, and 5 minutes is on the timer. If you want to add time, I think it's like $2 for a minute. And
whatever it is.
Yeah, whatever it is. Yeah, Smoking Spaceman, put the time out there. All right, 5 minutes starting now.
Yeah, so even in your own opening, men are responsible for closing down the examples of degenerate behavior by men or women when women bring it to their attention. Again, yeah, ultimately, men are responsible.
I get the argument, force doctrine, and what I say is like, yeah, the force doctrine exists, and men could, if men chose, overthrow all women on the planet. However, we don't do that, and we don't do that because we have two basic fundamental drivers that we appeal to: survivability and reproduction. And if we want a greater chance at survivability and reproduction both, and our offspring survivability and reproduction, then we'll go along with what women are wanting and what they're whispering in our ears. Also, as I said, for a long portion of human history, women were considered the moral high ground. And so when they whispered something in your ear as a man, you had a tendency to kind of hear them out at least, right?
That's a great line of reasoning. However, I disagree a lot that women were the moral high ground. Men were the moral high ground. Men were the one who decided what was degenerate behavior. Men told women how to behave, how to act. They desired women who were chaste, and that drove women's behavior. Men, ultimately, it will always come down to men are the responsible party. Men bear the load of the world, and it's just the way it is.
I would say that really comes down to an apex fallacy, though, right? Because you're talking about the men at the very top that have the power to create the moral construct and say what it is. Yeah, well, no, you're saying men, but I'm saying it's not just men, right? It's the people in power, whether they were men or women. It was the people in
women
power.
Have never held true power.
But women have held power. Women have held power through control over their men.
Okay, true, but women can manipulate men, but men are fault for being manipulated, right? Women can manipulate men, but men are responsible for that issue. Ultimately, the man is responsible. You cannot. No, I didn't concede anything. Women can manipulate men. Men can manipulate women. However, at the end of the day, and I'm not even making a force doctrine argument here. I'm making a simple responsibility argument. Men are responsible for the behavior of the things around them. We are the keepers. We are the ones who are supposed to be better in and of ourselves. We cannot allow, as men, and support degenerate behavior. Every single behavior that we talk about is because men decide to support it. If a woman goes out and becomes a whore, she's a whore because there are men who will pay for it. If a woman goes out and
not necessarily. I mean, just because she chooses to take money for having sex with lots of people doesn't necessarily mean she wouldn't go out and do degenerate behavior without taking the money. The money is an incentive, I'm sure, for some of them. However, we've heard a number of women that just say, and we've even seen it in society on all kinds of different podcasts and
if we're honest with
TV shows, that women will go and do this degenerate thing.
And again, if we're honest with ourselves, if men would stand their ground and say, no, you are not a chaste, proper woman. I'm not interested in you at all because this is degenerate behavior. When I was
right, but see, if women did the same thing, if women said, no, you men are not being leaders like we want, and we're going to hold you to that standard,
again,
and they
men
stop
being the leaders, so men have
hold on, though. If they stop spreading their legs for any men out there, and they held men to a higher standard, men would change. The reason that men change their behavior is because of the two basic fundamental principal drivers: survivability and reproduction. If we want to reproduce, we have to conform to what women want within the society we have.
You just can't get past the idea that the reason that women can do that is because men failed.
Women are the gatekeepers of whether or not men have babies, right?
Right. They are, to some degree.
All right. That is one of our two main fundamental drivers in life. That is the strongest of them, is reproduction.
And I can agree with you that is so. However, men's behavior men's behavior and desires are to have pure women. We don't want the village bicycle when we go to select a mate. We want a pure woman. So merely
this is the problem with that, though. You're appealing to a majority of men that want this, but
in this case, actually, it proves my point again.
You're appealing to a majority of men that want a thing, but they cannot have a thing unless women accept the responsibility of having that child with that man.
That's because again,
even to that extent.
Men once again fail and do not uphold their responsibilities and give those women an alternative rather than holding their frame and holding their form and being a responsible party and making women fall into line. And they don't do that. We as men fail society, and we shouldn't.
Why would they make men fall into line? Or why would they make women fall into line?
Why would men fall into line?
You said men would make women fall into line. Why would they make women fall into line? Why would they?
Women need the resources. Men make the decisions. It's a patriarchal society. No matter
and women destroyed that patriarchy, and now they no longer need men to gain resources. So it kind of sounds to me like you're actually proving my point to where women are able to stand on their own. They have the responsibility for what they've created.
But they can't stand on their own without becoming degenerate. Therefore, you can see my argument that women
that's not necessarily true.
Allow this to happen, and therefore men are responsible for the degeneracy in society.
It's not necessarily true. Just because a woman can go out and earn a wage and rent a house or buy a house doesn't mean she has to be degenerate in order to do that thing. There are plenty of women that go out there and earn a really good wage and they own their own house.
Exceptions prove the rule, though. There are more women like Nala now than ever before. Right? There are more
just
women
because there's more of them doesn't mean that those exceptions aren't still exceptions and shouldn't be treated in an exceptional fashion.
The rule is that women
in this case
want men.
Because here's the thing, right? So women overall had the opportunity to say, hey, we don't want them to be allowed to do degenerate shit, and yet they didn't. Men also had this opportunity, and they all right. That was fun. That was fun.
That was good. That was really good. Oh, I'm sorry. I got to bring everybody back. My bad.
Shit, that one was a lot of fun, man. I haven't tried arguing from that stance.
Do you have personal knowledge of this fact, sir? That Nala is a man?
If that's true.
Did you check did you check her oil?
If that's true, they have very talented surgeons these days. Then
that's hilarious.
Oh man, that was. I normally wouldn't put that up before the judging, but it was just too good not to put up.
That was pretty funny.
Anson, run this shit, man. You're supposed to be moderating, man. What's up?
Oh, I'm moderating. Hey, judges, who are judging, as the moderator judge, I'll go first. And say that Grid won 17-13, simply because every time Cleaner had a point to make, Grid immediately had some sort of logical refutation and brought it back to his argument very effectively, and it basically stayed framing his argument consistently throughout the entire debate. He spent most of his time in framing control. Which was actually necessary for everything that Cleaner was doing to knock him down.
with Cleaner, man. Cleaner will clean you up.
Yeah. All right. And who else wants to judge? Because we're short on judges now. Because we have one of our judges, Tiki Tack.
Tiki Tack, go with it.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to give it to Grid because of similar reasons that Anson gave. It seemed like that Grid was holding firm on his original position since the opening, and Cleaner, it seemed like that you were just playing on defense most of the time, just trying to work around his arguments.
I need a third judge.
I'm going to judge. Grid lost because just because he could stick to his same talking point, just because he could stick to the same talking points that he's had for the last 3 days, doesn't mean he's right. I mean, just because he's old doesn't mean he's right. Really what it is.
But I am right.
Bubble, and actually, if anybody's the most feminist on the panel, it actually is Grid, because he's the most solipsistic on one, because he only sees the world through his experience. He doesn't actually look at other experiences of men. So that right there just proves that he's a feminist and cleaner one.
I have to say that he did force Cleaner to accept that males, the men, had allowed it to happen, which kind of felt like trying to sidestep the fact that it was men's fault, but almost admitting it at the same time.
Well, just because men allow it to happen doesn't mean that women had to do it. They still have agency. So what Grid does is he takes away female agency, and that's the problem.
No, saying someone is responsible for something does not remove agency.
Yeah, it's not. That's not necessarily saying that women aren't responsible to a degree. He was just saying, and I understood the argument he was making. He was saying men are more responsible because of this, and this, right? And I get that. It's just what I was specifically forming this argument on was the fact that men want to reproduce, and that is a stronger drive than the survival drive. And we know that because we'll die for our children, right?
And I never said that women were. I came close to conceding a couple of points, and that was that women do have. They obviously have agency. They obviously are. This is something that they choose to do. And I was willing to say yes, okay, but men ultimately are responsible.
I look at it from an individual standpoint. Each person is responsible for their own actions and for themselves. It doesn't matter what this person allows or what they don't allow. You are responsible for your actions.
That would have been a great prompt for Glenn. Is Glenn Lawrence responsible for degeneracy in his life?
Absolutely.
Hey, Cleaner. Is being a degenerate moral or immoral?
From my worldview, or in the stance that I was taking in the argument?
The stance you're taking in the argument.
Yeah, it would still be degenerate.
So you made the statement of, women are typically more moral and whisper into the man's eye, but on
used to be.
Well, yeah, used to be.
I was saying used to be because we were framing like.
Let me just complete what I'm saying.
I agree, Mr. Bolle. I agree.
At least
sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, it's
right. Sorry, go ahead.
But then on the flip side, you were saying like, women don't need to take money for their degenerate behavior type thing, and it's like, okay, so now they're the immoral ones. So it was just like two conflicting points against each other.
Well, the reason that I made that argument was to point out that women had their own responsibility in the downfall of things, right? And so, I mean, just because something is or isn't degenerate doesn't necessarily mean that they don't have any responsibility, right? What they've done, their actions, they are responsible for. And that was what I was pointing out with that argument.
Oh, I understand that. It just kind of refutes your the top argument of women being moral at any sort of point.
Well, what I was saying is now what women are doing, not historically. Historically, women had a little bit of a higher moral ground than they do now, right? I would say a lot higher moral ground than they do now. Now we're seeing degenerate behavior from women, but in the past, it was a smaller amount of women that were doing degenerate behavior.
Yeah, and I could actually give you a quote from Leon Poodles when he was writing the Losing the Good Portion. He highlights that there was a certain time that the church was saying that men needed to be, in order for Christian men to be saved, they had to adopt more of a feminine behavior in order to be received Christ's or the salvation. And women had to adopt more of an angelic behavior. So meaning that like women were already better than men spiritually because they were able to receive more because they were the weaker sex and they were the more imprinted upon. Men are.
I got a super chat. Give me 1 sec. Scrub a dub the Grundle bundles. No homo, full on socks wearing D-gym protection. And you know, so Cleaner, that actually pushed me pretty hard. But the thing is that I've learned watching you and your style is that you pivot quite a bit. And so I had to, and I knew that you would on this one because especially when you don't necessarily believe in the topic, you'll pivot. And so I had to constantly just bring it back to my rhetoric, my narrative, my control. If I let you get, if it's like playing a fish, right? You give it any line at all, they get a run going and they break the line, they're gone. And so I couldn't let you break the line and scorch earth my entire philosophy there.
So I get what you did, and I can even appreciate it because it makes a lot of sense to approach me in that way when you've seen this in the past, you know.
Yeah.
But this time, while it may have looked like I was pivoting, this time I was actually arguing it just from the fundamental driver principle, and that's it. Just the basic two drivers that we all have in life, and that being the driver for the moral construct.
Yeah.
And so that would definitely put more responsibility on the woman because right now they have the position of allowing kids to be alive or not, right? So
yeah, that's true. All right, so
that was fun.
That was really fun. Neighbor Dan, I really appreciate that. That was great. That was a good time. And you were certainly a good sport about it. But now we got to move on to the next debate. Kinetic Kel. I'm not sure if she's gonna make it at all. So it looks like she just got done getting her tire fixed or something. So whatever. So who do we have still left playing? We've lost. Well, we lost lower class, and we lost the other guy who was with lower class. Who was that? That was
Ashton.
Ashton. Yeah. And then so now really we're down to 3. We've got EOD, Patrick, Abe. None of you guys have debated tonight. That's insane. And Glenn. So I guess 4. So we're down to 4. That was pretty good. I got to be honest. That was a really good. It was good. So, yeah, it's not bad.
Rob's getting out the bird dog now.
Is he?
Yeah.
Rob can come back. Rob didn't lose. Rob.
I know.
Is he going to make it back?
He's just. There's a lot of backroom time on the panel.
Yeah, it's boring for him, I'm sure.
Yeah,
it's not enough. He's high energy, man. He's high energy. So, but yeah. All right. Well, we'll see. We'll see who is next. So we got Kissy Cat. Has I think I've got one more out of Kissy Cat.
I'll debate Abe on Abraham Lincoln being a dictator. How about that?
I believe he was a dictator.
Oh shit! All right, well, never mind.
All right. I don't know who to pick. I know Glenn wants another men versus women argument, but he's been making it all week. It doesn't feel fair to give him to anybody to do that. But maybe I don't know. I thought you had evidence that women always knew when a man is cheating. Did I miss something? I don't know.
If it's her intuition, we already know that women's intuition sucks. I mean,
what might be a good topic
was true. She should have known I was going to cheat on her to begin with.
What might be a good topic and something, because it's been hot in the news here over the past couple of weeks. We haven't done this one in a while also, and I think it's an interesting one when it's approached with good points of view. Should America be isolationist?
That's my favorite argument, honestly. But I've made it
a lot. Fun one.
I've made it a lot of times, and I've won it pretty much every time. So,
I think that would be a good one for the panelists.
Yeah, I think it would be. Who wants that argument?
I'll argue in favor of isolationism.
Who's a globalist? Where's our globalist?
Not I.
No.
I'm all about me.
I feel like we got a bunch of right-wing guys today.
We do.
At the end here.
Yeah,
all of our lefties. You know, the problem is I've been busy all week, and I haven't riled up the lefties enough. So, you know, that I neglected the. Oh, here maybe we got one. Oh, Tyler's like, he's all wrapped up getting married and shit. He says, I took a nap and then had to make a late dinner. I haven't even streamed this week.
I think that's why Anson was being so favorable to Duck. It's because we don't have any lefties on the fucking panel.
I know.
No, I actually like Duck's arguments.
Dude, the dude was not making any argument at all. He was fucking psychobabbling.
No, he was right. He liked Duck's arguments. Plural. There were multiple.
Yeah, he was making good arguments, and so the problem is that conservative folks, EOD, kind of like you, see the world from a totally different perspective, and it causes y'all to talk past the leftists who are making arguments from their worldview that are heard by the leftists that y'all don't hear.
I mean, I reckon, dude, but there was so much just non sequitur bullshit. Like, what does military strength have to do with the strength of men? That's not even relatable.
Well, no.
It is.
It is, but not the way he framed it. The way he framed it was like the weirdest shit I've ever heard in my life.
Yeah, he didn't frame it quite right, but I mean, we could all agree that the stronger our weapons are, the better men do in war, and men are the primary drivers in war. So
it doesn't prove anything about feminism.
I'm just saying he could tie it to men in that way, being stronger in that way.
And Rob called him on it, saying like, "What, you're saying that feminism brought us the nuclear fucking bomb?" And obviously not. So
that was a great.
Well,
that was legend.
I thought his nuclear metaphor was actually really, really clever, and I gave him points for that. I mean, it was something that it was a good tool. It was a good tactic. I understand you don't like VOD.
I thought he was saying like when women go nuclear, it was just like he was talking about their period.
He could have argued that Marie Curie discovered radiation, and radiation helped lead to the construction of the first nuclear arm.
That makes sense.
I mean, her husband was right there too.
I'm just saying that he could have made that argument. I'm not saying.
I think it's the first DEI initiative.
You could make arguments that way if you knew those things. I'm not sure.
I thought Cravery was the first DEI initiative.
Which one?
I don't know if we can say the word or not. Slavic.
I'll be right back.
That's okay.
I could probably argue devil's advocate on non-interventionism.
Okay, I'll get a coffee. I'll be right back. We can do that.
$2 from the Raging Patriot, 1776. Anson simping for Duck is gay.
I never said I agreed with the guy. I just said I liked his arguments.
Yeah, I was actually kind of surprised that Rob didn't come right out of the gate with just attacking Duck's concept of feminism when Duck, in his opening, was saying, like, feminism has never tried to destroy society or remove men from power or any of this. And it was like, no, that's literally the definition that the original Wave 1 feminists gave it. And they still hold true to that in the higher tiers of the feminist echelons.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, they say the utopian goal for feminism is to eradicate or to destroy the nuclear family and to destroy traditional marriage.
True.
So
believe that.
How can you say it's not trying to?
Well, and to remove men from power and put women in all places of power.
To replace, yeah.
So, neighbor Dan, hey man, really appreciate all of the contributions tonight. That's super awesome. Don't worry about it, man. We got the rest of the night covered, I think. But because really we've got like 3 battles left. We just got to figure out who wants what argument. I worked out some new topics. Some of them are kind of like just reframed versions of topics we've done before. This kind of goes along with the idea of interventionism versus non-interventionism. Is America the world's police or an empire in decline? That's a good one. I like that one.
That's a good one.
Should the U.S. continue to fund Ukraine? That might actually be pretty close to getting me censored, but that's okay. There's a couple others that actually now I look at these. I was spicy last night, so
you were a little upset.
So I wasn't upset.
Was it after our conversation, Grid? After we spicy?
I was bored after our conversation last night. I was like, man, I cannot hear the same thing.
Oh yeah, you just couldn't take the whooping again. I got it.
The whooping I gave you was not measured on conventional means.
Serious.
Anyway, I was spicy. We can't say that. Can't say that on YouTube. Is artificial intelligence a tool for liberty or tyranny? And who's using it? And why, or I guess it depends on who's using it, but whatever.
I can do.
Should felons and illegal immigrants be given the vote? I think
felons, yes. No. Illegal immigrants, no.
Felons no. Yes. Illegal immigrants. That's my position as well.
You serve your time; it should be done, right?
Kronos, I get that you want me not in black and white, but I've appeared in full color on the Signal Syndicate before, and I was received with lots of negative commentary about showing up in color. I don't know why there was so much negativity about it.
Oh man, cleaner frozen like that feels like evidence for evolution. Seems ape-like. Actually, you know what? It when it's frozen like that, it's like he's just thinking really, really hard. Like he's just got to figure it out.
Don't ask how I do that. I ain't telling.
Is digital censorship a threat to democracy or a necessary filter of misinformation?
That's a good one.
Mm-hmm. We don't have any leftists here on that one, so we gotta.
I've actually seen conservatives take the opposite side on that one from occasion.
Really?
You know? Yeah. Because they have some things they want us to censor out that the left is doing, and some want us to not be censoring so that all the information can be heard. So I've heard both sides from conservatives on that.
Yeah, I'm more of a fan of giving them enough rope to hang themselves. You know what I mean? So, free speech. I'm closer to free speech absolutists, but not quite there.
I have this like nebulous thought in my head of a debate topic around is the actions of our clandestine services, assuming that they're in the interest of the nation. Do they need to be that secret? Should citizens not know what our clandestine services are out there doing in some fashion, right? Like, because right now, like, you don't know. Like, there could be drone strikes in Kansas and nobody would know.
Well, they shouldn't be operating on American soil, but what they do in overseas is some of that needs to be covered up, you know? But
so, Grid, I would take the we should intervene. I'll do the devil's advocate of that argument against whoever, EOD or whoever.
Yeah, okay. All right. Yeah. So we got Abe versus EOD. I'm down. Let's make it happen. Let's go. This is going to be great.
EOD, can you turn on echo cancellation, please?
I'll tell you what, I'll do you one better. Hold on a second. I got a headset over here.
Cool.
That actually sounded good when he was actually speaking into the microphone.
It did. It sounded better.
What's the actual prompt on it?
Oh, sorry. The actual prompt, let me go back to it. Sorry, okay. Is America the world's police or an empire in decline? We can cut the empire in decline off. We can just say, are we the world's police? If so, is that the right thing to be?
Okay.
Which side do you want?
I'll say yes. I don't
We'll say that we are the world police.
Yeah,
EOD is saying we are not the world police.
Yes.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. All right. Let me get my. Let's make it happen, Cap.
Which one of us is first?
What's that?
I said, which one of us is first?
Well, he says, well, we should be the world police. So he goes first. You say that we should not be the world police. We are non-interventionists. And he is a globalist. So
yes,
I'm sure he's not actually a globalist. He's
going
to make some globalist arguments. All right.
It'll be fun.
Okay. Ready, Abe?
Yep.
Go with it.
All right. I would say that the United States already forks out huge amounts of money to most nations across the planet. With that being said, we have every interest to protect those dollars. And in fact, I would say that we have the need to protect those dollars so much that we should actually rule over all of those other countries as well as put that money into them. We should conquer the world and take all those nations under our wing, and we could be the United States of everything.
United States of the world, huh?
That was a 30-second opening.
All right.
Also, welcome to the monarchy.
The new crown is a top hat.
That's right. All right, let's. He is embodying Abe right now. All right, go ahead, EOD.
All right. Well, I think one of the worst mistakes that the United States has ever made is to try to assert itself as the world police all across the world and to send all of our tax dollars overseas in the first place. I think you're right. If we're going to send that money out there, we should probably rule those places. So in my opinion, we shouldn't be sending the money out there in the first place. We got to bring that money back home, send it towards people in need within our own country, worry about our own citizens first. America first ought to be our reigning principle over the course of our entire history. And yet, over time, globalists have all come in and said, no, we need this foreign war, we need that foreign war, we need all of this intervention and all of this American blood spilled, all of this American money spent in order to project our influence across the world. It's been disastrous for us as a country, because now we've outsourced most of our manufacturing, we've outsourced so much of our pharmaceutical industry, we've outsourced so many things that have taken jobs away from hardworking Americans and away from people in need, tax dollars away from people in need. Bring all of that back home. Fuck everybody. We just need to let the world sort its own problems out and do our own thing.
Yeah, I knew where you were going. Oh man, that was you've been around Rob. You got that motor mouth down, like that high speed delivery. You've got that down. You've got that down pat. All right, gentlemen, I want a nice clean fight.
Shotgun blast.
No hitting below the belt. I don't want to see any rabbit punches. You guys just keep it nice and clean. Little bloody's okay, but let's keep it clean. All right, come out swinging.
All right. Well,
can I ask you a question?
No.
Can I ask you a question?
What?
Should blood and money be spent in vain?
No, it shouldn't. I don't think we should be spending the blood or the money.
Tax dollars and blood in these nations. Why should we not have any control or say over the nations that we have spent blood and money on, with no return and no return on the investment that we've given in life and in money?
Well, in the very least, I think that we can try to recoup our losses through some sort of economic fucking stratagem and agreement with these people that doesn't involve us influencing their politics or putting our soldiers at risk. The worst thing that we've ever done was spent 25 years in Iraq and Afghanistan, and in Afghanistan, we ended up turning the damn country back over to the very terrorists that we were trying to seize it from.
Exactly, we should own them.
It was a gross
money and the blood.
failure.
We should own them.
It was a gross
failure. We already
failure.
spent money. You can't put money on a car or a house and not own it. Why would we put the blood and money and equity into these places and then turn around and walk away with nothing?
Well, as you point out, and acting as the world police, this utter failure has left us with nothing, and yet the Taliban has what, $2 billion worth of our fucking equipment.
We walked away. We already spent that money on those nations. Why don't we have the house we bought?
At some point, you got to cut your losses and walk away. It's been a terrible mistake. It was a terrible loss of life, a terrible loss of blood, and it's done nothing for America or American citizens.
That's why we're in the boat we're in, because if we did
take Afghanistan, what good would it serve America? Afghanistan has nothing. It's a bunch of goat farmers and mountains and nothing and desert.
You already made
There's
the
nothing there.
We've outsourced our pharmaceuticals and everything else. We would have at least access to the pharma that is produced from those nations. The same is true for Iraq. We would have the oil that we have spent blood and money.
We have the ability to grow our own poppy fields. We just don't because it's illegal. It's a controlled substance.
Here.
It needs to not be illegal. We need to do that shit here. We have the ability to mine our own oil. We just don't because there are environmental protections preventing us from doing that. We need to do that here. That's the whole problem with the way we've set up our economy. We're far too dependent on other countries.
Why do we send our I don't even know if I can say that, our anti-American destruction people to prisons outside of the United States, EOD? Why do we do that? Because it's illegal to hold them in the U.S. in the way that we do outside of the U.S. Why wouldn't we do the exact same thing with the things that we can't produce inside the U.S. outside of the U.S.?
Okay, well,
I think
the rules that are restricting us from doing these things stateside can be remanded. They can be rescinded. Okay, but what we cannot do is actually predict or control what happens in countries like Afghanistan. We need to make these changes. That's my argument.
Spent money gone. We could change it, but we don't. We could have it, but we don't. We could, but we don't.
Yeah, that's a problem. We're trying to act as the world police. The whole reason we're facing all of these problems that we have right now is because we tried to act as the world police and we failed to do so. We need to not do that anymore. Us being involved as the world police was the mistake in the first place. What we should do is produce domestically all of these things.
Being non-intervention lost us all the things that we could have had.
That's bullshit. If we were non-interventionists, we would have never been involved in the first fucking place.
No, we would have just
acting as the world police is what got us into the problems that we have. We need to cut our losses, move on, and just bring all that shit back home. All of it. All the manufacturing, all the pharmaceuticals.
You can't bring people back to life.
All of it.
And you can't bring money back.
That's true. That's why I say you have to cut your losses and move on. It's less than ideal. It's a less than ideal solution, but I think it's the right one for the country. We need to be isolationist. We need to let the world sort out their own damn problems. We need to stop sticking our nose into fucking everything. It's terrible.
Well, then we'll just be the homeless nation with nothing.
We're not going to be the homeless nation with nothing. How do you come to that conclusion? We'll be much more prosperous. We'll be much more independent if we bring back manufacturing, bring back pharmaceuticals.
Blood and money over and over and over again and get nothing out of it and survive as a nation. So we need to actually.
Part of bringing all of that back is to stop spending the blood and the money. Stop spending the blood and the money. Stop trying to reach out.
And stop spending what's already spent.
Send our influence overseas. We need to stop fucking doing that.
You can't stop spending what you've
Let Ukraine go. Let Russia fucking have it. Let Gaza go. Let Israel fucking have it. I don't give a fuck anymore. I'm done with it. We don't need to stop wasting our resources on other people's wars. Excuse me. What is it?
We've already spent.
I know. We cut our losses and move on. That's the right thing to do at this point. I think at this point that's actually more beneficial to the American people in the long run, because what are we going to get out of Afghanistan? Fucking nothing. What are we going to get out of Gaza? Fucking nothing. What are we going to get out of Ukraine? Fucking nothing.
Kinds of things that we didn't believe we were going to get anything out of. People live in the middle of the desert, and we actually produce things in those deserts. The same is true for all kinds of things. You could say, "Oh, there's nothing there," because it's your opinion that nothing's there, but there's plenty there.
It's not beneficial to America at large.
Resources, oil, all kinds of things exist within these zones that we have spent blood and money on.
And we have all that domestically.
That was really good, guys. That was really good. Actually, that's better than I thought it was going to be. Abe,
Cheers,
you
Abe.
took a tact on that and fucking owned it, man. I'm going to be honest. I hadn't heard that specific argument before in that way. That was really good. Anson Knowles, as our resident monarchist, let's get your judgment here.
Yeah, and even though Abe made a monarchist argument, I did not have bias towards him because of that. I had bias towards him because he had a better argument, because he did something that I call a rhetorical barrage very effectively, where he just basically spurred question after question, and EOD, like a well-trained dog, just answered it and went back to his framing control. And basically, there was like a 3-to-1 ratio from my perspective on him being questioned to getting an answer in, and it basically made him look weak from a rhetorical point of view. So I gave, actually, this was a super high scoring for a small debate. 24 points for Abe and 16 for EOD. So Abe, you won that one.
All right, Tiki Tack.
Yeah, I don't think I have too many comments on this, other than I like Abe's strategy when it comes to kind of like weighing the resources that we've given compared to the resources or the solutions EOD suggests. So EOD suggests that it's like, oh, okay, cut our losses and change a bunch of laws in the United States in order to get us to these certain points to, like, remanufacture poppy fields, start drilling oil, all that kind of stuff. Where Abe is just like, no, fuck it, let's just go to the countries, take it back, and just like start producing resources right away.
It's not legal either. We can't just take over other countries. But all right,
it's legal if we win. So I think Abe made the more convincing argument because he framed it much simpler, and going out to take back the countries and actually get the resources out of it. So that's why I'm siding with Abe.
All right. And finally, not Anson. Who's my third judge? Cleaner. I'm sorry. I'm having trouble with my judges tonight. Too many judges. Swapped them around.
I think that EOD came up with a lot of points, and Abe kept it at his main focus point and just kept strengthening that every time that he was using it to refute what EOD was saying. And I think that he built on it so much so that I would give it a castle structure as far as its foundation and building. That was a really good way to show how to continually strengthen a single point in an argument to the point of almost absurdity because you have it so strong. And so this one, I've got to say, I give this one to Abe. It was really just because of the amount of strength that he was showing on that one point and using that one point to refute everything that EOD was coming up with.
Yeah, but he didn't refute. That's all right. It's whatever.
Well, almost every point. Yeah, almost every point.
Anything.
Right.
He just kept saying the same thing. Why don't we take over the countries? But all right. Whatever. That's cool.
Well,
Thanks for having me, man.
The reason that I count it as a refutation is because if we took over those countries, we would have the resources from those countries. We would have a return from those countries, which was what he was saying for his argument. So it would follow logically. That's why I'm saying every time that he came at you, he gave you a logical following to why, if we did this, it would make things better, right?
It's really the only argument that works against the non-interventionist.
Oh no, there's another strong one.
Okay, well, I'll
strong one.
But it's one of the better ones. Is that we instead of going over, and it's the World War II argument, right? We won World War II. We own the world. We gave it back to everybody. Why? Why did we do that? Well, because we're cool. We're everybody's best
stuff.
neighbor.
I don't know if I'd say we just gave it all back, but we don't have to get it.
Well, we did. There's only like three nations that have actually paid us back their war debt from World War II, and the latest one was England, which finally made their last installment payment in 2008, I believe it was.
Can your debtor take your home if you don't pay?
You're saying we should take over England now?
Just saying.
I mean,
Logic.
Don't pay your rent, baby.
Oh, for shit's sake.
Well, to be fair, if we
Japan has
decided to
paid
take over a
theirs.
country, I don't think anyone could stop us. So,
Japan's paid their war debt. It's Finland or somewhere, one of the cold countries, and or Norway, I don't know, and England. They're the only three. Germany, France, Spain, Italy, most of continental Europe still owes us the war debt from World War II.
Wasn't that mostly the bankers, like the Rothschilds and shit?
I mean, if you could convince the Rothschilds to cover the debt, that'd be sweet, man. You should work on that.
I think that they did, but I mean, I don't know. I heard that out of some documentary about fucking JFK and the silver standard and all that kind of shit. That the Rothschilds owned most of the UK debt.
Manipulated it to their advantage, but
yeah. All right, well, whatever. Thank you all. Cheers, Abe.
Hey, man, it was cool, dude. It was cool. You made you made good arguments. But the problem is that it.
I mean, according to your judges,
tough, man. Abe was tough. Abe was tough. Which is, he has to be.
You know what? I'm happy to give the W to Abe. You know, my hat's off. At least it wasn't fucking duck, right? So.
Right. Well, it wasn't. You don't feel cheated on this one, do you?
No, I mean a little bit, but that's okay.
A little bit. Well, you're always going to feel a little cheated.
I think we always feel that way. I've felt that way every time, I swear. But
I was robbed.
I was robbed. Rick, this is bullshit. All y'all are fucking assholes. I hate you guys so much. All right, I'm just kidding. I'll see y'all later.
All right, we'll see you, EOD. Hang out, man. We'll be around.
All right.
All right, man. That was brutal. What's the other argument that works, Cleaner?
Oh, I'm gonna save that for when you and I go one-on-one on this one. I have another one, and as soon as I make it, I'm pretty sure you're gonna see the logic and want to concede, but you won't for the sake of argument.
Probably.
I would bring up the topic of should every country have nukes?
Should every country have nukes?
Yeah.
Anybody want that? Anybody want the smoke?
I think Board Sergeant at Arms hasn't debated yet.
I know.
Obviously, they shouldn't.
Glenn and Sergeant at Arms have not debated yet. Just saying.
A well-armed society is a safe society.
Peaceful society.
I argued in favor of personalized nukes last time. So
that was a funny one too.
And I actually learned something from it.
Yep.
Suitcase nukes? I didn't know anything about that.
Yeah, backpack nukes. Oh yeah.
Pocket nuke.
54 millimeter mortar nukes. Yep.
Yeah, I was talking about you can shoot them out of tanks and stuff, bro.
Yep.
Crazy shit.
Yep. There's a lot of stuff people don't realize for sure.
Mm-hmm.
You do it once, and then
And yeah.
All right, so we got other topics. Lower class is still here. Good to see you, man. Good to see you. Glad you hung out. Let me go to my magical list of topics.
Yeah, I'm with Kissy Cat. It's got to be something DJing.
We gotta go DJing.
Yeah, something full DJing.
If a straight man prefers anal, does that make him gay?
Wow.
I like that.
Yes.
Is he giving or receiving?
No, he's giving. He's giving the anal, but I mean, it's still to a butthole. Like he still prefers buttholes.
Wow.
I resemble that prompt.
You're saying he prefers butthole over vagina?
Yeah, but
that's pretty gay.
That's what I'm saying.
Well, hold on now. That's not gay. I'm not. What are you saying here, man? Come on now.
We all know answers.
Well, Glenn worked in prisons. He knows gay. Well, I killed that. That's amazing.
What are you trying to say, Grid?
I'm just saying, you've seen a lot of gay people in prison. That's what happens. It's not gay in prison, right? It's not.
They're gay for the stay.
That's what it is. Gay for the stay. That's right.
And what's crazy part, most of the gay ones are always the ones with like lower on the IQ.
Dumb gay guys.
It's like, hey, I kid you not, we'll be doing like count or just doing like our hourly checks at night, and we'll be like, hey, get that out of your mouth. You don't know where that's been.
Holy shit.
I love it. I am not trying to write a report. I'm just like, get it out of your mouth.
Okay. All right. Whatever. Chrono says, what the gay y'all fluffing about around the PP?
Chrono, stop thinking about my PP.
I got to be honest. That's a lot better. Is it better to be rich and unknown or poor and famous?
Neither.
Rich and unknown.
I'd rather be poor and famous. Then the government won't come after me. Won't pay taxes.
Has dating become too transactional?
It's always been transactional.
Well, the word "too" in there.
How can it be more transactional than it is? Like,
well, then maybe you're saying it's too transactional.
I think that it's implied that the transaction is more material now as opposed to transcendental.
Yeah.
Glenn, is the talking stage just emotional laziness?
The talking stage of what?
Of a relation.
I don't do a lot of talking to women. I just sit there and
I understand. But it's like it's seriously, it's like this. Everybody else knew. Everybody.
Well, I mean, we be talking about a lot of things. What kind of relationship we're talking about.
The talking stage, is it just emotional laziness?
I just think I think we have inflated relations, like dating to equate to marriage to the point where everything's all lazy and fucked up.
Okay. All right. I think we all agree that hookup culture has ruined long-term relationships, but maybe not.
Actually, I think dating culture has ruined long-term relatives.
So dating culture because of dating apps, or dating culture because
no. We have, like I just said, we have elevated dating to equate to marriage. There's nothing that you get from marriage that
chat saying that if you're dating, one person was equating dating with marriage, and therefore if you have sex with someone else while you're dating, you're cheating, and someone else was saying that, I forget who was making the point that it's dating. So it's impossible to cheat while you're dating.
Yeah, I agree. You can't cheat on someone that you're not in a relationship with, or you're not married to. I mean, sure.
Ooh,
you can call it cheating.
About this one, are air quotes high value man and air quotes high value woman concepts toxic or useful?
If they don't have any morality elements in there, then they're toxic.
Patrick, you don't want to jump in on any of these? You want?
I mean, I agree with Glenn on like basically.
Oh wait, you're like super low, bro.
I agree with Glenn on like all these that he said. So.
Oh, you've agreed. All right. Ooh, Glenn, this is going to hit you below the belt. Is love a choice or a feeling?
Love is an action. It's a choice.
Okay.
I agree with that. It's a choice that you make every day.
I had to have written this one after I talked to Glenn. Should marriage be more like a renewable contract? Like every 5 years, got to go through the bylaws?
Oh, shit. Yes.
And I don't think it should be, but.
All right. Success. Much success. Chambers of Logic, Steelman, why are you not up here? You're arguing from the chat, which is a very feminine thing to do. Why are you not up here, Mr. Manley?
It's because Duck's got bigger balls than him.
Apparently, Duck, in fact, does have bigger balls, even though they're vegan balls.
Yep.
Has Steelman renamed himself to something else?
Yeah, it's Chambers. He's got like 10 things. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So that was a good one, right? Right, Glenn? Should marriage be a renewable contract every 5 years?
Yeah.
Every 10 years or whatever it is.
I'm good. I'm good with it. Every 5 years, as often as you have to
change your sheets?
renew your license, your driver's license.
Oh, you renew your driver's license. You renew your marriage vows.
Yes,
that's out there, man. I don't even know if we can actually debate that because that's comical at that point. After our discussion last night, Glenn, is true compatibility rare or manufactured?
I think it can be rare. I think it's genuinely rare. I think what we see is a lot of manufactured compatibility. People are trying to appeal to the other person to keep them interested.
All right.
I mean, how do you feel about politics and religion, Glenn? I mean, are either of those topics you good with those? I feel like we're talking.
I'm good with religion, but it depends on like what aspects of both. Because
all right, he can just throw some stuff.
I deal with more of the crossover between like intersectional dynamics and religion, religion and men and women, or politics and men and women. Stay in that sphere. But
Glenn's a sola scriptura kind of guy, Patrick. You could probably whoop him up on that since he just sort of makes it up as he goes along.
True.
Who wants?
I
to
don't
jump
make
in?
it up as I go along.
Who's wanting to jump in? Smoking Space
Who's your
Man.
authority for interpretation then?
Hang on. So
church history.
I got a couple of things.
Really?
I got a couple of prompts here for this.
I agree. Which one?
I got a couple of prompts for this.
The ones that I like.
This one I aimed at Casper. Is self-improvement a lie in a rigged game?
Is self-improvement a lie in a rigged game?
It's like people cannot self-improve. I'm confused.
Or they can't improve enough to change their circumstance.
Yeah, so like as Casper says, it doesn't matter if you do all of this work. The game's rigged. You're not going to have a relationship anyway. The government still sucks. It doesn't matter.
No, like his thing was, it's like I remember him saying, like, "Well, what's the point of improving, right? If you're still going to be marrying low quality,
if you're still going to be single or married to some woman who's going to cheat on you, right? Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, some low
That's what
quality
I'm saying.
woman.
Is self-improvement a lie in a rigged game?
Well, if you're doing it for women, yeah, then you're setting yourself up for failure. You're doing it for for some other reason other than improving yourself for yourself.
Yeah. Is black pill clarity or cowardice?
Cowardice. Yeah. It's an excuse. It's cope. It's an excuse to not have to do the work.
You guys are too similar.
Let me try one.
Can we go back to the marriage license? I have a really good argument for this.
Marriage
how about
licenses? You want to debate marriage licenses?
No, like why marriage license should be renewed, like your driver's license.
I don't think the government should issue marriage licenses or driver's.
I don't think the government should be in your marriage, period. But if we're gonna do it, I mean, why is that the only license that doesn't have to be renewed?
Because it didn't start out as a political license. I think
should men and women be friends?
Men and women can be friends as long as they're.
Should they?
Ugly.
But should they?
Should. Not can. Should. Should married men and married women be friends, or married men and single women, or married women and single men, or
I don't think anybody that's married should have single friends of the opposite sex.
Yeah, I agree with that.
But I do. But don't follow my lead.
All right. How about this one?
Glenn, I aim this one directly at you. Do modern women respect traditional masculinity or exploit it?
They exploit it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if they don't respect it, so.
Okay, all right. Patrick's on board with you. Is hypergamy inevitable and destructive?
Hypergamy itself is not neither good nor bad. It's how the person uses it.
Yeah, I was going to say it's not necessarily destructive, but it is to a level inevitable, just by women being women.
Here,
and
let's
even
try
if
this
you
one.
have the man, the father looking out for the woman, then it's going to be somewhat inevitable.
Let's try this one.
Yeah.
Should unmarried men stay celibate?
Yeah. Well, necessarily, like, if you don't plan to get married, I think everybody that it doesn't plan to get married should get taught and be monks. Honestly, but
look, I think we have a lot of hoes out there that could be for good use, and we got to find some use for these unmarriageable women,
like
and tax
in
them.
nunneries. Oh,
and tax them.
I feel like there's some disagreement here, but I don't really know where it is yet.
I mean, I think ideally, married men or single men should be celibate. That would be ideal. But in our culture and society today, will they? No. Should they? Yes.
All right. Well, what if someone's going to stay single if they don't ever plan to marry?
Okay, so are you saying like, okay, the way that we do marriage now, getting a marriage license, so technically they're single, but they could be in a long-term committed relationship? Because then
no, they're not committed. Because I would agree with common law there. So I would say no.
But a lot of states don't have common law, so that's why I'm wondering, because that would still be considered single. But they're
yeah, I'm saying if they don't want a long-term committed relationship for their whole life.
Okay.
I guess we're getting in the weeds here.
Yeah, we're getting in the weeds here. All right. Is taxation theft or social obligation?
Theft.
It's theft.
Okay. Should all victimless crimes be abolished?
What is a victimless crime?
Exactly what it says.
I could take either side on that. That's fine.
Like tax evasion. Should you go to jail for tax evasion?
Well, I think taxes
are
theft, so it's not a victimless crime. The victim is you that are getting charged.
Yeah, should you go to jail?
You going to jail?
You're the victim in that, so it's not a victimless crime.
Well, isn't it in the Bible that you're supposed to render unto Caesar, though? Isn't that about tax collection?
Not exactly.
It's
you're supposed to give Caesar his coin, Glenn.
It's the worst. It's literally the worst rendition of that I've ever heard. Anson. Anson's bored, and now he's going to troll. That's okay. Are community standards legitimate if not voluntarily agreed to?
Say that one more time.
Are community standards legitimate if they're not voluntarily agreed to? So, for example, we'll just leave HOAs out of this because I know that's where everybody's going to go. But in our community, we accept the fact that there are police officers as part of our community standard to enforce the law, which is another community standard. But I never agreed with any of that shit. So,
well, you agreed by deference by choosing to live there.
Well, you have to first. You're born there, right?
Yeah. And if you choose to stay there once you're an adult, if you choose to stay there once you're an adult, then by default you're agreeing.
No, I mean, you're not bound by a social contract you didn't sign. I guess you can say you're agreeing to it by complying with the contract if you start participating by getting a license and stuff like that, but it's kind of hard not to do that.
Okay. All right. I mean, we're getting into like some really, like, kind of stuff.
Are dolphins inherently evil?
Can we go back to the marriage license? I mean, I know it's going to be a dumb one, but
what about government licensing in general? Can we do
right? Did
government licensing in general? I really don't care. I mean, I don't think we. As long as you know how to drive. Well, no.
You should go full ANCAP and say, where's my ANCAP stuff here? I just had it because I didn't know.
No government licenses.
Go up. Should laws be enforced by the state or by voluntary contracts?
Voluntary contracts.
Yeah, I could go with that.
Fuckers. Is the social contract a myth used to justify state coercion?
Yes, it is.
Yep.
Does being born in in other words, for the chat, does being born in a country bind you to obligations you never agreed to?
Absolutely.
Okay. Had to go full ANCAP there.
I agreed with all that stuff, though, or some version of it. Stop being so ANCAP, Glenn. I can't even. Come on, bro.
Sorry, I'm channeling my inner degen. Okay, let me think of something.
How about you two could debate, should divorce be allowed without without biblical reasoning?
No, divorce should not be allowed without biblical reasoning.
Marriage shouldn't be allowed without parental consent.
Oh yeah, I agree with that.
What? What part? What did you say, Grid?
Marriage should not be allowed without parental consent.
Yeah, I mean, technically, the father's supposed to be signing off on who the daughter's marrying. So she's supposed to be going from his authority to her husband's authority. So dad better sign off on that. Wow. Sign off custody. It should be.
I agree with it. It's just funny to hear that from Glenn.
Patrick, why is it funny to hear from me?
Yeah, I already agreed.
Oh, you agreed with it? Okay, I got you. All right, never mind then.
Like if you're 45 years old and like, I don't know.
If you're 45 years old, you should still be living at mom's house, mom and dad's house.
I get
you
that.
You should still be asking for like your parents, or your priest. Like,
now, Glenn, I'm going to tell you this prompt. Last night after you bored me to fucking death, I wrote this out, and don't take this personally, all right? Should there be private courts for adultery, slander, or dishonor?
Private courts?
Private courts.
The court of public opinion, you mean?
No. I mean, you actually can take someone to
they take you to a black
outside the state, outside the structure of the state, like mediation.
Like within the church?
No, I wasn't thinking about church. I'm saying a private court.
I mean, the church is outside the state, and so is public opinion is technically outside the state.
You can make that argument. That's not part of the prompt, but you could make that argument.
I mean, we already know the public opinion actually impacts the court. So,
I mean, what my thought process is could we go back to dueling or restitution instead of family court or criminal penalties?
Yeah.
Could we go back to dueling?
Sure.
If they mutually agree. We're all for dueling.
You've dishonored me, and now I must. We have to sort that.
A lot less dishonoring.
Abe's on board.
I'm all for dueling. Let's do it.
Are you guys on the same side here?
Yeah, we're on the same page. We're both on the same side of dueling. Yes, we're on the same side on everything.
I'm literally about to assign you a fucking.
You should.
I said the marriage license.
Yeah. He really wants that marriage license one.
That's a good one.
I think you guys are on the same side.
No, I said I was against renewing it every 5 years.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right.
He
All right.
believes marriage
That's
should
it.
be
We're
for
doing
life.
the marriage
That's
license.
the only thing we disagreed on so far.
We'll see, Abe. I gotta whoa. Cleaner,
Good.
chairman, ticky tack. Lynn Lawrence, you get to stay. Oh boy. Finally got a prompt. Okay. All right.
What's the prompt and who's on the positive and negative?
All right. Should marriage be more like a renewable contract? Specifically, would term limited marriage licenses reduce divorce and resentment? Where they just have an expiration date and you're no longer married.
So you can't be married for life? You have like term limits?
Yeah, like you get 5 years,
I agree with that.
and if a chick wants to opt out, she's gone.
Well, I mean, I think they should be renewed, but like term limited, like, oh, okay, you guys been married for 10 years. Yeah, you guys is 2 terms, you're done.
Right. Well, but I mean that would be the idea. So if you don't renew your license, peace out.
Oh, so okay, you both have if you don't renew your license, then somebody's out. Because they're basically saying they no longer want to be married.
Yeah. So
that's good? Just divorce.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
No, there's no divorce. It's just you're not married anymore. Just overnight.
Okay.
It's just like your license expires. you don't get it. They don't come arrest you. They just, if you drive a car and you get a ticket.
Is this with the assumption that we're solely talking about legal marriage?
Yeah. Should marriage be more like a renewable contract?
This is like secular marriage.
Yeah, secular marriage.
No.
It would have to be secular marriage because there's obviously, it's not biblical at all. Are you good? Mm-hmm. You can make an argument? Mm-hmm. I know Glenn can.
I'm going to get waxed.
You're going to get waxed? Well, well, if you don't like that one, I can. I'll come up with one more. I'll give you an alternative. Okay. Let me find it again. Where's that shit? I have too long a list now. I'm going to have to start weeding them out. Fuck.
I guess I could make an argument on this if I have to.
Yeah. So the problem is that most of these are really looked at from a either a leftist versus conservative or traditional versus progressive, and neither of you guys are kind of really aligned, so it's tough, right? All right, if you think you can do that one, Justice, that's fine. We can also get maybe a little bit political. Let me run down some political topics for you.
I thought we just agreed on the marriage license.
This is fine. This is fine.
You're good? All right, let's roll with it. All right, so Glenn, are you the affirmative on this one?
I'm basically saying yes, marriage licenses.
Yes, marriage licenses should be renewed. Okay, got it.
Yes.
And Patrick is saying no, lifetime means lifetime.
Yep. That's correct.
All right. So Glenn, oh wait, hang on. That'd be a great. I'm gonna save this one. $2 from Wolfpack is a hot dog a sandwich. That's gonna be great. Okay. All right. 1 minute on the clock for Mr. Wait, hang on. I gotta bring Lawrence up here. All right. Patrick, normally we want people to cam up while they're actually debating. Can you do that?
I don't possess a webcam, so
okay. Right. That's fine. That's fine.
You want me to cam up? Give me a second. Turn on my camera.
Yeah. Well, we can just have avatar versus avatar. This is gonna be fun anyway. All right. So, I can't believe we're doing this debate. I actually wrote that. I honestly didn't think anybody would ever fucking do that one, but whatever. Here we go. Glenn, you're the affirmative. You may start now.
All right. Well, secular marriage is a contract, and like any contract, contracts require reevaluations. So should marriages. So, there's a renewal clause in a contract. You don't want to have to, if you are not happy with the terms or what the services you're getting out of your contract from the other party, you have the option to opt out at the time the contract expires. You don't have to renew the contract. It should be the same with marriages. And that's it.
All right. 40-second opening. Awesome. Patrick, when you're ready.
Sure. Right. So I think there's a strong correlation between economic success, and you can literally look at marriage rates for economic success in areas. You could go county by county and solely look at marriage rates and determine the level of economic success in those areas, and it will have a strong correlation to those things. Also, he talked a lot about, or a little bit, I guess, about how contracts have renewal clauses and it's voluntary, blah, blah, blah. Well, it's not voluntary when the state requires there to be renewal or non-renewal. So yeah, it's voluntary if you opt in or out at that point, but it wasn't voluntary if that was in the contract in the first place. You have taken that level of voluntarism out of the contract itself. And so, I mean, we're going more into speculation here, but I mean, can I go into a contract that's lifelong, or am I? Because you focused on voluntary. If we voluntarily do this, it sounds like I'm not getting the option to do that. And yeah, contracts might require evaluation, but I don't think marriage should be a contract in the same way that renewing my driver's license is a contract. I think it's a lot more serious.
All right, that's time. Give me 1 second, guys. We'll dial in 5 minutes. And again, I really want a nice, clean fight. No punches below the belt, no knees to the groin, no clawing, none of that shit. So let's keep it clean, guys, and let's have some fun. And go.
Yeah, when it comes to licenses, when you're issuing a license, your license is only good for X amount of years. Then you have to renew it. You have to recertify, prove that you are still competent and the current laws or the current, regulations guiding it. Social marriage.
Yeah, but HVAC certificates, for example, like, okay, you can get an EPA 608 universal certification, and you never have to renew that certification with the federal government because you're grandfathered.
Yeah, I don't know what that is. You're not married to the federal government. You're married to the state.
I'm just making an argument on the fact that I'm essentially
there's no marriages involved with the federal government. There's only marriages involved with the state. So the state license.
Okay, well, I'm still making an argument regarding a government entity that you are in a contract with, and they allow you to do business to do a certain thing, and therefore you can do it in perpetuity, and they will charge you if you violate your certification, which is essentially a license that's just called by a different name.
Well, is it a certification or a license? Which one is it?
It's a certification, but it's essentially a license by a different name. You can't buy or use.
Well, I mean, isn't there a difference between the two?
Okay, what would be the difference if I can't buy or use refrigerants without the certification as to a license?
Exactly.
But
this is what it does. It puts the responsibility back where it belongs. It puts the responsibility and it gives people the option to say, hey, you know what? I'm not happy here. I'm not getting what I'm supposed to be receiving, what I signed up for. Okay. When I married her, she was fit. She was thin. We went to the gym. Okay. She was a baddie. And now she's a fatty. Okay. And you know what? I did not sign up for that shit. And I can tell her to get her ass on the treadmill all the damn time. And it doesn't change. She doesn't listen. So I didn't agree to this. This was not what I signed up for. This was like written in the fine print. I don't want this. I want to be able to opt out of my contract, not renew it.
But you didn't get the opportunity to even opt to have a non-voluntary contract, number one, like prior to entering into this contract, because the state just dictated if there was terms on it.
I know, that's why I'm saying that it should be renewable, like my driver's license.
Yeah. I'm saying you didn't get the option to go the other way with it if you wanted the option to do that. And you still haven't disproven my point regarding you enter into a contract with the state that and I'm using state as in government, that you'll abide by their laws when you get different kinds of certifications. But then, okay, if you want to go into that, testing, adjusting, and balancing are certifications that you get with your state government. And
what different certifications is going to get in your marriage license? Like, is she going to be able to get the deep throat certification?
I'm talking about things that are basically licenses under a different name that you get with, and testing, adjusting, and balancing is with the state that you don't have to renew. They are in perpetuity, and you just lose it if you violate it.
So how do you?
I'm just making it because you're relying on other examples from the state to say why can't it just be renewed like a driver's license, etc.
Both licenses are renewable. Your business license has to be renewed. You know,
that's true.
I'm just saying that there's licenses that you have to renew, and I think that would be fine if marriage licenses were having to be renewed for secular marriages. I mean, as indecisive as they are, and you know what, it'll probably save a lot of taxpayers and government clogging up the courts. If you think about it, if like, you know what, we don't even got to go file for divorce. We just won't renew the license. You go your way, I go my way. Peace. Now, if they want to get contested, then they go to the divorce court, and then they can go through all that. But another way is just simply just not renewing the license.
Another way is simply not having it be done by the state. But
well, I mean, another way just not have the state involved in the marriage. Period. But we do. Yeah. We have it. So since we have it involved in the state, and since they do issue a marriage license, maybe we should have these marriage licenses be able to be renewed, and avoid the whole divorce court. It would save people thousands of dollars and a lot of heartache.
I'm just saying, I guess, to get out. To go back to my original is that it influences society in certain ways, and the society typically, like you're talking about the state wants to have economic success. You can literally go county by county in a state and only look at the married households and see which county is going to be more successful, sheerly looking at their marriage rates. And I think that this is going to be a deterrent for that. It's going to simply make less married people is what it's going to do.
Marriage has made less married people. The way that we do marriage today has made less married people. The family law courts has already made less married people.
That's because it's not religious and it's
we're talking about non-religious. We're talking about secular. So yeah, we're not talking about religious.
That's what I'm saying.
So
I'm saying the root cause is different than what you're saying it is, and we're not debating that topic.
Well, no, we're not debating.
Wow, that was way better than I thought it would be, honestly. What an interesting debate.
Yeah.
Oh, it's cleaner. That's why I won't move it. What an interesting debate, guys.
I think that says like this construct makes vows meaningless. Have you not seen the divorce rate today? Do you not see people don't care about vows?
Kissy Cat's miffed. She's
the root cause of that is because of the lack of religion in it, not because the state does it. Like that's the problem. Is
Kissy Cat? It's only a debate from.
It's okay. I agree with you.
If the state upheld vows, it would change things too.
Let's get to the judging, and then we can go. Cleaner, go first. Cleaner.
Yeah.
There he is.
This was like back and forth between both of them. Every time that Patrick would refute a point and try and redirect, Glenn would come back and redirect again. And I mean pretty much it came down to like the one time that Glenn tried to redirect but didn't follow through with the redirection with the refutation. That's pretty much it. He was going down a line, and Patrick was like, "Okay, but let's follow this." And Glenn was like, "Okay, no, let's shift." I mean, like really, like y'all were neck and neck through the whole damn thing. That's the only point that I have against you, Glenn. That's it. So I'd give it to Patrick on that one, man.
That's good. I can take that.
Anson, my God, help us all, the degenerate.
I was really disappointed, Patrick, that you never made the argument that including a automatic annulment in a marriage contract is essentially baking the divorce into the initial contract, basically saying that marriage is irrelevant and there's no point for it at all. And so like that would have been a really good argument to make from my perspective. But in terms of total back and forth, I thought it was really cool, kind of like what Ticky Tack was describing, or no, Cleaner was describing about how like Patrick would try and make a point, and then Glenn would try and push him in a totally different direction, and there was like that constant tension back and forth, and finally, like Patrick at some point made some points, but the most hilarious part from my perspective was when Glenn made the baddie to fatty metaphor thing in there. That was freaking terrific. Thank you, Glenn, for making me laugh tonight. I've been sorely missing that. Patrick, I scored you at 12 points, and I scored Glenn at 8, and I gave it to Patrick.
All right, Ticky Tack, close us out.
Yeah. So honestly, I think Patrick got caught up in these nuances of like, oh, what should like the marriage license be? What should the certificate kind of be, kind of thing? When his original point is that it probably just shouldn't exist at all. You know, and I think if you would have just argued on that point, just being like, oh, marriage licenses just shouldn't exist at all, you would have had like such a better setup around that. And I'm actually giving it to Glenn because I actually enjoyed a lot of the rhetoric that you produced between, you know, it's like, oh,
you made him laugh, Glenn.
Yeah,
you made him laugh.
And I didn't sign up for a fatty. Oh, what are we going to get? Like, do we need like a dick sucking certification going on here with to revow our like marriage license? I absolutely love that. So I'm giving
just tattoo that shit on her back. So Glenn, before you leave, I gotta tell you, that was great. It was really it was way better than I thought it was going to go.
It was a lot of fun.
I really thought you were going to go.
I really don't like. If I'm looking at it from like the secular world as it is right now. Like
the best thing you did was that you never even gave him room to bring up children. That you know the preemptive divorce already in there. He never made all of the arguments that would have fucking buried you.
That's what I was going to bring up.
Just never let him do it. Like,
yeah, because he can't get past the fatty that was a baddie.
You know, like
she's my fatty now. Okay,
he's gonna make her a baddie again. You just want to work her out.
You know what they say? They said beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Whoever said that didn't have to hold her.
Yeah, he just said you weren't working her out properly, Glenn. That's what I heard. That was and you made Kissy Cat was going crazy. $5 comes in from Kissy Cat.
How am I a DJ?
Glenn, you DJ.
How am I a DJ?
Patrick says in a biblical marriage, she would have gotten plenty of sexercise.
Right.
I agree.
That's right.
You're damn right she would, because she wouldn't be able to say no unless she was praying.
That I got to be honest, that ended up so much better than I saw it going. So
yeah, I had no idea what direction we were going to go with it. I was just like making shit up as we were going. So
I know both of you were, and you were like,
"I was too." I had no idea.
I mean, Patrick, you missed all of it. Why do you want more government why do you want more government in your marriage? What about kids? You're literally engineering.
I could answer the kids thing.
I did bring up the more government thing. I did bring up because it just gave you less options as far as your contract. But I brought it up in a more narrow way than you're saying.
Yeah, but you were focusing in this weird contractual space when what you needed to do is like just say, Glenn, why would you ever want more government in your bedroom? That's dumb. Don't do that. And you should have said, well, Glenn, if we actually have these expiration dates, you're engineering from work before you even get married. You're engineering in single parent households. You're engineering in child custody issues. You're engineering in all of these things from the word go. Why would you do that? And you'd have won because nobody.
I'm not engineering that. It's already there.
Yeah, I thought a lot of those arguments were like arguing the presupposition of the prompt, and so I didn't want to make some of those because I would just be arguing.
Those things are already there. Like the single parent household, it's already there.
Well, I mean, yeah, because if it expires, you've built.
No, even right now, without a marriage license expiring, it's already there.
That would have been your rebuttal, but he never made the argument, so you can't rebut it.
I would say like a renewable license would, it actually makes people that want to stay married actually stay married because they will be incentivized to make sure they renewed that license. and then make sure that they work at being together rather than feeling trapped that they have to just tolerate this woman until I die. Her and her
also,
mouth.
People are lazy and they'll just like forget to renew their licenses and stuff. I mean, people do that all the time.
Well, that'd be hilarious if you're not actually married for like 15 years. And there were so many good ways to go with this. This topic will be back.
You get the IRS to come after you because you've been filing jointly, and you haven't been legally married for 15 years.
Well, another good moral argument. Another really good moral argument would be, if you're making that a law, you are necessarily telling religious people that they have to go and renew their already lifetime standing marriage vows within their church, and that would be forcing them away from their religion in a way, or to contradict their religion.
If their institution actually already did that in itself by, some people have like marriage vow renewals, and it probably keep the relationship intact more if they're like, hey, you guys need to reclaim or rededicate your marriage or something like regularly. To kind of keep it in force, like work on it.
Right, and that would be an argument against what I was saying. I was just saying there would be another way of attacking it would be to say it would be forcing people away from their moral structure, which is that marriage is a lifetime thing within the church.
Yeah, it would actually. It might be the impulse to drive people back into traditional covenant marriages, right? Those are all arguments that can be made later. We're going to have to do this one again. What we really need is a leftist who believes in the state controlling everything to argue this point. And we didn't have one tonight. We'll get one. It's going to be great. In the meantime, Glenn, chill out, hang out, man. We're almost done. We got one fight left. Got one fight left, and it's going to be between Patrick and Abe.
Great.
The dudes themselves. All right, so what do you oh, by the way, Kissy Cat, don't drive on a suspended license, okay?
I got a debate for the guys. Here we go. Is a sexless marriage sexual immorality?
Yes.
I mean, is it how long? Like for the whole time you're married?
Now let's just say for like the last 7 years.
Gosh, damn! Why keep on using Anson? It's fucked up.
Are you like 90 years old though? Like I don't know. If you're like,
what does it matter if you still want it? Where did the Bible say there's an expiration date of when you can tap that ass?
That's true. That's true.
They didn't.
I don't know. There's also a level of asceticism there, though. There's like a level of asceticism where you're supposed to abstain at certain times. I don't know.
Not when you're married.
Yeah, no. When you're married, I mean, it depends on your Christian, what Christianity you are, I guess.
No, it actually depends on what God's word says, right? What God's word says is,
well, yeah,
unless it's committed to time of fasting and prayer.
God's word doesn't tell you what God's word is, so you don't know what that is.
The Bible says that, okay? Paul writes about it. Are we not gonna go off of Paul the Apostle?
Well, yeah. Paul the Apostle said it's better for you to be like me than to be married. But if you can't resist your passions, then get married so you can do that. So, like, all I'm saying is.
I think we got a debate grid. There you go. There's your topic.
All right.
For Abe and
yeah.
All right. Well, hang on, but I have a. Somebody brought up Mel, and actually, somebody actually kind of, you'll see. Just stand by. That somebody actually like has an insight into Mel's family life. Okay, and look, don't it's fine. It's fine. It's not nobody's going to get hurt here. Okay. All right. Here we go. Where'd it go? It's all the way up here. Got to hit the play button. Why is it muted? Shouldn't be. Oh, there it is.
Miss Livingston.
Little guy. He's been sick for so long, and I feel so badly for him. Little buddy is in so much pain. I'm afraid the only option we have left is, you know...
Mm-hmm. Miss Livingston, this is an adult human being inside of an animal costume.
Can't you see that he's in pain? He's my pet, and it's my decision. And my decision is I want to end his suffering.
I see. And what is he suffering from exactly?
Well, look at him.
I tell you this every time you come in here, Mrs. Livingston. This is your son, Kurt, a 24-year-old adult human male, and I can't euthanize a 24-year-old adult human male.
Actually, it's Fire Dash.
Right.
I'm a pyrofox from the forest planet.
No, you don't understand.
In the kingdom
Fire
of Fire
Dash is sick. He's been...
Wow.
I'm confounded.
Furby!
You got to tell me by the end of that, the doctor just went and gave him a shot, right?
No.
Oh,
no,
man,
no. Wait. Oh, you want to see? Oh, hold on. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cheat you guys. Hang on.
Oh, you got me hooked.
Yeah, hang on. I didn't mean to cheat you guys. I apologize. We'll pick it up where we left off. Oh, wait.
Miss Livingston, this has been and continues to be a complete waste of my time and resources. On top of the fact that this is completely unethical, it disregards Kurt's basic human rights.
It's Fire Dash? My name is Fire Dash?
You just don't want to live with a son who, as an adult, wants to live his life as a magical human dog.
What? Would you?
I'm a pyro.
Not to mention the responsibilities you have as a mother. His mother.
Come on! Please?
No.
Isn't there somewhere I could leave him or something?
Come on, Kurt. Are you going to let her treat you like this? Or are you going to stand up straight like a man and say, I'm here, I'm a magical dog boy, and I don't want to die, Mom?
I don't appreciate you referring to me as a cisgender human male. I'm a trigender pyrofox.
Get out.
Please!
Get out.
Please!
Get out!
Come on!
Get out! Get out of my office!
Oh, fine. Shh. Quiet, Poppet. Soon you'll finally be free.
If you enjoyed this, be sure to visit explosum.net.
All right. I hope you don't feel cheated now.
That was awesome.
Wow.
I'm a pyrofox. That was.
My name is Fire Dash.
Whoa! Did you create this?
I mean, like that was that was actually a damn near perfect representation of what the fox does. Whenever the doctor was arguing for him, and the fox was just like, I don't appreciate you not referring to me as a cisgendered male. It's like,
I am a
damn.
transgender
All right, fucker.
pyrofox.
Screw you then.
Yeah. That's pretty funny.
That
anyway,
was awesome.
I found that today. I was very happy about it, but it came out just perfect. And apparently, it Ticky Tack enjoyed it, and Cleaner was really enjoying it.
That's freaking hilarious.
It was.
I should extend the series.
Series.
I could do the voiceovers and extend the series.
Yeah, I'll send them a reference. But anyway, so there you go. All right. Anyway, we got our last battle coming up here, and it's going to be Abe Dinkus versus the board sergeant at arms, Patrick. What are we going to argue about, guys? You guys have anything you don't like about each other, or life, liberty, Pursuit of happiness.
I think we had one prior to the video. No?
Okay, cool.
Somewhat.
Let's go with it. We'll get rid of all these guys. And what's our topic?
It was sexless marriage is
sexually immoral
or sexually immoral.
Hang on. Let me Glenn proposed that one. Let me Glenn, what was the exact prompt?
Yeah, are sexless marriages sexually immoral?
Sexually immoral, or not just immoral.
Yeah. Not just immoral, but sexually immoral. Meaning like it follows the line of what Jesus says in Matthew 18 about divorce. You can't divorce your wife unless it's for sexual immorality.
Yeah. All right. So, who's taking which side?
I guess I'm the affirmative because I said yes.
Okay. You're the affirmative. And
so he says it is sexually immoral?
Yes.
To have a sexless marriage? Okay, I'm saying it's not. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
You're good with that.
You're saying sometimes
you can have a sexless marriage. Yes, I'm saying.
Yeah, and it not be immoral. Okay. All right. Abe, when you're ready.
Okay, I would say that a sexless marriage, as defined as sex less than 10 times in 12 months or something like that for 7 years, as he stated earlier, would be sexually immoral. You're driving the spouse, regardless of which spouse, out of your home for that sexual gratification, and thus you are pushing the marriage to its brink of collapse, especially if it's not agreed upon, which generally speaking, sexless marriages would be unagreed, lack of sex for long periods of time. Without communication and reason for that sexlessness, you are committing a sexual sin by inviting in every other need to fulfill that sexless position.
You had 14 seconds left. Good deal. You ready, Patrick?
I am. My opponent has said why he's presupposed why there's sexlessness in the marriage, and that was kind of what he talked about most of the time. He's presupposed that it was not mutually agreed upon. However, if you're going by the Christian ethic, then like I was talking about with Glenn prior to this, Paul says it would be better that you be like me, where Paul is celibate as opposed to being married. However, if you can't avoid the burning in your loins, then get married so you can not sin while you engage in that activity. And so the purpose of marriage is it's one of the blameless passions, sex, right? It's just like sleep or eating, things like that. It's a blameless passion until you indulge in it. Just like being sloth is a blameless, is the blamed version of sleeping. Gluttony is the blamed version of overeating. You essentially are, if you mutually agree, for example, to abstain for 40 days leading up to Easter, abstain for 40 days leading up to Christmas, or abstain for any length of time just because you're trying to avoid the passions, I don't think that's sexually immoral at all.
Okay,
by biblical standards.
That's your minute. All right. If there's any way that you can turn up your mic, Patrick, it's going to help you because you're very low.
All right, I'm sorry. Is this better now?
Yeah, that's like massively better. Yeah, good job. All right, 5 minutes starting now.
I don't believe that a sexless marriage is, as you said, both agreeing. I think a sexless marriage is when a party is withholding the sexual gratification of the other for distant periods of time.
Well, I mean, that presupposes why they're doing it. I mean, we can argue about why they're doing it or if they're doing it, but the whole thing is if the sexlessness at all is the topic of conversation. If they are sexless, is that sexually immoral? If they've mutually agreed that they're going to be sexless out of
it would be it's only sexless if it's not agreed. Otherwise, it would be a complete misnomer. It wouldn't matter. If it wouldn't even be reported as a sexless marriage because those people would have already agreed to it. They wouldn't classify it as a sexless marriage because they're having as much sex as they've chosen to have together. It's only a sexless marriage because one party has deemed that they are not receiving sex more than 10 times in a 12-month period.
Well, that's also, you're presupposing that. If both sides have agreed out of virtue that they're not going to engage in...
It wouldn't be classified as a sexless
explain to me
marriage,
the classification you're talking about, because if we both mutually agree to not engage in sexual activity, then that is a sexless marriage, is it not?
No, because that marriage has been an agreed upon term. The sexless marriage terminology literally means that it was not agreed upon, that the sex is not being given for like I said,
what determination are you using? Like, I don't understand how you're defining it, because we're talking about biblically, we're talking about sexual morality. I don't understand what you're using to define this. Go ahead. Sorry.
I'm saying if one party has decided that they do not want to have sex, but there is no conversation or communication, or there has been, and they've agreed to have sex, and then they don't more than 10 times in a 12-month period, then that person is driving their partner away. And generally speaking, that's exactly what sexless marriage is. It's sex less than 10 times in a 12-month period, not agreed upon.
Yeah, you're just reiterating the presupposing thing, and I want to know the definition of what you're saying is a sexless marriage only because the two people, you're essentially precluding
because you wouldn't report
saying.
it. You wouldn't report that you have a sexless marriage as a problem in your marriage if it wasn't a sexless marriage.
Why can't you just report it
already?
Why can't you just report it while not reporting it as a problem? I don't I guess I don't
because
understand.
People aren't reporting their sex lives if there's not a problem. If you're in a church, if you're in a marriage that is bound by the church and there isn't a problem, no, I'm saying that that's exactly what is reported. When you look up sexless marriage statistics, it's literally one of the highest ranking things for why marriages break up. That and finance. So if that is a reason to end marriages, then that would be an immoral act. You are breaking the marriage because you are not giving the partner the sex that they require.
Okay, then I would agree. If we're going based on that definition, then I would agree with you that a sexless marriage, if it's not mutually agreed upon, is because you should submit to each other. But it's not sexually immoral to abstain for certain periods of time, specifically. But I don't agree with your definition. I think your definition is fundamentally flawed, and I think it presupposes a certain definition of a sexless marriage in the first place. I mean, because when I say sexless marriage, I just mean the two individuals are not having sex, and that's whether they agreed upon it or not agreed upon it. And you're using a specific definition, whereas I'm using a more broad definition. And so I think for me, that's what the prompt is, and you're taking the affirmative on that, and I'm arguing against it.
I would say that I can't see how you could take a sexless marriage as meaning people that have agreed not to, when it is documented as a cause of cheating. It is documented as a cause of divorce. It is stated and documented repeatedly as this specific thing that causes the damage to the marriage, and thus would be sexually immoral, because withholding of sex is still creating a wound in the sexual relationship between the two people.
I'm not being sexually immoral based on Christian standards if I'm abstaining for 40 days in Easter and you can't handle that. That's not sexual immorality.
Did you agree upon it?
You would assume if you're having a Christian marriage that you would have agreed upon something like that. Yes.
Okay, and is that doesn't create a sexless marriage? 40 days doesn't even counter in then, because it's a 40-day period. The rest of the year would still be functioning as normal.
Okay, so
that would be fine. But
in
if
the
it's
Roku calendar this year, there's more strict fast days than there are non-strict fast days. So therefore, you'd be abstaining more days than non-strict.
So you're saying in 365 days, there's less than 10 days to have sex?
That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that not having sex.
That's exactly what a sexless marriage is.
What I'm saying is what a sexless marriage
is not. But that's exactly what a sexless marriage is. Less than 10 times.
Definition.
All right, gentlemen. That was good. That was real good.
That was interesting.
Yeah, it really was. And Glenn's still back there. I may have to pull him back up and get his opinion. I want to start with Ticky Tack on this time.
Yeah, so I like that Abe was actually giving a clear definition to what a sexless marriage is, and even when Patrick was coming back to say it's like, even though he was like building a hypothetical to be like, oh, there can be a sexless marriage and still like be ethical, Abe like doubled down on a specific definition of, okay, well, when it comes to more of the legal sense of what causes divorces and things like that is of a sexless marriage, and he held to his definition, where Patrick, I think you didn't necessarily like well define sexless marriage, you only just kind of claim that it's like you presuppose and reject Abe's definition. Well, if you reject it, I would like to see at least like, you know, some definition greater of like a sexless marriage. So that's where I'm kind of siding with Abe on this debate.
Okay, Hanson?
Abe created a proprietary definition in which he put the presupposition of an argument that would support his position inside of it, and Patrick continually called him out on it. Basically, the opposite of what Ticky Tack is saying has happened, and Patrick very effectively said that basically that presupposition was irrelevant and said that it's just a sexless marriage, right? If you just don't have sex, right? So he was very clear, Ticky Tack. I don't know what debate you were watching. It was a very close debate, though, and I saw it at 15 for Patrick and 13 for Abe. And there were a lot of opportunities there where I think that you could have called it a proprietary definition, Patrick, and it would have been easier for maybe Ticky Tack to understand, since he's in the debate bro sphere and he understands those trigger words because that's what the debate bros use. Just to learn the debate bro terminology, and Ticky Tack will be able to follow along.
You're muted. Okay. Cleaner, go ahead.
I actually I like that Patrick called out 4 of the fallacies that Abe was making, presuppositions, and the presuppositions were directly to what the definition of a sexless marriage is. And so Abe was presupposing a sexless marriage to be one specific thing that is a sexless marriage by one definition, by one of the many definitions. However, Patrick was saying it's just a marriage in which there is a lack of sex. However, that doesn't necessarily mean there's anything wrong, which the actual definition of a sexless marriage specifically states that some couples may be content with a lack of sexual activity. So there may be reasons for not having sex. And I think he really spoke to the definitional understanding a lot better in this one, as well as calling out the 4 fallacies. I'd have to give this one to Patrick.
Okay. I want to get Glenn's opinion on just how how the debate went, since it was kind of his topic. So Glenn, welcome back.
Oh, wow. Thanks. It's hot down there. So I thought, Abe was doing well. He should have, I would have pushed back on him by saying, well, sex is only allowed in the confines of marriage. So if sex is not happening and one of the partners are not in agreement with the terms of the lack of frequency, and they're not having sex often, then that would be immoral. Because what does the rest of the scripture say? It says, then join together so that Satan does not tempt you because of your lack of self-control. So if one spouse is refusing to have sex with the other for whatever reason, other than medical or health reasons, along those lines, then you are opening the door for temptation to, get your partner. And that would be immoral.
Well, I thought I conceded that point, actually, in the debate.
I didn't hear it.
Well, no, actually, I think what you did was you conceded it would be a bad thing, but it wouldn't necessarily be immoral because there's no moral that's being violated. That was what you said, which would go along with what you were arguing, the side you were arguing.
That's actually more accurate. What I said prior.
This was a really great topic. Actually, it went differently than I thought, which is really good, because a lot of the topics that all the topics were great tonight. We didn't really have one that just kind of fell flat that you guys didn't really try on or anything like that. So that's good. This one, I can see Ticky Tack's point of view. I also see Anson and Cleaner's point of view. And this is Abe, man, I like the tactic. I liked you just kind of sticking to that one point. But I feel like that once Patrick just kind of conceded, not having sex in a marriage isn't necessarily a bad thing or isn't necessarily the wrong thing to do.
I would disagree because the Bible says, to enjoy the youth of your wife, right? May her breast always, the breastises, so it's like,
All
okay, well, if you're not
definitions.
having sex, then how can you enjoy that? How can, you're
all
I don't.
I mean, proprietary.
Yeah, I think that Patrick was right to do that, but I think you could have, Abe. I think you could have come back at him with, I wouldn't have gone. I don't think I would have gone biblical. I would have just said, well, how moral can it be to deny your your partner? You've married this person. How moral can you be to deny that now? And I would have conceded to him that, okay, if it's an agreement that there's no sex, right? If this is because for example, my mom and stepdad, my stepdad slept on the couch. My mom slept in the bedroom 90% of the time after they turned 50 or 60, maybe. I don't know, whenever. They agreed to that, right? Maybe once, twice a year they get together, get a little, I don't know. I wasn't paying attention. None of my business. Don't care what my parents did. But the reality is that there are couples that do that. And you should have conceded that point and said, yeah, okay. But the exception doesn't make the rule. The rule is that in marriage, that is, a primary component of marriage is sex without guilt.
I did say if they've agreed upon it, then that's fine. It's not the same thing.
That was more the perspective.
Yeah, he did say that.
Right. It's like I understand the whole idea of like Abe is setting up a proprietary definition and Patrick's setting up a general definition. But the thing is, when it comes to a debate, it's like everybody's going to hold somewhat of a proprietary definition, and it's about coming to an agreement of what that definition is within the debate, so you're not talking past each other. And that's all I really saw here was just people talking past each other, while Abe had a proprietary definition that really held true to why the sexless marriage is sexually immoral under a proprietary definition.
Yeah.
And so when two debaters have a difference in a definition, do you know what the default stance is supposed to be at that point? The actual definition that is used in the textbook. So like, I mean, you would have to go back to the baseline definition since they can't agree on it. I would just disagree. Going off of that, well, that's literally how debates are structured.
Well, I would disagree, and they'll just say that without me making an argument.
Wait, do you think that most marriages that are sexless are because they've agreed or because they haven't?
I think it's irrelevant.
It doesn't matter.
If the debate topic was what is a sexless marriage, then yeah, we would default to the general definition. But the debate topic is a sexless marriage sexually immoral? So that adds additional context to it, where it's like we cannot fit within generalities, and we actually do need to start thinking about the proprietary definitions of like, okay, what is a sexless marriage?
Well, no, not necessarily.
Yes, necessarily.
Because in a debate, when you can't agree upon a definition, you won't be able to have the debate or have any kind of construct that you can fight for or argue that the other person will be able to approach.
Well,
and so by default, you have to go to.
Because you can't agree doesn't hold one definition over the other.
And I agree with that.
No, it doesn't. You're right. What it does is it says, okay, you're both wrong. Let's go to this definition and see who approaches the most.
No, exactly. Then the debate becomes
that's where Patrick approached the most by saying, well, that's just one of the many different kinds of a sexless marriage. And that actually speaks to the actual definition of a sexless marriage, because there are many different kinds.
No, under me, Abe, his definition actually spoke to me more, because under the context of
it was only one, though.
And let me complete. Under a sexless marriage is sexually immoral, Abe actually got to the root of the topic of what is actually supposed to be defined as. It's not this just cisgenderality. What you're saying is you're appealing to what is the definition of sexless marriage without the context of sexual immorality.
You're engaging in a modoscope fallacy with that, though, Ticky Tack, because you're saying that because he came to a conclusion, that means that his definition carried more weight. But the definition did not follow. The definition did not follow with more.
There was no conclusion drawn. We were trying to come up with a definition based off the context.
He was using one of many definitions.
I thought when he was talking about sexless marriage, he was pointing out how this type of sexless marriage would fall under being immoral and would be defined for or to meet up for divorce under sexual immorality. So that's why I thought he did good.
This is and this again, we're supposed to learn from this stuff, right? So Abe, you did define it, but what you didn't do is you didn't say to Patrick, can we agree on this definition? And if he said no, I don't agree with this definition, you ask him, and then you end up you really should have started, and obviously hindsight, right? But you really should have started with, let's make a clear definition of what a sexless marriage is and agree on what that is, and then you can argue your position from there. And that's just because this is, and you can see even amongst the judges, Anson Knowles, it's irrelevant what the definition is. To Ticky Tack, he felt like you made a good try at defining it. And Cleaner says, well, they both defined it. So at that point, you need to default to
debate rules,
which we don't know. I mean, I don't have a dictionary here I guess I could Google it, but I don't have a definition handy either. Besides, in a debate like this, the opponents should agree on the definition that they're debating.
They should grid, but in debates, if the two sides cannot agree on a definition, the debate should proceed using a reasonable and commonly accepted definition. A commonly accepted definition would be a Google definition because the social norm is agreed on it.
I would say that Abe actually made a commonly acceptable definition because of a sexless marriage is a very common reason for divorces.
Right. I'm not saying no. Hold on. You're adding more than just the definition to it. You're saying because when we're looking at the definition.
I'm not adding
we're
more.
just looking. No, you are. You said his carried more weight.
Outside of it,
you said his carried more weight because of extra things. That's what you said. That's literally what you said.
Guys,
because you didn't listen to what I was saying.
Let me just say this as someone who lived in a long sexless marriage, who looked at the definition of sexless marriage because he was concerned that he was living in one for a long time. Let me just give you my opinion. The definition is actually irrelevant because the debate became about the definition itself and their ability to argue their position on the definition. And that's how I came down to what my judgment was, because I thought Patrick did a better job of defending his definition than Abe. It doesn't matter what the definition is. If I thought Abe did a better job of defending his position on the definition, then I would have given it to Abe.
Yeah,
right.
I gave it to Abe because I think he defended it better.
Yeah.
Well, and see, that's why I was saying more so with Patrick, because he spoke to all the definitions that were listed and tried to give reasons for each of the definitions, not just one of the many definitions of a sexless marriage.
But then I think it was also disingenuous about acknowledging that denying for no reason would not be sexually immoral within the confines of a marriage. That's what Patrick didn't do. And if he would have done that, I would have said, yeah, okay. He would have done better overall by defining the different types, but by just saying, no, this is not this. I don't think. That
would have been an automatic L for him, Glenn. He would have been conceding the debate if he did that.
Well, they would have been honest.
Well, not necessarily from his point of view.
And I did say it would be bad. I just didn't say it would be sexually immoral. Like I said that having a sexless marriage while in marriage, because I said what the purpose of the marriage is from my point of view of the latter part of the prompt, which is sexual morality. I said it was to avoid the passions. Well, so yeah, it would be bad because I'm not allowing my partner to avoid the passions. But I don't think that the other person is being sexually immoral. We didn't get to the like specifics of that because we were arguing prior definitions. But I mean, yeah, I did speak to this like much more briefly than I did now.
I still say
I liked it. I thought it was a good debate.
It was a good one.
It was a good one.
I think that I was prepared for for the debate to go in a direction of, just back and forth about who's right or who's wrong. It became about the definition in and of itself, and that made me actually kind of happy because again, it is very important, especially when you might be talking past each other, even to define define terms, right? Like this, do we agree that this is what this is? Okay, then this is what this is. And if you can't agree on, hey, this is the definition, then you kind of have to backtrack a little bit and find one, right? As Cleaner said, use the commonly accepted one, but if you're not going to accept either side, then the judges have to.
The problem is I don't know how that would even change my argument. Even if I accepted that the definition was, regardless of agreed upon or not agreed upon, it would be a greater number of marriages failed and more immorality happening, regardless of whether or not that. So.
Well, I mean,
so you should have just conceded and made that argument. I mean,
yeah. So, Abe, I understand that. I understand where you're coming from.
And I agree that I should have pulled that in too. I'm not saying that
would have made a stronger argument.
If I had said that, it would have been better. I get that. I should have done that, and I did not. So I get it.
Yeah,
totally.
Okay.
Yeah,
I still vote for you, Abe.
The problem is that both of y'all are really good debaters, and unlike last time, Abe, when you made it into the last two, you actually tried this time. So it was really that was a really good debate.
Yeah, it really was.
Yeah. Y'all had such a good debate. It got all of us judges involved in debating it as well. I mean, dude, that's a fucking W for both of you guys.
Yeah,
really.
W, Abe. W.
Yeah.
That was hard.
And I still actually. So the funny thing is I think that all you've really done is define or attempt to define a sexless marriage. I don't think you've actually addressed the morality issue yet, whether it's moral or immoral.
That was the debate. It seemed like the entire time.
Yeah, the debate. Nobody discussed whether or not it was moral or immoral.
Well, they
was trying to point out that it was immoral, but there was
Patrick did. Patrick actually did when he said, okay, but if a couple has agreed upon not having sex for whatever reason, that wouldn't be immoral.
Well, that's in the scripture. It says that. But that's already in the scripture.
They both touched on it. They did.
I mean, I said it in my opening. If you withhold from your spouse,
you are
being sexually immoral.
Yeah, it's already in the scripture that says that unless it's agreed upon for a certain amount of time,
but
for fasting and prayer.
Yeah, but agreed upon sexlessness is still sexlessness, Glenn.
Right,
yeah, that's not the immoral part.
Which is why it became a definitional argument.
Sure, right, and they both touched on the morality issues, but they weren't able to get into the meat of the argument and discuss which why it's immoral, why does this matter, and or from their points of view. So it's still it's like barely touched. It's still going to be a great topic down the road, I think.
So they only just did the tip.
Can I ask this question?
Absolutely.
So, generally speaking, is a sexless marriage bad? Generally speaking,
yes.
I don't know. It depends on what's going on.
Generally speaking.
Generally speaking, a sexless marriage is. I don't think it's necessarily.
See,
bad.
It's the reason. The reason that I say it depends on what's going on is because the only type of sexless marriage that you will hear about is going to be one that people are complaining about. You won't hear about a sexless marriage where people are happy with the fact that they're not doing something for whatever their reasoning is, right? You're not going to hear them complaining. So, I mean, it's really hard to say for sure that that would be an entailment. You know what I mean? I'm not saying that that's not like a stronger correlate. It may be.
So, but you just pointed out. You just pointed out, like generally, if you heard it, it would be in the negative context. So, generally speaking, that's what Tiki Tak's saying. And generally speaking, it'd be in not a positive thing.
Cleaner is sex important in marriage for you?
Well, for me, yeah.
Okay, it's important for me, and that's why I associate the generality to be like it is important in a marriage.
Right, but there may also, and what I'm saying is that I also understand, though, that there are reasons for couples to not engage in a sexual relationship for a period of time in their marriage. Now, whatever those reasons are, and the thing is, I don't know how prevalent that is because that's not something that's really brought up a lot. You know, I'm not saying that I don't think that the negative connotation is probably a stronger correlate to sexless marriages, but I'm just saying I can't say, like, you know, way majoritatively it's always going to be, or almost always going to be, a negative thing, because I really don't know on this one. You know,
all right.
I agree. At least 51% is most likely negative, though. Yeah,
I'll concede on that part. I would say that I do have a bit of a bias to say that generally speaking, people find sex important in marriage. So
yeah, I get that. I do. I understand that.
It depends on what age group you're in too.
I also think that this specific term was coined specifically because of unhappy marriages, and it was not created for elderly or those who agreed to not have sex. I think this term is literally coined because it is a problem in marriages. I'm pretty sure.
No, it's just to define like a specific quantity of sex per period of time to determine whether or not you fall in the sexless or not sexless category.
Why would you do that, though? Ask yourself that. Why would you do that? Why would you?
Or there could be a number of reasons.
Fall in that.
There could be a number of reasons.
It could be to determine a medical status related to your erectile dysfunction.
Maybe you got erectile dysfunction because she was a baddie and now she's a fatty.
It could be because of postpartum depression.
Yeah, I mean, there's all sorts of
postpartum for 7 years.
Can I answer Tiki Tak's question? I think it, generally speaking, it probably is bad, because if you going by my moral view, right, like a monk would sleep 1 hour per night because he doesn't want to fall into sloth. He would eat 1 meal per day that doesn't satisfy him, or 1 meal per 3 days that doesn't satisfy him because he doesn't want to fall into gluttony. Obviously, he would be celibate. But we're people in the world, right? So we're not held to those same standards. If you're getting married and you're not a monk, then it's probably expected that you're trying to avoid the passions, like the passage I talked about with Paul. And so you probably should be partaking in marriage and like by having sex. And you may abstain for certain periods of time, but you probably should, generally speaking, have sex much more often than even what Abe's definition was.
Yeah, at
I'm
least
just going to answer your question.
2 or 3 times.
Isn't that the definition? 10 times or less in a 12-month period?
Yeah, but I didn't.
Correct. That is the definition of a sexless marriage.
I'm just joking.
That's one of the definitions.
Yeah, but I said you probably should, and even in the debate, I said it would be bad, but I didn't. It's not immoral, because I just told you the monastic point of view, and so I'm using the biblical point of view of like Paul being like, it's better you be like me than to get married. But if you're trying to avoid the passions, then you got to avoid the passions. And so obviously Paul is of a higher morality.
That would have been a great distinction if we got to that part, is that sexless marriage is bad but not immoral, because I would agree with that part.
Well, I said that. I said that in the debate.
Did say that. Yeah, Patrick actually did say that twice, I think.
Sorry about that.
I wouldn't say necessarily like universally it's immoral or not moral, because I would say if there's no justification for not, and you guys got married and you made that vow to each other, and then you just don't want to sleep with them because whatever reason, well, he got married because he had passion burning. And now he doesn't. Now what? He's going to be still burning with passion, and still got to pay your way and take care of you. Like, and you're not like it's. That's the immoral part.
That's a whole lot of qualifiers, Glenn. I mean,
it's a lot of presuppositions.
Yeah,
yeah. I got to. So I've listened to all of this now for a few minutes, and I think that people are ignoring a couple of things. First of all, there are people who believe that sex is only for procreation, and that any sex not specifically for procreation is fornication, and therefore you are immoral by engaging in sex if you don't intend to have children.
That's degenerate.
This is why I'm a heretic.
If those two agree on that, if they're in agreement with that, then that's fine. I mean, that's them.
And speaking
Holy
of
shit, she hangs up the ceiling.
And speaking of degeneracy and fornication, welcome, Kel. How are you? Finally made it. We're done now, but we're glad you're here. Kel, since I doubt you've been listening, is a sexless marriage.
Flip the screen.
But actually, somebody give the definition, the actual definition. How about Abe? Go with it.
What? No, have Cleaner do it because he read a different definition than I thought.
Not the definition, but the prompt. Give her the prompt that you guys just started.
Is a sexless marriage immoral?
Sexually immoral.
So, yeah. Is a sexless marriage sexually immoral?
Also, you're muted, by the way. You're muted.
Me?
Why are you muted? Yeah.
No,
there you go.
Now you're not. There you go.
I wasn't before. I was just being respectful for once. A woman shutting her mouth. Imagine.
Imagine that.
Sexually immoral. That's fucked up, but sexually immoral is crazy. But sorry, that's good prompt.
Why is
You're upside down?
No, she's not Cleaner. That's only
in
on
California,
your side.
this is how we do things, okay? Listen.
No, she's upside down. Oh, there you go.
Sorry. Okay, so my headphones, I fucking broke my headphones the other night on stream by accident, and so I forgot to get new ones on the way home from work. It's been a day, but so I'm waiting. I just DoorDashed some, so I'm waiting for them to get here. So I'm on my mobile.
Well, you sound fine.
Okay, great. Love to see it. We love
Yeah,
to see
you look less degenerate with that camera.
Thank you, right? I know my phone is. I know, but I can't really stream from here very well.
It's okay. It's fine.
It's fine. I know my followers are missing this riveting content. But where are we at in the debate?
We actually just finished up the last one. It was on what we just talked about. Is a sexless marriage sexually immoral?
And who won?
Patrick.
Patrick won. Board Sergeant at Arms won over Abe. It actually was a matter of definitions because we never actually. Well, they barely brushed the surface of the actual discussion.
Yeah. Yeah, sounds familiar. Sounds like someone I know. No, it's easy to do that. If you don't like lay out a good solid argument and counter argument, then you're just kind of toast. I was watching my stream back. I'm like, yeah, honestly, my argument was a total losing one, but confidence will get you far, bro.
True story. True story.
Yeah, sexless marriage sounds like a friendship. It sounds like a tax break.
Yeah. It sounds like a green card attempt.
That would be a great point to bring up.
Yeah.
That would have been. That would have been.
Yeah, like what about the military bros that are all like 26 because they're like, I think this girl really likes me.
Yeah, but a marriage is a specific thing that isn't a tax break and a friendship, right? So that's like a word concept fallacy that could get swatted down pretty quick.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, you could use it like supplement. It depends on how you use it, bro. Like military people, obviously, like there's plenty of people who don't use moral or like marriage for like the sanctity of love.
Then we're just going to argue the definition of sexual morality, and then we're going to argue the definition of marriage, or vice versa, whatever order you pick.
Well, and I think even approaching it from arguing the concept of sexual morality might have actually been a more productive argument, to speak to the prompt itself. Granted, what you guys did was way more entertaining, though.
Well, I was trying to approach it from that point of view. I always end up feeding into whatever my opponent is talking about for some reason.
Well, you did the right thing, Patrick, because he used that specific kind of definition, and if you would have let that go, he would have defeated you with it. So you had to continually attack him, or else he would have won. And Abe knows that. That's why he's nodding his head.
He would have bludgeoned you about the head with your own ignorance.
That was kind of the goal. That was kind of the goal. Honestly,
the way that I would have actually approached the opposite side of Abe is to say, okay, so that's the definition of a sexless marriage. Now prove to me how that is immoral, sexually immoral, because biblical standards don't say that that's sexually immoral, but it does say that there may be a problem in the marriage where they need to go and talk to the priest. That doesn't necessarily mean that it is.
Why won't you give me pussy?
Well, and that's where Abe would be able to come in with whatever he believes would create the sexual immorality. Then, right?
Yeah, yeah, that's true. Guys, let me apologize for Kel. Kel's had a rough day. Apparently, she does know how to change a tire. However, she doesn't realize that the tire she puts on is just as bad as the one she took off.
To be fair, that's the third time I put that.
Fail.
She's been through it.
Fail.
That's fair. Has been through it.
Kel's been riding the fail wagon all day today.
Kinetic L's.
Cleaner, you would have to prove that. How is it sexually immoral?
Right. You would have to. I mean, like you would have to give some refutation or some reasoning for why it is sexually immoral.
Okay, so where is sex allowed in anywhere else besides marriage?
Well, no. See, the definition that he was giving is that having sex less than 10 times in a year would be a sexless marriage. And what I would ask him is, how can you prove that is sexually immoral?
Yeah,
like how is it to prove that the frequency is sexually immoral?
Yeah, like 11. Is 11 suddenly moral?
That's why she doesn't actually, and that's sexually immoral.
Well, I would say that the Bible says you're not supposed to deny one another unless it's for a agreed amount of time committing to fasting and prayer. So there's no number.
Well, right, but the definition. But hold on, though, Glenn. The definition doesn't say that one person is denying the other person. It just says they're having sex less than 10 times in a year. So how is that immoral?
It would be only immoral if one party is wanting more sex and the other one's denying them.
Yeah, right.
Okay, so you'd have to presuppose that one party was wanting it more. See, gentlemen, this would have been a better back and forth to the morality side of it. I think you guys did something entertaining, but what Glenn and I just did, we gave you a good example of a better moral argument there, you know?
Yeah. We should do the sexual morality of gay relationships next. That will be fun.
No, we should not.
I'll fight it.
Wait, are you saying that I didn't say any of those things?
Arguments.
I heard you say almost all of those things, Abe.
I'm just curious.
I don't. You're just.
It's
you're throwing out Paul, bro. I quoted Paul, and you just throw Paul out, bro. You're like epistles, fuck them. I don't care.
It's true. They're always like fucking got a pineapple on their door if they're like, oh my god, men shouldn't fuck other men. I'm like, bro, shut the fuck up. You're literally like trading your wife to like other guys on the weekend. Like, I don't want to hear anything about it. Like, bye.
Dude, as soon as he said pineapple, I was like, I know where this is going.
I did too. Oh man,
crazy.
So, Kel, do you think marriage license should be renewed?
Marriage licenses, like renewal of vows.
Yeah, renewable.
I am so biased about this because
what is going on with your lighting? Are your RGBs like freaking out? What do you
look? It goes with my voice. Watch.
That's wild.
Okay. I thought that it works sometimes with my voice. Okay, let me just put it to normal light. Sorry.
Yeah. Just be normal for like 2 minutes, Kel.
Bro, that's not why you brought me on here in the comedic relief.
It's exactly.
I know you brought me here for my riveting political takes. I'm sure.
The gesture serves her purpose.
You got a smart one here, Grid.
Apparently. So Kel, I'm trying to set up a show with a more traditional content creator.
I wouldn't lean traditional. I wouldn't necessarily traditional.
Well,
it's the button that says OFF, Kel.
Not the OF button. Not where you go to send your content. The other one.
Dang, that was cold.
None of them work. Okay, there we go.
Okay.
Like, it wasn't working. I was pointing at the wrong spot.
All right, Kel, focus. All right, so I'm trying to set up a really good show with a center left.
She has a more patriarchal.
Modern. What's that, Glenn?
I would say she has a more patriarchal view on relationships.
Yeah, I'll get that. So a more modern person such as yourself with a more patriarchal, traditional sort of personality. And what we're going to discuss, what I hope to be able to discuss, is the lack of feminine characteristics in Western women and why that is.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm so femme and submissive. I don't know why you would want me to talk about that. I'm a very polite young lady. I embody feminism.
You embody feminism.
Femininity. Sorry. Yeah, I guess I do. That's probably closer to the
I think you were correct the first time. Yeah, I think you were absolutely.
Look, I took out my nose bull ring to be here so that I would get bullied less. But the bangs are still there.
You were bullied?
Here, yes. It was a targeted harassment campaign. Yes.
You were bullied as a feminist?
Read my Twitter thread about it, bro.
Someone made fun of your nose ring?
And it really haunted me. So I started a Twitter thread about it. And I contacted his job.
Question about your nose ring. Did it smell bad when you first got it?
No.
I don't know. There's some people who's like when they get nose rings, they smell like rotten flesh afterwards or something like that.
Maybe if they don't
clean it.
Yeah,
just clean it.
I changed my nose jewelry a lot though, and I've had them since 7th grade. I change my nose jewelry once a week.
Look,
your
I've never had a
let you get that in the 7th grade.
Lots of failures here, I know. Look how we turned out, bro. We're here on a Twitch stream with some fucking right-wing loser. No, I'm just kidding. Kidding. Thankful, grateful, blessed.
You're presupposing that everyone's right wing. Ticky Tack's not.
No, I'm just kidding. I can tell by your soft white underbelly filter that you've been through prostitution. Tell us about your career as a career prostitute. Tell us about your hurt and trauma.
Define prostitution. And is there a difference between male and female prostitution?
Do you think a cave painting is the same as prostitution?
I would say that men and women prostitute themselves in the world in different ways.
Like Grid over here prostituting himself for views and likes. By the way, make sure to subscribe, donate to the stream.
I always forget to do that. I have mods for that, but I don't actually do that very often. I should probably do that more.
You need to chill. Everyone chill for Grid. Subscribe to Grid's channel, guys.
Hire this woman as a co-host. Seriously.
Yeah. She's very entertaining and obnoxious. She's like your perfect counterbalance.
Yeah,
and the snorks when she laughs are actually a little funny. The little snorkels.
I retract them. I vote Abraham Lincoln.
I agree.
I agree. So, are you a pork snorkel?
No, they called me a chuckle fuck though when I dated a comedian. He's writing that one down. He's like, "That's good."
Yeah,
so, there's this great quiz in the back to test her femininity
quiz, and be honest.
Quiz, autism quiz. What is it?
Well, you said you embody femininity, and the quiz will determine.
No, she didn't. She said she embodied feminism.
That's not also
she said feminism.
Feminine outfit, bro. My cargo pants. You fuck with it.
She said feminism.
Yeah, she embodies wavery and unconstant women.
She's got that Kim Possible going.
Unable to be rational part of women, Glenn. Not the rest of it.
Totally.
The one that the Proverbs warns us about.
Yep.
The heathens. The ones that Jesus hung out with, by the way.
He was a stronger man than me. Jesus was a much stronger man than me. I don't have that. I don't have that.
Okay.
I hang out with heathens all the time.
All right. But I pop into chat and Grid's like, Kel, come on. He misses me. Just say it.
You have to hang out with the enemy to change the enemy's mind.
Grid, we acknowledged yesterday that you still go to the Fuckboy award shows and do your honorable.
That's true. That was funny.
The Fuckboy award shows is crazy. What is that?
That was hilarious. That was really fun. The funny thing was that people believed that shit.
That's hilarious.
Dude, people,
So
that's
won?
one thing the internet has taught me is that everyone is very gullible.
You know, I think the funniest thing that happened yesterday was when I basically told Casper to fuck off and
so many ways.
Oh, that's a great question. What would you do if your son brought me home? Grid.
Well, I mean, you'd be like robbing the cradle, wouldn't you? Aren't you like 30 or something?
I'm not 30. And how old's your son? Ew, don't be
32.
Oh
I'm 23. Jesus.
Oh, I got a son your age, Kel. You want me to hook you two up?
No,
where does
Jesus come into this?
Who asked that?
Does he have your hairline?
ZD Den.
No, he's got a full head of hair.
That's hilarious.
ZD Den. Actually, I got to be honest with you. If my son
we'd all be on True
brought
Crime Daily.
Kel home, which by the way, it is likely because he looks more mature than she does.
Your son wants to be told he's a good boy and bust around because he had you as a dad.
My son's like 15, but he's almost.
Ew,
he's
I thought you said he was 30.
No, he said you look 30. And I said you look 32. And I was being polite.
This is weird.
I'd be really weirded out if.
I think it's the hair.
Okay, I thought you said he was 30. Jesus Christ.
No.
I think it's the hairstyle that makes you look older.
Damn.
At least it's something you can change.
Like that isn't turned into like just
the hair you
roast
can change,
session.
you know.
Kel, they bully you because they like you.
This is turned into a roast session.
Tell yourself that over and over.
Okay.
Yeah, that's not why I'm doing it.
All right, a bunch of neck periods, whatever. Blah blah blah. No valid criticism. My hair is awesome and super approachable.
Bleach the hair. Bleach the hair. It'll make you look younger.
People like the skunk-like look, bro. It's a vibe.
It's a vibe.
I for one, am happy that you decided to take out that lead that you had on your nose. That was a good call. Presence of mind there to know that it didn't add to your value.
It's wild. Sexism is alive and well on YouTube.com, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just kidding.
ZDN says she should have worded that as a girl like Kel. So, I mean, he has to learn. School of hard knocks. You have to learn. You have to learn the hard way. No matter what I tell my son about crazy bitches, nobody understands crazy bitches until they've had one or two.
Gotta go through it.
Try and stab them in the eye. So
I mean, that shit is fun.
Only Glenn. $2 from.
Love you? They try to stab you.
The $2 comes in from the Raging Patriot, 1776. She looks 40. Those crazy bangs of feminism. Ow! Ooh, that stings. That stings. Fortunately, I don't think Kel heard any of that.
See, just even like coming over the hair, you lost about 5 years.
Did I?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So now she's 18?
But now you're showing off your massive forehead, so that's kind of an L.
What the fuck?
Anson's just not going to be happy unless he makes her insecure about something.
Did the bald man say that? Okay.
Yeah, the awesome bald dude said that. Yeah. What about it?
You never answered about whether or not, marriage licenses should be renewed. I think you would agree, right?
Yeah, this was a debate topic earlier, Kel. Should marriage licenses have to be renewed?
I think that would probably solve a lot of like fucking decades of boiled up resentment. But I don't think it would be as simple as like, oh yeah, you renew your contract. Like if you got a business license or something and you have to just go fucking, oh, well, it didn't work out, so we can just call it quits here. Wouldn't it be nice if marriages worked like that, where it's like you're at the 5-year mark and you're like, well, didn't work out. We can just part ways. Like
that could cause a lot more resentment though, because what if the guy or the girl just isn't happy for like a month leading up to that day when they're supposed to renew and they don't renew, and the other partner's like, yeah, but I put in all this work into the relationship, and they resent them for it after that. So I mean, it could cause more resentment.
But then you also, if they weren't going to work on it, they weren't going to work on it from the
calm down. I got to read this because people pay for it. $2 from the rating Patriot 1776. She has 5 head. I don't
You're just
know
not
what
used
that
to
is.
seeing it. You're just not used to seeing
I
it. Okay? I'm gonna
see.
normalize my forehead.
There's another one.
It's okay.
Whoa.
Gotta face our fears.
That's not normalized.
So
there you go. It's okay. We'll get past this together.
So white girl wasted on the White Claws. That's a win.
Gotta prove it.
Yep. 3 sips into it and already wasted, dropping her phone.
I'm just waiting for my headphones.
At least they didn't say she doesn't have dreams. She has movies.
I have to be honest.
Damn, Glenn.
All right.
There's a great sense of humor, at least. I mean, that's
exposing real time, bro. It's tough out here. It's tough out here for a 5 head. Okay.
No, really, Kelly, you look better with your hair pulled back. Keep it like that.
Gaslight. Okay, if I had eyebrows on.
Gaslight.
It's actually not a gaslight. I think he seriously means it.
I'm a serious person.
I'll say something nice now. I think porcelain skins like coming back in the style. I think dudes are finding that really
racism.
I think so too. Go with the side swept bangs. If you want to have the bangs, go with side swept. I think.
Yeah, bring back the emo hair.
That's not racist.
Exactly.
Emo's a good style.
That's not racist. All girls can put on enough makeup to have porcelain skin, so that's not racist.
This is true. I feel like
here,
it's
the
weird
lighting.
when I wear like a full face of it's true. When I put on a full face of makeup, I feel like I look weird because my arms are so freckly. Like I literally look like the redheaded stepchild, like Chucky ass.
That's because you're like.
Ooh, we're back to the rainbow.
Kel, I'm going to say something nice to you. You're a very attractive young lady, and if you learn how to obey a man, you'll be a good wife one day.
Oh, thank you. It's too bad.
Facts. That's
what a waste. California. My parents shouldn't have moved me to California.
There is a cure for this, but I'm just going to.
What part of Cali?
You see?
No.
I promise you that Kel is in. Oh, wait.
San Francisco?
I can't. She told me, but I really feel like it's. I feel like she's in Southern California, but it might be Northern. I don't remember.
How many steps are there at your entryway, Kel?
I'd say
Steps?
San Jose.
I'm on the ground floor, baby. What do you mean?
I would guess Irvine or Sacramento.
You don't even have to step up once to get onto
to
get into your house.
No, only to my lifted truck, asshole.
Ticky Tack, you think she's in the
Climb up
OC?
there. I just
Very
have been
possible.
gaslighting you this entire time. I'm actually from the south. No.
I'm judging it based on off her room size.
Oh, that's actually a good idea. But also, wait for my house size because it could be comparative.
It could be.
And also, maybe I'm one of those idiots that has like a fucking $200,000 car loan, but lives in like a shithole. There's plenty of people like that. They like have like all the worst assets. They pay for like the most expensive everything.
I guess the only thing I would ask is it a fun car?
Me?
Yeah, a $200,000 fun car.
No, I drive a e-bike everywhere because I care about the planet. Or helium.
Okay, downtown,
literally lying.
Downtown now.
Yeah,
she is literally lying.
This broad is awesome.
This broad is awesome. The answer that is the epitome of being an Alabamian.
Oh man,
bro, where are my
Where's
headphones?
the lower class? He needs to get in on this.
Yeah, I need to find out what part of Bama he's in.
You knew he was from Bama too the minute you saw him. I was like,
oh yeah, true.
I didn't.
That dude, I'm like, that dude's from Alabama or North Georgia, one of the two. There's just no mistake in that specific look.
But he was definitely one of ours, bro.
Yeah,
Bro,
yeah, he was.
Ours? Are you Canadian?
No, we're from Alabama.
Ours.
We're
Dude,
from Alberta, Canada.
My computer says it works, but it's like not working. Like it's literally broken. Like the whole screen is not working at all. Like it's broken. Look, literally the thing. Like
She's way better than Kat Katibi, Grid. You really need to make
God.
her your
It's
co-host.
It's a massive amount of energy.
on.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
And she talks.
Don't throw your
I think she's
headphones.
giving Abe like
Grid. I think she would make your show more entertaining.
Yeah, Grid.
She
Get
just
over
reminds
it.
me of my
show
little
more
sister.
entertaining.
Yes, way more entertaining.
I think
Put
it
her on
was
a
already
salary.
pretty entertaining.
You're throwing strays.
Cleaner's like, fuck
Kick him now,
that.
Grid. You're gonna just let that disrespect. You're gonna let him disrespect you like that and say a woman would make your show more entertaining. Kicked.
No, just you, not a woman.
That's
Just you.
Banned from the community.
Look,
well, a woman would, but you're the best we can find. So if that's,
look, Grid, whenever
closest
you're
we
doing
got.
whenever you're doing investment deals
take that like a
and you're
compliment.
going to a restaurant with a bunch of the executives that are about to invest into you, bring Kel along.
No,
Yeah.
no,
Yeah.
absolutely not. No.
It's funny because I literally talk to people for
I
a
should go
living. This is
fishing.
where
Matter
I
of fact,
gotta
I
get
think
out
I'm
all
going
my
to go
fucking
fishing in the morning.
degeneracy.
You talk to
Didn't
people for a
100
living.
to extend the show, keep Grid from going fishing tomorrow? I mean, that would, because to go fishing, I have to get up at 5 a.m. and it's already right at midnight.
So you might
Kel,
as well
didn't you
just
say
stay
you
up.
sell cars for a living?
No, I sell crack in front of your local Walmart to kids
Yeah.
exclusively.
So cars.
Check your ID. Make sure you're under 18.
Okay. Gents, I'm out. Have a good night.
Hey, man.
Abe.
See ya.
Yeah, man. Go have fun wherever your travels take you. Go have fun.
We'll see.
God bless you, man. God bless you.
God bless you. Al.
The chair said, "God bless you, Abe."
Yeah.
See you, man.
Okay, I think I figured it out. The cable's not connected. I'm a genius. Whatever. I figured it out. I don't need no man.
I don't need no man.
That's good because you don't have one.
Congratulations. You are as smart as a 5-year-old.
I actually do. You would hate my boyfriend, Grid. You have to meet my boyfriend someday.
Wait, I
He's
thought
more
you
gay
were
than I am.
with a woman.
Well, hold on. Why do I have to do that?
No, I said you would find it very entertaining. You think I'm a
Grid,
lefty?
she looks at you as a father figure. Come on now.
The kind of man that you would date has to be a super feminine man.
Yeah.
That's gross.
Do you keep his balls in your purse?
No. I'm vegan.
They're in a jar.
That was good. That was good. That was actually fucking funny. That was good.
That was actually fun. Oh my god, women can be funny. This is revolutionary, dude.
I mean, when you're talking about balls, of course.
Call the executive. Oh my god, balls. So funny. Kakistan, dude. I'm just waiting for my DoorDash order, bro.
I think Charles Darwin would like you to move to Australia.
Oh, I love Australia, but you sound fat. Sounds like a fat name, to be honest. But I hear the food over there is good, so you can't be that fat.
Well,
You're fatter than any of the fucks I'm being
doesn't
called with
hold
right
back.
now.
Hell, if you're tired of dating guys that are
Hold on, guys. $5 from ZD Den. Good evening, Tina. How are you? I hope you're well. Can you all imagine her on whatever? She would I'll have Brian off the wall with her ADHD and his OCD. That would be a hilarious show. I don't think she's got ADHD. I just think that she's cranked up to like 12 and a half.
I literally do have
not with the
ADHD. I
chin,
thought
but
you
she just-
clocked me. Great. I thought you clocked me when you were like locked in. I was like, oh, damn, he knows.
I don't think that's a bad idea.
Yeah, that's actually a pretty good idea. She'd be
I'll
really
talk
good
to Brian about it. I'll mention it.
See. Hi, I'm Abdul. I just got to your store. Excited to get started on your order. Hello, dear. I am here.
Hold on. Your man didn't go get you food? What
It's
the
not
fuck?
food. It's headphones. I forgot to get them on the way home.
Oh, I thought you door dashed food.
No, I don't pay $30 delivery fee for nothing except headphones because I'm lazy. But if it was food, you bet I would get my ass up and go. I'm not. Come on.
Hey, that's respectable. I don't pay delivery fees either.
I never do, but I'm like, I literally forgot headphones. I'd already stopped. I'm here now. Come on.
Stop simping, Ticky Tack.
Hey, I got a simple.
That's his job, Ticky Tack.
Hey, I'm in the right age for simping right now.
Yeah.
You're in your simping era?
Yeah.
Totally. Checks out.
I didn't know there was an age that stuff like kicked in or stopped at.
It's basically until you become a man cleaner.
Yeah, so before 35.
So apparently, when she goes to Australia to meet Charles Darwin, decaf.
Yeah, literally.
How many white monsters have you drank today?
I drink the pink 0 sugar ones for the record, and 2.
Oh, that's horrible. That's horrible.
The fact that I could guess that is, I've been doing this too long.
You said, Kel, focus. I was like, okay. We're locked in. Dude. Hello.
Anson's just like blown away. Anson's like,
I don't know. Like, if I was talking to a broad like this in real life, it'd be like a 30-second conversation.
Like
and
dropped off. Look, Kel, you're looking at yourself. Look at that. Look.
What?
You froze, and then you had to come back in, so you're still here.
What did you say, Anson?
Nothing. I just if I were to talk to someone like Kel in real life, it would be like a 30-second conversation, and then it would be never again.
Yeah,
but online it's okay. It's okay, right?
For me, I would be like, "Hey, Kel, want to go to an EDM festival?"
I don't even know what that is.
He's basically asking her if she wants to do drugs with him.
Electronic dance music, Anson.
You don't have to do drugs.
Oh, a rave. Yeah, I know a rave. Yeah, I heard of them.
And there's going to be a lot of drugs around.
You don't have to do them, though.
You don't have to do them.
Yeah.
Well, this is the same argument I was making about the marriage earlier. Anyway, we don't have to get into that.
I can go on my computer and stream. I can't believe I've been talking to you guys for free.
So, Kel, the last stream that you were on, you said you were with a woman, and on this stream, you said you were with a man. And I'm confused. Is it because the man's so feminine that you called him a woman last time?
Am I being detained? Do I have to answer your questions?
No, I'm just confused because there's inconsistencies in what you're saying.
Then I plead the 5th.
Okay, well,
Anson, she was trolling the troll.
I still don't understand what the troll is yet. So
Soft white
it's
underbelly
got 2
with
nose
glasses.
rings in.
Yeah, the whole thing, the whole aesthetic, bro. The whole
Oh,
thing.
are you kidding me? No, I've got like 10,000 times more respect for you now, Kel. That's freaking awesome.
Where did the meta irony start and stop?
Meta irony. Now, I want a definition for that one.
I plead the 5th. I don't have to answer your questions. This is not an exchange of information.
You never heard of this Ticky Tack?
But I'd like you to answer it.
Great,
I'd like a lot of things. I'd like a boat.
Kel is awesome, man. You got to get her on your show as a co-host, dude.
Her work schedule just is really weird.
I'm a grinder.
You're
on Grinder?
There is a channel that has a video about meta irony and the layers of the onion, Ticky Tack. If you're curious,
no layers of the onion. No.
And about how us young people use those things in a way
it's a Gen Z thing.
We even troll. I mean, I'm not Gen Z, but I mean, I understand what they're doing because I'm on the very edge, where you can essentially troll where you're not even necessarily meaning anything specific by what you're saying. But I mean, anyway, you'll just have to watch the video, bro. I'm not gonna say who it's by, but just watch the video.
Okay.
it's becoming a living meme, basically.
Yeah, it kind of is. It kind of is.
So Nala?
No, that's a warning story. That's a tragedy. Kel, are you okay?
No.
We can't hear you, Kel.
We can't hear you because you did something weird. It's a spider on your head. You're walking to the store.
She's got running lights on her ceiling. Like a damn 20-something-year-old.
I thought you were supposed to stop doing that kind of stuff when you turn 30.
Yeah, I know, right?
Doing what stuff? I'm probably still doing it.
Going to whatever rave party you used an acronym for earlier.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, I'm still doing that.
So, Grid, are you gonna send your people over to me when this is over?
I've already got I've got it the raid set up. Then Glenn said that he's starting a stream and wants to chill. So maybe you guys ought to like just combine streams.
Oh, Anthony, you doing one?
Yeah, man.
Cross the streams though.
I'll just go to yours.
Yeah, we could cross the streams. That sounds fun. Yeah, play Tommy Swords.
I'm kind of like bisexual there, you know. I don't want to cross any streams with you.
It didn't sound bisexual. It sounded gay.
Yeah, yeah, gay, real gay.
Real gay.
I'll just go over to yours. I'll cancel mine. I'm good.
World-ending danger.
Kel, you look like you're thinking, and it hurts. Are you okay? Should we send help? We can't hear you. Your mic, there's no mic.
It was kind of peaceful
just like
there.
that.
It's nice and yeah.
Yep, she's here and then she's gone, just like she was for all of her last dates.
She's trying to set up her mic, bro. Just like I am, apparently.
10
I think she was streaming from her phone, and then she's trying to go to her computer, and maybe she'll make it back. We'll see.
Anthony, just send me the link.
Oh yeah, sorry, Glenn. Yeah, I'll get that over to you right now.
Thank you, sir.
Kel rage quit. She's way too happy to rage quit. Perpetually happy. So annoying. Anyway. Imagine if she'd been here the whole time.
Earlier today.
I'm sorry?
Guess what I did earlier today? I roasted some TradCon simps on X.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
What'd you do?
Roasted them. Call them out.
Not spit roasted them, but just roasted them.
I set them on fire and walked away.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's good. That's a better. Yeah.
The trad simps need to be humbled.
Yeah. Like there was a you met my buddy Red before, divisive content.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. He hits me up, he's like, "Oh, you gotta hop on this X space. They're talking about the question is, are women entitled and men are weak? Or are women entitled or are men weak?" And I said, well, it's both. Right. And so I'm listening to this like space, and all these guys are going up there just simping, just virtue signaling so bad. And then when I finally get the mic, I'm just like, all right, can the simpery fuckfest please come to an end? Basically, like this is the most virtue signaling shit. I was just roasting them. And then one guy tried to come back me, and I was like, that's not what the Bible says, but okay. Then I roasted him on that. And then he messaged me apologizing. It was fun.
Well, at least he did that.
I know. It was still fun, though. I can see why Andrew likes it.
You can see why. Andrew likes who?
Doing TikTok invasions.
Oh,
yeah.
Gotcha. I haven't. I don't go to TikTok. I
don't either. It pisses me off.
Catherine MC says she's got to go. Take care and take care, Kel. Kel got a mention. All the rest of you guys are dog water apparently because she only said take care to Kel. And me, of course.
Well, that kind of sounded like a feminist, take care of the woman. Yeah, that's about right. Because gotta save the women. I'm kidding.
Well, Catherine is kind of a feminist.
We're all
kidding. What she says.
Well, hello. Who's opening the package?
That's Kel, obviously. Kel, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. Sorry. I don't know why my webcam's not working, so I'm just plugging in my other one. So embarrassing.
Did you try turning it off and back on again?
Well, you gentlemen have a good night.
All right, Cleaner, man, it was certainly a pleasure. Got a little spicy amongst the mods tonight, a little bit.
Thanks for the powwow.
Hey, Cleaner, I'd like to hear more about this project you're working on for doing training stuff. That sounds really interesting. And you were talking about setting up debates earlier, and I'm super interested in that also. So I don't know if you have me on Discord, but hit me up, man. We'll talk about it some.
I
Sure,
think Cleaner.
absolutely.
I think Cleaner and I need to get into a debate. I think that would be a wild.
That would be awesome. Let me know when. We'll make that happen. That'll be
figure out what
great.
to debate about.
I'm sure there's like a ton of things.
Yeah,
she's turning it off and back on again. That's what she's doing. She's turning.
Sure, you could pick a number of different topics, and we could go at it. Like,
well, I want something genuine to debate about, not something you're just kind of playing devil's advocate against. So I think that's going to be difficult on.
I think you'd have to know my viewpoints, my actual viewpoints, in order to be able to nail anything down, which very few people know any of my actual viewpoints. So,
I'm in the same boat over here.
Weird flex, but okay.
I've literally watched.
You'd have to know me, but I don't want to let you know me. I'm mysterious and cool and unreadable. Shut up. Debate or don't. We don't want to hear it. You're not mysterious.
You're fucking awesome.
And on the note from the Cum Guzzle Queen, I think I'm gonna knock out. You guys have a good one.
In your dreams, bro. In your dreams. I'm like, don't talk about me like that. That's sexualizing women. That's inappropriate.
Why?
Great comeback.
Actually, that's very appropriate.
I tried. I gotta play. Yeah, I gotta play into the feminism. Blah blah blah. I'm a feminist. I care about women's rights, etc., etc. My biggest fear is AI porn.
You do?
Etc. No,
I
I'm
didn't
saying.
think you.
Every
do
time
you actually?
I hop on a women's panel, they're like, "What if someone makes AI porn of us? This is a big deal. We need to legalize it." I'm like, "What if someone photoshopped you into porn a decade ago? Would it be criminalized legally? Would there be a specific statute for it, or is it just getting more accessible?" You know.
I agree.
Okay, talk, boy.
Yeah. Well, I think I'm going to hop off, take a shower,
Yeah,
and then I'll probably hop on Glenn's
we're winding
or
down
Anson's
here.
channel.
Kel, we should do an actual show at some point where you might even be able to focus for longer than 3 seconds at a time. That would be great. Actual commentary and that sort of thing. So I'll look over what you sent me, and we'll try and find a timeline. Everyone else, as always, a pleasure, gentlemen. Patrick, first time you've been up on the show, you did well. I believe that I need to send you money, so you need to figure out how I can do that and get that information to me. And the rest of you guys are going to go over to Anson Knowles' stream and have fun over there. Kel is apparently going to bop around the internet
You know, like I do.
Like,
follow me on Twitch.
He does. Anson will give you
And
the
subscribe to
Anson's,
Grid One Motorsports.
Anson's posted link in the back because he really hopes you'll jump over to his stream. And,
I do.
Add
Come
some
over to my stream, Kill.
And I'm gonna go to bed so I can get up in the morning and go fishing. I'm gonna take the boat out and run around the lake really, really fast before the ski boat jackwads come out. And
Hell yes.
Find yourself a snook if they have snook up there.
We don't have snook.
Oh,
I'm on a lake, not the ocean. But at any rate, everyone, it was a pleasure having you. Kel, thank you for gracing us with your presence at the last minute after the day you've had. Oh my gosh.
And not shooting up the chat again with that gun behind you. Appreciate it.
I'm sorry?
I said thank you for not shooting up chat with that gun behind you. We appreciate it. America,
that
stay
one?
safe another day.
Yeah, that's not for that. Anyway,
I have a specific one for the day I commit my vengeance on society.
Yeah. I think Kel probably has a concealed carry permit and like rocks a Glock.
For sure, dude. That'd be cool. I'm one of you guys, for real. Except
Whatever. All right, ladies and gentlemen, have a great rest of your night. As always, be cool. Wear glasses if you need them, and get off my lawn.